All right, good morning. Good morning. Good morning. One more time. Listen, welcome to our initiative on land, housing, and property rights. Fourth annual conference, our second day. I assume that there are some folks who are just attending today who weren't with us yesterday. And so I want to do kind of an opening that's going to repeat some of the stuff I said yesterday, but then we'll kind of add some things, right? So first of all, I want to kind of recognize, I'm going to do this sequentially, some of our outstanding staff. I'm going to first recognize the administrative members of our staff who you've probably had the most interaction with in terms of just helping you register, find out about the conference with all the logistics, just kind of like the love and care for you guys. So we'll start with Sam Gelly. I've given the opportunity for my staff to each, share something with you for a little bit. One comment, I think for those who were here yesterday, I was just glowing about the staff and a wonderful job in this conference, that they've all kind of made it happen. And then I got home last night, and I did go to Howard Law School, so I said, I might watch the Howard, Michigan March Madness game. And I realized all of a sudden that my staff gave me more responsibilities today than I fully appreciated. So that was short-lived. So I still love you guys. And that's fine. But Sam, you've been with us the longest. You can say anything, right? Or
Hi, I'm Sam. Thank you for coming. Good morning, everybody. If you need anything, just let me know, is what I have to say.
Thank you, Sam.
Yes.
Then I mentioned that our finance and operation manager, who's been with us just a little bit over a year, joined us a few weeks before our last conference last year, is Abby Ronkowski. Is anybody here from NeighborWorks? Right, so, I think it was about a year and a half ago, I was on a panel at the National Housing Conference's annual housing meeting in DC. And that's right when I found out that Abby had accepted her job, and I mentioned this, and the contingent of NeighborWorks people just let out a cry. They're like, "You got Abby Ronkowski." So Abby, anything you want to say?
Hi everyone, I'm Abby Ronkowski. I'm the Finance and Operations Manager here. I'm pleased to have you all join us at DC Law. As Professor Mitchell mentioned, I came from NeighborWorks America, but I also worked in policy positions and at the City of San Diego. But I'm glad to see a great mix of people here. Thank you.
Right. Chris, she had worked also at LISC before joining us, so we have Christopher from LISC in Jacksonville. Okay, so let me just, oopsie, this is not the introductory slides. Just one sec. Okay, great. All right. Don't pay attention too much to the figures here and who is supposed to be who. Anyway, this is just repeating from yesterday. David Brown was still left. The kind of the growth of our staff since we were founded in the fall of 2022. So you see that we've had great growth, and it's been awesome. I also need to thank our major funders, J.P. Morgan Chase, Robert Wood Johnson, and Harvard's the Harvard and the Legacy of Slavery Initiative. All right, so just to kind of repeat from yesterday, I talk about the initiative as having 4 pillars. One is training students and trying to train that next cadre. Initially focusing on law students, we hope to also, in the upcoming years, have trained graduate students in various disciplines. And there's a variety of ways that we train students, from establishing a curricular concentration so the students get substantive experience on kind of real estate and community development law issues. We also then have created externships. We've created, we do panels throughout the year. This is our big conference, but throughout the year we have panels, and a number of our students attend those panels, but not just our students. And then we teach an undergraduate class at BC at the main campus. Then we have our legislative and policy laboratory. So what we're trying to do here is work that's going to have impact, whether it's our research, but also then translating that research into legal reform and policy solutions, right? And so there's a variety of things that we're doing under the funding that we have. So we're actually developing policy proposals. We're doing policy scans. We're helping in a supportive role other stakeholders in some of their work. And we also have we've created a position for a student to be a law and policy intern for us, right? With our first such intern last year. All right, so Megan Haberly is our policy director. Megan, why don't you say a little bit about what you did before you came to us?
Sure. So I echo the warm welcome from everyone. I'm Megan. I started here in January of last year. Previous to that, most of my experience was in federal policy work, mainly in civil rights, fair housing, and environmental justice. So in addition to learning quite a bit about heirs properties and starting here, that's some of our work portfolio here at the initiative.
Right. So Megan was about 9 years in DC, mostly with PRAC, but with LDF and a couple of other organizations. And then we have our policy associate, Jill Apter. You got the floor.
Hi, everybody. Jill Apter. Recognize a number of folks in here, and like everyone on the team, very grateful everyone could make it for our conference this year. I am a lawyer, and I joined the team in May of last year. And prior to joining the initiative, I had a career in nonprofit management and was helping small nonprofits do grant writing, advocacy work, capacity building, and strategic planning, and really enjoying this work. Hopefully I have an opportunity to work with many of you on projects moving forward.
Okay, so Michael, why don't you just, they can see the bullets under what our research team trying to do. Oh, I'm sorry, I missed out. David Abramowitz is our senior policy advisor.
Morning, everyone. As you just heard, David Abramowitz, senior policy advisor, the other bald guy on the team. I come here with about 40+ years as a affordable housing and real estate attorney, so I think that is a very practical point of view, a practitioner point of view, but also did some detours at Center for American Progress and policy advocacy for Youth Build USA, so I bring those lenses to this. I'm very happy to be part of the team.
Yeah, thank you, David. So, you know, David also has kind of a national footprint. He's, you know, I think you were the co-chair of Wilson and Store's real estate department, or?
Yes, I did co-chaired my law firm's Wilson and Store's national real estate practice. Pro bono practice.
And Dan, weren't you the co-founder of the ABA's Journal on Affordable Housing?
So I see I have to keep going here.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
So there's various initiatives for any of the young or aspiring attorneys here. There's various things you can do wherever you land, whether it's in public service or in private service. So 30 years ago, we started the Lawyers Clearinghouse on affordable housing and homelessness. We've provide nonprofits, homelessness groups, support. The American Bar Association never had a forum or focus on affordable housing and economic development, so we started that about 30 years ago as well. So that's enough about it.
Yeah, I'm not going to make you run through the whole thing.
Things you should do no matter what your practice is.
And as I mentioned yesterday, David played a significant role in a very important aspect of the development of community land trusts with the ground lease. So anyway, enough. Michael, just want to kind of say something about our research team?
Sure. Good morning, everyone. Michael Neal. It's great to see so many faces, number one. Number two, so many familiar faces who I've worked with and thought about these issues with for a number of years now. I guess in this role I kind of think of myself more as a coordinator. This work really wouldn't happen without John here, who's standing next to me. So I do want to lift that up. We've been thinking a lot about affordable housing or heirs property, and really see research as an intervention that can help to solve the challenges faced by vulnerable households by really informing and empowering key stakeholders, whether that's community organizers, whether that's policymakers, whether that's grant making and philanthropy, ways in which our research can really inform them to in turn lift up and support and erase the challenges that vulnerable households are facing. So that's how I kind of see our theory of change, and hopefully over time we'll continue to do the work toward achieving it.
Thank you. John Jacob?
Hi everyone, I'm John. I am a research associate, and I work, going back to Michael, without Michael's leadership and guidance, it would just be me sitting with numbers, not knowing what to do with them. Thank you, Michael. But I'm a PhD student at the Heller School for Social Policy and Management. I'm a joint student in sociology and social policy, so I work at the intersection of theory and empirical research and quantitative and qualitative research. I'm really happy as well to see a lot of Heller students here, policy students over there. Thank you so much for coming out, just down the street. So thank you all.
Great. And so then we, as I mentioned yesterday, we are hiring an additional person for both our policy team and our research team in the next couple of months, right? All right. And then we have our community engagement team. And so we've had the just good fortune and joy to have Leanne Blake with us for about a year, right? And so we're missing today because we have someone who's kind of heads our community engagement team, David Price, who's on leave right now, so unfortunately he couldn't join us, but Leanne could just kind of speak about the work you do.
Hi, my name's Leanne. I'm the State Planning Fellow. I work on our homeownership estate planning project with our partners, Massachusetts Affordable Home Ownership Alliance and LSC Legal Services Center at Harvard Law School. We offer estate planning education classes with a pre-purchase and post-purchase component, and then eligible participants can be referred to LSC pro bono estate planning services.
Great. And the final member of our team is Professor Lisa Alexander, who was on the panel yesterday. So she's a member of the faculty here. She's the director of our housing and property rights programs, and we're related somewhat. So let me just give you a little bit more of some of the things we're doing. I mentioned that we have a couple of policy scans. One is we're looking at mechanisms that are out there that this is kind of a very emerging kind of area in terms of heirs property, of trying to find financing mechanisms that heirs property owners are eligible for, because often they lack clear title, and this really kind of inhibits their ability to use their property as collateral to promote a number of good ends, right? We went Christopher from Jacksonville Lisk. I think he's one of our So anyway, we're going to be finalizing this scan in the next month, and we're hoping it kind of like raises awareness about the landscape of what's out there now, but also of the need to do much more work in this area. Megan is then, and Jill's working on that, Megan is working on this policy scan at the intersection of fair housing and environmental justice issues, really leveraging a lot of her experience that she got before she came to us. In terms of developing policy proposals, we're doing a couple things. So one of the things with heirs property owners, I'll talk maybe a little bit later about the Uniform Act, Model State Statute, that's tried to provide heirs property owners with more rights in terms of protecting them against forced sales that result in fire sales and dispossession. So, we think of the ILHPR as a great shield, a defense mechanism, but the reality is most heirs property owners don't have an agreement among themselves about how they are going to operate their property. There are wealthy owners of what's called tenancy in common property. Some of them are investors, and they always have what we call a tenancy in common or a TIC agreement to make their ownership more sustainable, more rational. So what we're trying to do is essentially modify these standard TIC agreements that wealthy folks use to make them more usable and applicable to heirs property owners. So we have a project, this is one of the ones, we have great partners. We have 2 law firms that are agreed to serve as pro bono counsel, 2 national firms, Arendt Fox Schiff and David's firm, Goulston and Storrs, which is providing us great technical assistance. And then we're running those agreements to kind of ground truth them by attorneys who do on the ground a lot of work with heirs property owners. So there's a variety of these kind of stakeholders that we are engaging with. One is called the Heirs Property Practitioner Network, and Fran Miller is an important player in that, with that network. And then we're also working with some legal clinics. One of the great developments in the last, 5, 6, 7 years is now you have about 10, 11, 12 law schools that now have some clinics that are doing heirs property work, and they're working with. So that's one of the things that we're doing, is working on these private agreements. Second, there are many problems with kind of heirs property ownership. I mentioned the Uniform Partition Act. That is a legal reform to try to address one problem with this problem with partition law. But there are a number of other problems, and so we are working to on a model statute to try to address some of those other issues. It's actually complicated because we're playing in 2 different venues. One is we've built up a lot of infrastructure in the state of New York in terms of advocacy groups, the New York legislature, the Attorney General's office, the governor's office. They've now done 2 rounds of heirs property statutes, the first being the Uniform Partition of Heirs Property Act, followed up by a second round in 2024. And because we've raised the awareness and those stakeholders are sympathetic, they've asked us, do you have something else? And this is going to be the something else. So we're going to have a New York version of this, but we're also in contact with the organization that promulgated the Uniform Partition of Heirs Property Act, called the Uniform Law Commission, to develop a uniform act dealing with some of these other default rules, right? So that's 2 different venues we're playing in. And then we're working with some other stakeholders. So we're working with the National Consumer Law Center on something called trying to understand better how something called heirship affidavits are used. And then once again, kind of Jill's kind of leading that, and Megan is working with some stakeholders on some fair and affordable housing issues in Massachusetts with various stakeholders. Okay, so in terms of our research program, you've heard a little bit from Michael, is that fundamentally we're trying to address some understudied, under-theorized property housing issues, and then develop research that will can be used by policymakers and elected officials. Right, so this is just kind of a range of some of the scholarship. One is actually an article I just published that does an overview of the development of the heirs property field in the last 55 years. Our research team is about to go live with our first blog, I think. Right, is that accurate? And then they have this kind of other program about some of the challenges inherited property owners face. And then, you can read this. We're also providing technical assistance and expertise to a range of other stakeholders. In terms of our community engagement team, Leanne talked about this project, and this is a project that Harvard and Legacy of Slavery Initiative is funding. It's called our Home Ownership Estate Planning Project. Essentially, what we're trying to do, some of this came up yesterday, is make home ownership for disadvantaged families more sustainable. One of the problems is often these families don't have an estate plan. And so we're working with one of our partners, the Massachusetts Affordable Homeownership Alliance, and through them, they offer classes for prospective first-time homeowners and some buyers post-purchase. They have kind of a financial literacy. We've added a component, an estate planning module to their online, and so you can see so far more than 1,800 individuals have done that. And then our other partner is the only law clinic at Harvard Law School that does estate planning. And so this is a pilot, but we're then steering like about 30 of the people who do the online class to the Harvard clinic to actually have a will or a simple trust developed. We're also doing some work kind of statewide with the HUD designated agency for housing counselors, and we've added an estate planning module to their curriculum, and that's now being used by 38 HUD-funded counseling agencies in Massachusetts. And the last slide, one of the things I'm really excited about, and I'm not, I do see from my peripheral vision Sam trying to tell me to wrap up. I can see that, Sam. This is the last slide. So one of the things I'm like, really just thrilled about is, we did not exist 3.5 years ago. And, through the great work our kind of staff has done, we've been able to attract attention and attract a whole range of stakeholders that we're currently working with. And so in just 3.5 years, and it's like a smattering, right? It's the, Uniform Law Commission, you guys can read for yourself. I mentioned the firms, NCLC, the Massachusetts Law Reform Institute. I should mention all of these, right? But it's just wonderful that, we're having these opportunities. One of the things that we have to do now is we keep getting proposals. And as I mentioned at our organization, we're not sitting on $20 million. So we don't have unlimited bandwidth. So a lot of the discussions we have is like, well, to make this sustainable, what's the funding going to be? How can we actually do this in practice, right? All right, so this, and I mentioned before, like one of them is, one of our partners is a group of professional athletes, current and former, who are, it's called the Players Coalition, and they're an organization of these athletes committed to social and racial justice. They had a speaker at our conference last year. They had, we're doing this event in Roxbury with the Urban League of Eastern Massachusetts, kind of community engagement on the importance of estate planning and homeownership. The Players Coalition is sending one of their players. So at this point, I'm going to stop. I know we're going to start our first panel, and that's the panel on opportunities and tools to promote and preserve land use for the people. So I want to thank my staff again for your great work. And we'll get the panel starting. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Jill Apter, Policy Associate. I am going to introduce our moderators for our first panel. I'd like to welcome Alexandra Pineros-Shields. She is the Associate Professor of Practice and Director of the Master of Public Policy program at the Heller School, Brandeis University, where she teaches courses on immigration, policy, racial capitalism, and participatory action research. She's been doing this work for close to 40 years and has worked with oppressed communities to lead transformative social change, and works with democratic decision-making which has led to significant successes within organizations across coalitions as well as in the public sector. And Alexandra is going to lead us in a rich conversation today among many of our partners. So please welcome Alexandra.
Good morning. It's good to be here with all of you today. We are living through an era that is grounded in the logics of expulsion, the logics of violence, the expulsion of federal workers, the expulsion of trans people, the expulsion of immigrants. And I think that the response to the logics and the politics of expulsion are the logics and politics of belonging, the logics of inclusion. And so I feel very honored today to be here in the front of the room with these extraordinary leaders who are leading the way in that spirit, in the spirit of belonging, of moving towards creating belonging and creating exclusion of most vulnerable people among us, the most vulnerable communities. So with that, I thank you for allowing me to moderate our discussion. And I invite, maybe we'll just go in that order. If you could each introduce yourself shortly, a few things about your work, and then we'll have the longer presentations following the brief introduction.
My name is Monica Graves. I'm actually working with the Centers for Heirs Property as a community engagement specialist. And I'm excited to hear the discussion on the panel and actually have that conversation of underserved rural areas and communities that may be policies that could be influenced by this panel.
Hello, everyone. I'm Alexis Martin. I also work for the Center for Heirs Property, and I'm actually a forester. So I spend a lot of time in the woods and not on policy or legislator or anything of that nature. So, but I'm very glad to be here, and I am also very excited to experience this discussion. Yeah. So, yeah. That's it on to it.
Morning, everybody. My name is Renato Castello. I am the director of the Office of Participatory Budgeting at the City of Boston. Very happy to be here. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Felix Rosen. I'm a Land Use and Housing Fellow with the Trust for Public Land. We're a national nonprofit that connects people to the joys and benefits of the outdoors. Thank you for the invitation. It's really an honor to be in conversation with you all today.
Thank you so much. I see that we're going to start with you, the presentation, Felix?
Yes.
Yeah, great.
Great. So as I mentioned, Trust for Public Land, we're a national nonprofit. We connect people to the joys and benefits of the outdoors. For us, parks are more than beauty and recreation, environmental protection. They are really the foundation of our social fabric. They are the places where we meet neighbors, where we build relationships, and where folks get to participate in public life. But across the country, 1 in 3 people, 28 million children, don't have access to a park within a 10-minute walk of home. This is what we call the park equity gap. The park equity gap is not random. It reflects decades of intentional planning decisions, land use policies, and uneven investment in neighborhoods that have determined who has access to green space and who doesn't. And so a key question for us is how we can make structural changes that alter this course. And so this leads to our policy work. Like I said, we see policy as a tool for scalable structural change, and we've been focusing recently at the Trust for Public Land specifically on land use policy and the way that it impacts park access. So zoning and subdivision requirements, future land use maps, land banking, these are all examples of really powerful tools that shape our built environment. And we're interested in both the way that policy can increase park access, the way that policy can help us build more public green spaces, but we're also interested in policy as a lever that can ensure that communities who have been left out of public decision making can be a part of creating new policies and processes that shape the built environment. To close this mini presentation, one area of work that we've been focusing on recently at the Trust for Public Land is the intersection between parks and housing. This is really the major focus of my work. And there's 2 big reasons why the intersection of parks and housing are important to us. The first is that there's often the perception, governments also often have the perception, public agencies often have the perception that different public needs are competing with one another for resources. This is especially true with parks and housing, and it's especially true in cities and neighborhoods where land is scarce, where the housing market is hot, and where housing is scarce. And so we are interested in working with public agencies, with governments, with communities on solutions that don't pit public needs against each other. The second reason that the intersection of parks and housing is really important to us is because we know from our research that parks can, in some cases, be a displacing force in neighborhoods. They are directly tied to property values and housing access. So especially when it comes to bringing park access to neighborhoods that have historically been disinvested, this question for us is how do we do that in a way that doesn't displace folks? So a lot of the work we do is thinking about displacement and parks as it relates to housing. There are kind of 2 areas of the parks and housing work that we do. We're thinking both about the nonprofit, private, affordable housing sector, specifically thinking about the co-development of housing in parks. It's really important for us that when housing gets developed, whether it's affordable or not, that it's not just housing that's getting developed. We need complete neighborhoods. We already have communities that are living in food deserts, that are living in neighborhoods that don't have access to green space. So how are we integrating these 2 systems that are often siloed in a way that, again, produces a complete idea of home? The other branch of work that we do is with public housing authorities. Across the country, housing authorities own thousands of acres of open space. Whether it's vacant parcels that are owned by housing authorities or the shared courtyards within public housing authority sites or the open spaces around public housing developments. But public housing authorities are extremely constrained in terms of financing, in terms of policy, in terms of internal capacity. And so I think what we're really working towards is developing partnership models that create an ecosystem of support around constrained public agencies, and I think we're going to talk about this more later, that allow public housing authorities to think about home more holistically. Home is more than just the 4 walls of a unit. It extends out into the other components of the neighborhood, like parks, that create a sense of belonging for people. But I think in this landscape that we're in, with policy, with funding, with the historic landscape that we're a part of, we really need an ecosystem of support and an ecosystem of partners. That's another big part of it. So again, thank you for the opportunity to share. And who's up next?
Thank you so much, Felix. I don't know if Monica or Alexis is going
Yeah,
to.
Monica will start us off, and I'll jump in at some point.
Okay. Or if you see anything.
Okay. Centers for Heirs Property, rightful own. My name, so I am Monica, this is Alexa. We are a non-profit organization. Also, I'm not just a community engagement, but the Centers for Heirs Property. I was a client before I actually joined as a community engagement specialist, because I saw how they actually helped me. Because sometimes you have organizations where they say they're helping and doing the work, but this organization, Dr. Jenny Stevens, she actually helped me when I was in actual need of assistance. So, slide. So what is heirs property? Normally people wants to know what is heirs property. So normally when someone passes away and they haven't probated the estate for a very long time, it just kind of sits there. But that, and they have like in South Carolina, where stemmed in South Carolina, they just kind of just let it sit there and say like, oh, Betty Sue is going to take over the property, not knowing legally they needed to actually pass it down. So that becomes an issue because once they have these property that is sitting there, they can't get a loan, or they can't get a mortgage on the property. On the records at the municipalities, they have it where it says, the deceased person, and it says etal. So most people are like, what is etal? It's a Latin word for other owners. So then you have to research to see who is really connected to that particular property. And then that's when the fraction of percentages of how many people actually own this particular parcel, which becomes unstable because there is no will or formal document put in place saying how many people actually own this particular property. Because once they die, you have siblings, and then your siblings have children, and then it just keeps going down. So that means that everyone has that particular interest into that particular property. So normally landowners, they pass away, they don't have any directives of who's going to actually own this property. And what's going to happen to the property. In South Carolina, we have a thing where a lot of people think that just because they pay the taxes that they own the property, but that's not necessarily true. So that is one thing that we do our educational process. And also with community engagement, I kind of stress that in engaging the community, like, hey, let's sit down and let's educate you on what is heirs property. Okay. So historically, Dr. Jenny Stevens, which is our CEO, she saw this happening in South Carolina, where a particular demographics were actually losing their property because of these things that were put in place, and also with the injustice, not only at the local level, but it also goes all the way up to the federal level, of the injustice of demographic actually losing over this amount of property because of just not knowing. And so what she did was she got legal attorneys, staffs on staff, and also got forestry involved. But on the legal side, she was able to get a group of attorneys together, and we were able to clear 452 titles so that families continue to stay within the family. And that is one of the things that we do pride ourselves on, is that we come in to families to help families stay within the families. We do not help families to sell. If you say that you're going to sell, we're going to walk away from you. Because that is something that we want to keep within the family, to continue to build on what the last generation actually provided. And the tax record value of that was $37.1 million that legal services that we were able to, provide to these families. Our mission, this is new, updated, but this is the heart of our organization. We empower the underserved families to safeguard their land and homes for generations to come. And we work deeply in relationships with landowners, providing legal support, financial education, and also help them landscape so that they have generational wealth to come. And we're rooted in South Carolina. We pride ourselves to being the #1 start out organization of being the replica of trying to do it in different states, which Alexis will expand on. So this is the model that the organization actually give to other organization or partners. I'm actually at the community engagement level, so I go to community events. Not only just go to community engagement events, I host workshops to educate not only the community, but also been invited to the State House to talk to their representatives to keep heirs property on the forefront of topics. So I think it was February, I went to kind of keep that on the minds of, the State House representatives, just to let them know, like, we're here and we're still doing the work. And this is something that is an issue. You can't just, correct it all at once, but it is something that is dear to my heart as well. So from the community engagements, we have workshops. We have workshops to empower different people that have land, or they are in families and they want to get the education related to them and not having them to relay it. So we're like the neutral person that is introduced to the family. We do preventative measures, we do will clinics, we help them probate, but the only thing that we don't do is, we don't pay the filing fee, but we will do the services for them. Also, we do family presentations. We actually do the title for them. So that is one of the things that we do. And I'll pass it over to, is it for the land acquisition?
Yeah. Thank you, Monica.
You're welcome.
Rightfully home. That's so beautiful. Thank you for sharing all your experiences with us.
You're welcome.
On the land utilization side, we offer forestry services. And typically this is traditional forestry. And I don't know if this is on. All right, cool. All right, sorry. But yeah, we offer traditional forestry services. But what I'm running into, that's only viable, at least in South Carolina. A lot of mills, timber mills, have been closing. So forestry, which was once it led in the amount of money that was brought into the state. It's not like that anymore. With the mills closing, loggers have to travel farther. So, if you have 30 acres, that typically was enough to utilize forestry as a wealth building option. It's not like that anymore. You need to have a lot of acreage and a good quality timber. And so we've been looking at how can we service smaller acreage landowners, because we have a lot of landowners that come to us with 10 acres, 5 acres, 4 acres. We had somebody come with 1 acre and we're like, okay, yeah, so you have trees, we get that. This is a bit of a different situation. And so we have been looking at how we can help landowners with smaller acreage. And that's what I'll focus on during the presentation today. But in terms of forestry, can you go to the next slide? Oh, no, just stay there. All right, well, in terms of forestry, we have helped a lot of landowners. They get their timber harvested, and the main thing is to get them replanted. So that's our main goal. Once a family harvests timber, we want to get them replanted. That's just best management practice. Since we've started in 2013 now, legal is our bread and butter. I think most people that I've experienced, they're more so looking for the legal help that we offer, because that's the precursor. You can't do much with a property if it's heirs property. You can't get the timber cut because timber is real property, and the logger can be held accountable if they take that timber off that property. So and you're also going to get probably a much lesser profit off that timber because of the legal implications. So clearing title is the most important part. And I guess during the panel today, we'll talk about alternative options outside of forestry. So I won't go too deep into that right now. But since we offer, during these seminars that Monica mentioned, the legal team gets 45 minutes. We get 15, so you can kind of see. So you can see how important we are. But we offer a bit of forestry education as much as we can, and the technical assistance, and that's my favorite part. Going out to a landowner's property, they may have inherited property from their parent who has passed, and they've never even walked to the back of their what they own. They own this, but they've never been to the back of it. So that's kind of my favorite part of it, getting people out to see what they own, because we're talking about people taking ownership, people being rightfully home, and we'll get into this, but we talk about these things, but if someone hasn't even been out to their property, they don't know what they have. So you got to learn something so that you know the value of what you own. Because a lot of people look at it like, what am I going to do with this? Like, it's a forest. Like, and a lot of people don't want to just, like, I enjoy going through with a machete and, carving my way through the woods. Like, that is a very good day for me. But, yeah, turns out not everyone feels the same. So, we work through that. We work a lot with the USDA. That's kind of that's our main avenue to help our landowners, especially when it comes to getting replanted. The USDA offers services through the NRCS, so that's the Natural Resource Conservation Service, and they through that they have programs, particularly the Environmental Quality Incentives Program, that's EQIP, and through that they have like 300 different practices that you can utilize to manage your property. So it's everything from just replanting trees to pollinator plots to, if you're agricultural, you can do livestock. It's a long list. So we help them get connected with them because a lot of people don't trust the USDA. A lot of people that we work with, and they have good reason. I'll leave it there. And so, go back real quick. Yes, there we go. This one. All right. So, and I'll mention this. So, Monica mentioned that we're trying to replicate through our model. And so a lot of people, you know, they like what we're doing. We work with an organization. We have a network called the SFLR, the Sustainable Forestry and Land Retention Network. And that's just a network of different organizations within the Southeast that offer legal services and technical assistance to landowners. We are limited to South Carolina at the Center for Heirs Property. So, you know, we can't help someone in Texas. We can't help someone in Alabama. So one thing that I am involved in is we have a partnership with a new organization called the East Texas Heirs Property Initiative, and they are offering services in, obviously, East Texas. And I have been chosen to be their land utilization specialist. So they've already started with the wills clinics that we offer. People really benefit from that. One of my main responsibilities is figuring out how we can help people outside of traditional forestry. We're looking at things like, I hate to say it honestly, but like data AI centers, things like that, like different methods of land utilization that can bring families income. Yeah, and go to the next slide. I don't really know exactly what we have on here, but I'm just gonna.
That's you.
Yeah. So this is the partition thing.
Yeah, it's like fun fact.
Oh yeah, that is a fun fact. I thought it was a fun fact because I mean the guy who leads this thing, he helped, and so I thought it might be fun to add in some information about the Partition Act. And I think that's also a way that I read that 26 states have adopted this, and so that's a way to improve to get all of the other states that haven't adopted this, and they can follow suit. Yeah, so I'm going to leave it there and we'll go into conversation later.
Thank you so much, Alexis. That was so inspiring.
Don't worry.
Okay. We should
continue.
Yeah, but we can keep moving. I'm just going to tell a little bit of the story.
I think this is necessary, guys. If you would allow me to. Monica is a landowner. Okay, so Monica inherited land and the Center for Heirs Property helped her, right? And so I think, we're talking about empowering, right? We're talking about empowering people, landowners.
Yeah.
This is how the center empowered her. So I talked about how we offer forestry services. One of our foresters, we have about 9 foresters on staff, Kenneth Dunn, helped her clear the understory of her property and plant a pollinator plot with that EQIP program that I was telling y'all about. So, they're doing work, and so instead of a property just being there, we're now stacking. So that's improving in terms of income and improving ecologically. So, yeah, I thought that was a cool thing for her to include in this presentation.
Absolutely.
Thank you. And perhaps as we move further, you can add to.
Right.
I think your story will be relevant
to
some of the questions.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Renata?
Off you go.
Thank you.
Can you explain pollinator for us city folks?
Of course I can. So you want to know what a pollinator plot is? So a pollinator plot is honestly just a area of native plants. So plants that naturally occur. Right. So if y'all noticed, I know y'all we're urban people, right? You've noticed how a lot of trees get cut down, and when that happens with that sprawling, we lose habitat. And yeah, so a pollinator plot is, honestly, it's just, you can plant wildflowers, echinacea. You can plant gladiolas. Gladiolas are my favorite. They bring hummingbirds, so you have different plants that bring different butterflies and things. So you plant these things and now you're experiencing nature. And you can do this on 5 acres as she did, or you can do this on something just as big as this open space in front of me, you know? So, yeah, pollinator plots they're beautiful and worth it. They're worth it. 5 acres is hard to establish, but.
Great, thank you. Renato?
Yeah, I'm just inspired about the energy and the passion of the work you guys do. Sounds like.
They say that. I tend to bring passion even when I try not to.
Yes.
Continue.
So I'll share with you about participatory budgeting as a concept, as a tool that you all can use in your work to advance democratic decision making with the residents or the people that you work with. Participatory budgeting is a process where residents can decide, or people can decide, how a portion of a budget should be spent. And in the city of Boston, this is not a new concept. It started in 2014 with an initiative to give youth $1 million to decide how to use it. And that $1 million is specific for infrastructure investment. So the city's Office of Youth Advancement runs a process where they ask people, they collect ideas, youth help review and prioritize those ideas, and then youth vote on which projects should be implemented. Back in 2014 this happened, and many advocates and community groups in the city saw this as an opportunity to expand it broadly, so all the residents can have this power of deciding how a portion of city resources should be spent. So through a signature collecting effort, they were able to put a question on the ballot in the municipal elections of 2021, asking residents of the city of Boston if they wanted an office of participatory budgeting. It was a two-part question because that question also included a section where city councilors can have more budgetary decision-making power in the city. And about 65% of residents voted yes on that question. That was in 2021. And 2 years later, the office was officially established. And something that is unique about the office is that it was created through a collective effort from residents. They wanted to see this happening in the city. So we have a lot of responsibility on delivering a program that people see themselves reflected in and voting to. So a few key things about the process that we run. Because of its origins, there was a lot of conversation between advocates and the city on defining the ordinance to establish the office. And through that process, language of advancing social and racial justice was added as part of the ordinance. So anyone in the city can participate in the process, but our focus and resources go towards ensuring that residents who have been historically excluded or face higher barriers of participation, we're very intentional about creating strategies to connect with those residents and have their voices heard in the process. Another key thing in our process is the funding source that we receive. It is city funds, but the funding source allows us to fund programs and services in addition to infrastructure projects. So I'll share some examples of some of the work that we've done. And lastly, I'll say on the intro of participatory budgeting, this originated in the 1980s in Brazil, in Porto Alegre. And from that, it has expanded to, I'll say, thousands of cities across the world, and not only cities, but institutions. It is a concept that you can apply in larger or smaller scales. So I'll walk you through our process briefly, and then I'm happy to answer any questions along the way or as part of the panel. So the main question that we have for residents in July is, how would you spend $2 million to benefit your communities? And we collect all types of ideas. So we have some boundaries. For instance, it needs to be within city property or within something the city can do. So anything related to state land or state jurisdiction we cannot touch, or federal. For instance, the MBTA. Many people want to fix the MBTA. That's something that we cannot do. We couldn't do with $2 million. MBTA is the transit system in the city. Okay. Yep, good for clarifying. So anywhere from housing, transportation, education, community resources, those types of ideas are welcome. And it's also a one-time use of funding, right? Once a project is voted on, it's a one-time disbursement of funds. So the process, any participatory budgeting process has three main stages. So one is idea collection, then proposal development, and then voting. In between, there are some steps. So as I mentioned in July, we invite residents to give us their ideas. And last year we collected, Last year we collected about 1,200 ideas. Last year was the second time we did this process. And I'll share a little bit more about the breakdown, but in talking about the access and allowing folks the chance to participate easily, we created an online portal where people can submit an idea. There's no need to register, there's no need to sign up, there's no need to provide an address. We just want to make sure what neighborhood you're from, that's all it counts. And then the idea that you want to share. We also opened a multilingual phone line. The website is also in multiple languages. We also partnered with the Boston Public Library, some Boston Center for Youth and Families, and some community organizations to host idea collection sites. And the key component that I am very excited that we were able to do this is partner with community organizations working with folks that we wanted to connect with. Our team is only 3 people, and we were charged with running a citywide process. So it was a little overwhelming at first on how do we reach people. We cannot go individually, right, door to door. So this strategy of connecting with organizations has proven very effective. And we do this, we don't ask as a favor, but we actually have contracts in place. So we pay organizations to help us do this work. There's this concept of like trickle-down community engagement, and many organizations, sometimes they are asked to do some things for free. We want to make sure that they feel valued and they are partners in their work with us. The first year, we contracted with 9 groups. The second year, we contracted with 19 groups. So we're expanding. I don't think we can continue to expand given the capacity of the team, but we want to build a strong network of groups working with us. And that's important because out of the 1,200 ideas, almost half came from events hosted by community partners, engaging residents with disabilities, older adults, immigrant communities, African American youth. Like we were trying to be thoughtful, and there are so many diverse organizations in the city that we wanted to bring the voices that are not part of these processes usually. So after we collect the ideas, we need to go through a process of reviewing and prioritizing the ideas. So we host community forums in the month of October, and we go as an office to 3 different neighborhoods each year. And we invite people to review the ideas and in small group conversations prioritize them based on equity and impact. And our work with community groups is they help us recruit folks for those events. Anyone is welcome to attend, but through that partnership we make sure that voices that are often most impacted by the issues are there prioritizing and reviewing. So the goal of these 3 forums in October is just to have a short list of ideas. Out of the 1,200 ideas, in October we walk away with about 15 ideas. So a lot happens in those meetings, and from year 1 to year 2 we've done quite a lot of refinement on what those workshops look like, because it's a lot of ideas to go through, and we want people to feel like they had enough time to review and select them. We use sticky dots, there's voting at the beginning, voting at the end, conversations. It's pretty dynamic. So in October, we engaged about 130 residents. We worked with 15 nonprofits, and we had 4 languages in those meetings at the same time. So hold on, let me go back. Right, so that's October. And then in November, what we do is those 15 ideas, we want residents to develop full proposals. So, because we walk away in October just with a 1 sentence, right? So in November, we bring city departments, the departments that are the experts in the field, the ones doing that work, and we sit them with people in small groups to discuss, the idea and figure out how can that be developed. And we're very intentional about allowing residents to speak first, why this is an important issue for them, the city representative listening, and then providing context on what the city is doing, what are some of the gaps, what are some of the opportunities. Because we want to see ourselves, and we see ourselves as facilitators of a process where residents decide, and the city provides that guidance along the way. So that's what happens in November, and then in January is voting, so we have a month-long voting. Mostly happens online. This year we tested with paper ballots through community organizations with mostly positive results, and we want to continue to expand that. But the central location for voting is online. Again, we don't ask for address. Anyone can vote as long as they're part of the city of Boston, 11 years and older, regardless of citizenship status. So any Boston resident can be a part of this. And we ask for name, last name, and neighborhood. That's it. We go to a few community events, and we also partner with some institutions in the city, like Boston Center for Youth and Families, and libraries, just mostly for awareness. This is the list of the community partners we worked with this last year. And these are the ideas that we have funded during the past 2 years. So $4.2 million for 14 ideas that came directly from residents, refined by them, and voted by them. And they range, they range widely, and we've seen some themes, right? From year 1 to year 2, initiatives related to supporting people with housing expenses has been one of the biggest ones, as well as food access. And you see just the titles, but you can go to our website and you can read a full description. So what happens after they are selected, we work with city departments to basically do an implementation plan. And many of the ideas from last year have already been implemented. That's the advantage of having programs and services instead of only infrastructure, because that takes longer time to build. With this, many of the ideas become grants and go back to the community through organizations applying for funds to do the work. I'll just say one that I'm very excited about. During the first year, there was an initiative to support incarcerated youth and formerly incarcerated youth. So the Office of Returning Citizens transformed their funding into a grant to support groups working with those populations. And that not only benefit the youth who are receiving additional services, but also the Office of Returning Citizens is a new population. They didn't work with youth in the past. It was mostly focused on adults. So the process is also helping city departments expand their reach and supports.
Thank you very much, Renata. Very inspiring. What we'd like to do now is we have a couple questions that I'm going to pose to all of you, and then we'll open it up for the audience to ask questions. So we'd love it if we're here to reimagine land systems, and given that, from where you stand, what does it mean in practice to treat land as a shared community resource rather than a purely private asset? What does it mean in practice to treat land as a shared community resource rather than a purely private asset? Who would like to start? Alexis? Yeah, go ahead.
All right, so I guess it's, so on private land, the landowner should have autonomy about on what happens on their land, right? But if you want to start involving the community, you just create space in which the community can exist. And I think that's how you treat land as a community resource. A lot of people don't have access to land. So if I have 80 acres and I create a space where you can come out and you can you pick your some produce, that's now it could be a income for me, but also a resource for my community. So but building all of this, it takes a level of expertise. You have to know how to be an entrepreneur, quote unquote. So and I think we'll get into that later, but it's a lot of, I'll leave it there. Yeah, so You just create space for people to experience.
Others? Felix?
Yeah. We were also talking before the panel about this other question about our work's relationship to power, which I think is a little bit related to the question. And I was thinking about how that shows up in the work that we do around parks and public green space. And I think there are two things. One is that we're constantly reckoning with history and the historical legacies of inaccess to public space, but also the importance of understanding history as a way of making legible the processes that produce public space and create access to public space. And then I think the second way that our work relates to power is that a lot of the processes and systems that produce public space are not legible to community. And I think we see the work that we do as trying to be resources for communities, because we have the access to the knowledge of how the systems work and the training and et cetera. And at the same time, the kind of urgency that's embedded within those processes is something that we're also always butting up against as we try to just be a resource. And so I think in terms of making, how was the question phrased again?
The question is, what would it mean to treat land as a shared community resource than purely a asset,
yes.
Private asset?
Yeah, so I think one of the big issues, and this comes up with the parks and housing work, is the way that different sectors in the built environment are operating in a siloed manner. And so, one of the sort of action areas that we are thinking about in terms of integrating parks and housing is spaces for communities and practitioners and governments to vision together. One of the biggest solutions is just getting people in the room so that everybody can hold the vision together and to vision together. And those are not, there's not time and space integrated into processes for those things, and especially because communities have been excluded. So I think in terms of, I think that's one big change that we've, or one big action area that I think speaks to the question.
Thank you.
For me, two examples come to mind. Through the participatory budgeting process, during the first year, a project wanted to create or promote new community gardens in areas that have no easy access to affordable food, and that project won and received $500,000. And right now, the office, it's called Grow Boston, is the one managing the grant. They are reviewing now applications. So one of the conditions, because this is public funds, it cannot go towards a private entity or something that is a closed space. So even if it's land that it belongs to an organization or even a private person, receiving the funds means that the land should be accessible to neighbors for up to 10 years. If not, the money has to be given back. So that's an example of, through public resources, land can be available to people in the area. And the other example, people are struggling in the summer with heat and lack of trees and plants. So another initiative that won this year is called Green My Block, and this is using pieces of land from the city. Sometimes you find them in a corner, right? It's something that is not being taken care of, and residents want to use that to plant local plants or trees, and receiving funding from the city to do that and maintain it, and hopefully build stewardship, in the medium term, so the neighbors take care of that space.
Thank you. Another question. What are the key elements of building trust in historically underserved communities?
I'll go with this one. So as a landowner, I'll do two parts. As a landowner with CHIP, I remember going to a HBCU college, and they had like a conference there. And I saw people of a certain descent there, and I was like, oh wow, like this is some great information. And once I sat down and heard the information, I was like, oh, this is so cool, because they're actually talking about the topics that I'm having issues with, and it's within my group. So I'm like, wow, this is really great. So from there, and actually having a testimonial of someone actually going through the services, and they actually help them with the heirs issues in the underserved communities, because sometimes it's not it's who you know, and also how they're going to provide that information to help you, because everybody doesn't have the resources. And so on that side, that's how I began to, have trust with them. But as a community engagement specialist, I pretty much go into communities. It doesn't matter what community they are, just kind of sitting down to hear their concerns, and then seeing a way that we can actually address it together. So that's how I go in to build the trust in the underserved communities.
Any other thoughts about trust?
So I work on I do a lot of my work. We have 80 acres on an island called St. Helena Island. It's in South Carolina. And this is one of the most culturally intact islands on that southeast coast. And the people there, they are not welcoming. And they shouldn't be, to be honest, because you got a lot of people pushing in on them, trying to take the space that they inhabit. Because if you have enough money, you can get a home and fish and get redfish from your backyard. That's a privilege. So they're not welcoming. But one way that and so we got this 80 acres, and this kind of goes back to your last question too. How do we make this a community space? Like this 80 acres that we got, it has a negative historical connotation to it. It's not when I speak to some of the elders on that land, they tell me, when they were kids, they had to go out there and work on that field. They don't want to go back out there and do anything in this space, So we have the responsibility to change the energy on that space. So one way we've done that is, they indigo, if you're familiar with that, we've planted an indigo patch, and we had, some people come out and help us plant, and it was a community thing. And I think another thing is listening to the people who are from the island, and who are from the surrounding space, and seeing what they want to see. So, if someone tells me, oh, this is a medicinal thing, like we have something naturally growing, this is medicinal, I want to make sure that's preserved and they have access to it. If they want to go get some and fill a trash bag up with of this herb, they have the freedom to. If they want to see lavender, we need to figure out how we can get funding to plant this lavender so that they can experience this. And it's really just listening to what they're saying and prioritizing, bringing that into fruition. And so also it's just using, not just asking them to help us in a way come do this for free, but if they have resources, I actually pay one of the farmers on the island. He helps everyone. I asked him to come out and help us till so that we can plant cover crop. And now he's getting paid, and he also offers services for free now too, So it's just building a relationship with the people who are there, and with the people who we are trying to Yeah, engage, exactly. So I think that's a good way to build trust.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it's always about relationships.
Right. Yeah.
Thank you. Maybe one last question before we open it up to the whole room. One of the things that's very exciting is the threads across all of your work, and so I'd like to make those threads more explicit. So I'm wondering if you could share what lessons from your own work are transferable across urban, rural, and regional contexts. What lessons from your work are transferable across urban, rural, and regional contexts?
That's a good question. Just as some background to the research that went into the answer to this question, we're producing a Parks and Affordable Housing Guidebook with Enterprise Community Partners. It's a practitioner-focused guidebook that highlights the connection between these two sectors. Some really great case studies, and there are two case studies that come to mind. They don't represent quite the spectrum of the geographies that you're talking about, but the scales, I think, and I think they are applicable. So we've been looking at ways that there's been successful integration of parks and housing, and one example is the Highland Bridge project in St. Paul, Minnesota. And this was a really large master planned neighborhood that is still in development. And the city led an enormous effort from the start, got all of the stakeholders that were going to be involved in the project as a part of the planning in day one. They led a zoning process, a comprehensive plan, and parks were really the centerpiece of the project, with affordable housing requirements built in from the start. So it's an example of a really big scale project where coordination and vision was really important from the beginning. But then I think on a really smaller scale in Bells Hill and Macon, Georgia, the historic Macon Foundation led an incremental development process over a 20-year period that included investments in parks and public space. And they thought really intentionally about anti-displacement measures, so there were property tax exemptions for the surrounding communities as property values were going to rise. There was a really concerted effort to build incrementally affordable housing as those investments were made, increasing the staying power, making the neighborhood accessible. And I guess I'm bringing up these two examples just to say that this work, I think, can happen at different scales, and I think what's common across them is, again, the concerted effort to build a coalition and to build a movement around a shared goal. Creating an ecosystem of partners. And I think, like, no matter what geography you're working in, I mean, I think the work that Monica and Alexis, you're doing is a great example, having an ecosystem of partners, having partners that can help folks in building relationships with land and maintaining property, maintaining public access is really important.
Yeah, building a social movement is exactly what we need. Any other thoughts about transferable lessons?
I'm kind of, because there are so many lessons that that I encountered by just heirs property in general. So with heirs property in general, like, I didn't know with someone passing away that you had to go through all of the probate issues. And then also some of the people, like with creditors too, because that's another thing as well, because some people, they have creditors that comes out of nowhere and attached to the probate. So then they're not able to afford to close that estate. So that was one lesson. Another lesson from gathering information with my own personal aspect is, like, I didn't know, because we inherited 81 acres. So with that, being in South Carolina, being of who I am, so then that becomes predatorial. So then, like, why do one person need to own all of this? So it becomes an issue that we continue to fight to this day just to hold on to the property. We have had utility companies come onto the property, cut trees, and try to put a pole on, and I had to get a cease and desist letter to say, get off my property. So this is like things that that happens that we don't really talk about, because it's like, who can we talk to about this, and who can we trust? Because sometimes they'll send someone that look like you, knock on the door, and say they're for you until you read the paper. And so that's another issue that we actually see. So those are some of the lessons. I'll give it to someone else. We've got our book, I guess.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much for what you've shared so far. We're going to open it up to see what questions are in the room. Yes? Right down here.
Hi, my name is Nadira Jagan. I'm from Brandeis. I'm a candidate for my master's in public policy. And my question is, building off of Alexandra's initial question, how can we shift the narrative and make it so that community engagement can be an opportunity for wealth building? It could be anyone, but your initial thoughts in the discussion kind of like provoked the question.
And so how can community engagement lead
to wealth creation?
And you said you asked something about narrative as well.
Yes, shifting this narrative.
Shifting narratives.
Yes.
That's a good question. That's a really good question. And I say that because, you know, we do community engagement trying to see what people want. But most of our, like I said, that's a really good question.
Does anybody else?
Yeah, does anybody have any answer to that?
I mean, in my case, it may not relate to individuals' wealth because it's public funds, but just I think what we were saying about the practice of listening and partnerships and creating that trust and delivering. I think in our case, from year 1 to year 2, coming from 9 organizations that put trust on us, you know, we talked to them one-on-one, and then we finished that first year, and people saw the results of the process, and the next year it was a little easier to get almost 20 organizations to join us. So, and even though it's not connected to wealth necessarily, but it's resources that communities want and need, and we all benefit as a city, and the focus is especially for those who will be the most impacted. So it takes a lot of effort. It doesn't just happen in an office of 3 people. So the community engagement, the talking to people, the building the trust leads to positive results when there is a will also on the city side to run a process like what we're running.
I got something. So like with community engagement, like also when I actually initially worked with this particular organization, there was something where I was like, okay, I have this property, what do I need? Like, what can I do? So on the 81 acres, there's 20 acres that we did loblolly pine that we planted. But they also connected the dots with government resources to actually make this project happen. So from a community engagement, they also came to me, expressed like, this is something that you can do. And then as those trees are growing, like right now, they're probably worth about $50,000, but you know, maybe later on, it'll be worth a little bit more. But that's kind of like what the value is right now, because they're calling it super trees.
over here.
Thank you. About this question that you just asked, I want to say, Alexis, you prompted the lived experience story earlier in your presentation. And I think that's one way that you change the narrative, right? Your lived experience and your story is really powerful. And when you do that in community engagement, I think it changes the narrative. And I wanted to give you that feedback because I thought that was really impactful, what you shared there. And the other thing I would say about maybe the first question you posed to the panel is the very fact that you're taking your private property and you're putting pollination plants on it, to me, is such a good example of how you create common public good from private property. So I just want to kind of point those thoughts out. No question, but I thought that was feedback that I wanted you to hear. Thank you for what you did.
I'd like to answer to the question that she posed. My name is Kim Carr. I work with Freddie Mac. I lead the Rural Initiative for Duty to Serve. You mentioned using it, I guess, for wealth building. In mortgage finance, you can use it as an asset to qualify for other things. So I know I'm speaking to a room full of lawyers, so close your ears, but you can definitely leverage that to do other things. Even if you want to do something community-based, you can leverage that as an asset for financing to do something further. So it just depends on how you look at it and who you talk to about it, but that is something you can do. The second thing is, Alexis, I'm from the bottom of Louisiana, and you have stumped me today on a couple of things.
I'm from Louisiana.
I'm from a little town called Plaquemine, Louisiana, on Bayou Pigeon.
Are you really?
By way of University of Texas, but crop, what was it, cover crop?
Cover crop?
Pollinator and then cover crop. We had to look those up. But the other thing I wanted to say about that too is when you're utilizing the land, once we knew what those crops were, you can actually use that in addition to USDA funds. So there's definitely several aspects and things that you can do for wealth building that you can also regenerate back into the community. It's just a model that you have to talk to someone who has a little experience doing. And my final question, I promise I'm going to give the mic away. Do you guys have any resources for young heirs that they want to preserve the land, but they don't want to live there? I moved to DC as quickly as I could, and I have there's land in Louisiana. I'm not going back there. I love it to visit and to eat, but I don't want to go back there. So, but I also don't want to lose the land. So what we find in some of our work is having that resource is essential, which we really don't have a lot of. There's a lot of people who want you to retain the land, and that's great, but I can't maintain the land. I can't maintain that from thousands of miles away, and it does get expensive, and you really don't know what's going on. So is there anything, any resource, even a directory or something that anyone is creating that can help with those types of issues?
Yes, there's a lot of vacant landowners, and one thing that they've been kind of promoting is leasing, and for different reasons. Agroforestry is the thing right now, so trying to they talk about long-term leases. There's different perspectives on that, but I mean, I leased some acreage recently, 10 acres, and my main thing was making sure that the landowner got paid. I want to see as much money in my landowner's pockets as I possibly can. But then it's up to me, it's my responsibility as a steward to create my own form of profit off of that land. So as someone who doesn't have land, you know, that wants, it's a lot of people in this position that don't own property, but they want to. And they want to be on land, and you know, they talk about the USDA and how, you know, the USDA will help you get property, but if you have debt, I call, they won't give you any money. It's hard, but you just got to figure out what works for you. I guess it's all unique cases, but I'm sure there's somebody that wants to be on, if you don't mind, how many acres? Because acreage matters, you know?
It's probably more than 10, but I mean, generally speaking, is there a threshold to where you would be looking at, you know, a certain resource? Is there 1 acre that you have, or 10 acres? Is there a certain threshold or cutoff to where you can get the help, or a certain cutoff to where maybe this doesn't work?
No, I wouldn't say, so, okay, and we have 15 minutes, so I'm gonna try to be quick, but there's a threshold for forestry. So forestry is the most passive way you can make this income. So if you have 30 acres and you can get a logger to come and cut it, and then you can get it replanted, that's a very passive way of managing your property and not having to be there. But if you want to be more active, the opportunities increase, the options increase, but it just takes more work. But you might also be able to get more of a profit off of that property. So, yeah, like I said, it's individual case-by-case scenarios. But 1 acre, you can't do forestry. You know, you can't. But we're trying to figure out, like, there's even things to where you can maybe offer your land to there's people out here that have goats that'll come and bring their goats and clear your property for you. They just need something to eat, you know, so they'll come and let their goats graze and go on about their day. But yeah, so there's different options. It's just finding what works.
Wonderful. Sounds like you can continue talking later on.
Oh, sorry. Yeah,
No, it's great. It's fascinating. Other questions? There's one down here.
Hello, my name is Pa Ju, and I'm also from Brandeis University. I'm an MPP student, and I have a question for participatory budgeting for Renato. And my question is, since various residents have various thoughts and ideas, how are the conflicts between residents, which can occur during creating proposals or choosing which ideas should be included in the voting paper, were managed?
That's a great question. That was one of my concerns when we were creating the process, because we have a lot of groups that are well-intended that have an agenda. They want to promote a certain project or certain investments, and one of the concerns we had is, would these organized groups use our process to get their objective through the funds that we have? And you know, they are in the right to do so, but then if it's just 1 or 2, that didn't seem fair. So we structured the process in a way in which at the beginning everyone can share an idea, and then when we have these forums, I think is the most important piece, because we need to categorize the ideas. People come into a meeting and they vote on their 6 favorite categories out of like 12 options. So we created the process in a way where the majority of people decided what was at top versus the loudest voice. So from the beginning, it's choosing, and then each of those ideas go to a small group table, and then in those tables, which are facilitated, you also have a way of selecting and prioritizing, but also collectively deciding. And at the end of the meeting, you have 12 proposals, and people vote for their favorite 5. So even if you really want this one, if the majority of people chose others, you know, maybe next year your idea makes it through, but we were intentional about creating a space where kind of like the common good and what's best for the community versus just a few voices was selected.
Thank you.
There's another question here, John.
Oh, thank you. So my name is Zainab Malin. I'm also from Brandeis and also from the Cambridge Community Foundation. And I had a question. There's like a general theme of like ownership versus stewardship, and I just wanted to understand, how do you manage people's preconceived notions of like their relationship to the land versus what the ultimate intent is supposed to be?
I'm sorry, can you say the last part of your question again?
So how do we manage, like for me, the general theme I saw was just like, I think it's coming back to Alexander's question around how we, our relationship to land and decommodifying it is how I'm interpreting it. And like, how do you manage people's like seeing it as an asset, which it is, but also like being stewards of the land versus just like owning it for private wealth accumulation. Because those two things I think are in tension.
Stewardship versus ownership?
Yeah.
Okay. So for me, being that I inherited 81 acres, right? So that's ownership. Stewardship is, okay, what is like, how do we continue to keep this family going with access? Because of course you can build houses repeatedly, but what do you need to build those houses? Land. So stewardship is like, you're not making more of land. So with that being stewardship, like having wood on the property, that's like you're writing on a notebook that comes from wood. You are have a computer. Wood is in that computer. So being a good steward is using your property or your land that is going to benefit the masses in a different level, but also sustaining your family as well. Pollinators, just like Alexa was saying, pollinators being able to beautify the property, but also having a ecological, yeah, that word. So having that to be able to bring into the system of wildlife, because you know some things that you eat is in the woods. Like berries could be grown out there that you eat every day. That cup you have in there, the fruit, that is coming off the land. So this is things that, you know, being a good steward, you're seeing like it requires the land to be able to do that.
Thank you.
Can I just add something quickly to that? I think also, I know the question was more so about property ownership and the rural setting, but I also think this tension exists in the urban setting as well. And you know, public agencies and cities own a lot of land, especially in housing production. One of the strategies to lower the cost of housing for affordable housing developers is public land disposition. So cities either leasing or licensing land at, you know, or sometimes even just handing it over for $1 to developers. But this tension also, which is like, that's public land. So when you lease it or license it to, you know, a private owner, we lose out on we sometimes lose out on the opportunity to think more holistically about what to do, and so that's I think that's just a tension that also exists, and yeah.
Thank you. We're coming to a close. I wanted to close with this question. From your own personal areas of work, where are the systems that reinforce power structures, and what are the opportunities to disrupt those power structures to meet your goals? That is a good question.
I don't know if I should answer this question. I think I need to not speak on this one. But I can't say this. I'm going to say it. So, what I know. Okay, so, you know, what I'm realizing is, you know, especially in this position that I'm in, I'm a forester. And we look to what they call technical service providers under the USDA to implement practices. So if I wanted to, so how I mentioned how you can get trees replanted, or say if I needed a forest management plan for my landowner, I have to have a technical service provider to do that work. and that technical service provider is who gets paid. So I say, oh, I want to build generational wealth for my landowners. I want to put money in my landowners' pockets, right? But the money that's coming from the USDA, it has to go to the contractor. So it's not going to the landowner. It's going to the contractor to do the work on the land. So yes, you are putting them in the position to be able to harvest their trees, harvest a better quality tree, a more valuable tree, but you're not technically putting the money in the landowner's pockets. And that's kind of where my problem lies, because yes, I aspire to be a technical service provider, but I want to empower my landowners. So if I can help my landowners do the work on their land themselves, that's what I kind of push for. But that takes initial investment. You need equipment to do these things, and it's the contractors that have the equipment to do this large amount of work that's needed. And so if you have only one contractor in your area, they're getting the majority of this money to run their enterprises. And so that's a power. That's something that deals with power. Like it's power comes from what you have and what you own I don't know, but
and there's something about I think I'm hearing something about self-determination.
Exactly.
One of the ways we disrupt the power structures is through self-determination.
Exactly.
And that I think may be an underlying thread throughout all of your, any other last thoughts on disrupting power structures?
I would say in the case of participatory budgeting, I think the movement that collected the signatures to put it on the ballot, I think that was an effort to disrupt that power structure, because in other municipalities there's been participatory budgeting as a one-time exercise, for instance. Like, it's not common for a city or town to do it on a yearly basis as part of their yearly practice for the budgeting process. So I think that's the power of the collective, to play within the system to achieve something that would otherwise wouldn't have happened. And then being involved in the back and forth negotiation of what the ordinance, what the office should look like. I think in my role, when I came in as the director to establish the process, it was a lot of pressure, because there was a vision of the city of how participatory budgeting should be, a vision of the advocates on how it should be, and the role in my case was to bring those two visions into something that everybody feel, okay, maybe it's not 100%, but we're there supporting the process. And it's great that we have that now happening, right? People see themselves, the city, it's something the city is proud of, but it's also advocates feel like they can be a part of too.
Thank you. Monica, do you want to have the last word?
Oh, well, not. Well, I guess so, Will. But when you said that, I had a thought about policy, being that there was a lot of policy that was put in place that kind of hindered the production of, like, inheriting my property and stuff. So when having those discussions, like at the nonprofit with Chip, with Dr. Stevens, we had a 101, and I was expressing to her of all the challenges that I was facing with that. Even with USDA not being able to get the funds until I had someone actually fighting on my behalf to integrate into those programs. Also with, I'm not trying to call people out, but like at the state level, there were things that happened with that as well. So once it's like when you vote someone in, you have to really know who you're voting in to see if they're going to really help you when you have an issue, or are they going to try to plot to take away from you. So that was one of the things that I encounter too. So it's been like a journey of just sustaining with power, because sometimes you have to be in the room to be able to get it, to have a seat. Because I never understood, like, why am I getting invited to the State House? And I was like, it's not why, it's like you need to have a seat at the table to make change. And I'll end it at that.
Gorgeous last words. Thank you. Can we have a round of applause?
Okay, good afternoon again. Hey guys. Hello. It's just kind of awesome just watching you guys right now, because this is what I said last night, maybe I said this morning or not, that just one of the real joys of the conference is just watching conference attendees just huddle up in small groups, have really animated discussion. Some folks who knew each other beforehand, some who were just meeting. I literally just overheard a few groups who were just getting to know each other's work now and are already talking about how they follow our meetings. There's a request to make sure that we disseminate some list because people want to connect post-conference. So I just think that that's really one of the things that is one of our highest goals here. And you guys are making it happen. So, okay, so we're going to move on to our keynote speaker, and we're having a fireside chat. Just incredibly privileged and honored and happy to have Chrystal Kornegay here. Just given the amazing work that she's done in housing and community development, has been a pioneer in terms of advancing programs in connection with mixed housing, climate resilience, homeownership. She's now at MassHousing. She's the CEO, but before that she had long service in both government and nonprofit. She had formerly served as the Undersecretary of the Commonwealth's Department of Housing and Community Development. Before that, she served as the President and CEO of the Community Development Corporation Urban Edge. And she's just done amazing things since she's been at MassHousing. During her tenure at MassHousing, MassHousing has secured more than $500 million in government funds to expand housing production and preservation. So the obvious question for some of us in the room is, Chrystal, can you share some of that with some of us? I mean, it's like really amazing. MassHousing is, in terms of its history in the last 5 decades, under Chrystal's tenure, she has secured 1/4 of all the funding they've gotten in the last 5 decades, which is truly impressive. Or at least can you consult with us about some development. So we're just incredibly pleased to have her. I've gotten to know her just a little bit through Justin Steele, who was here yesterday. Right, like the brunch we had, and just an incredibly warm, fun-loving person, in addition to just being a true expert specialist and kind of and a trailblazer and leader. Okay, so the just a couple things I want to kind of just set the tone a little bit. I wanted to raise one aspect of Boston history that the Boston Globe just featured. It's a pretty remarkable story, right? So, and there's a woman whose name is Zipporah Porter Atkins. So in 1670, we had a 25-year-old black woman who purchased a home near the Rose Kennedy Greenway. So we're talking more than 350 years ago. And are we, I know we're going to have a slide, I think, about that. So it turns out that Zipra's father was enslaved. The person who enslaved him left him 40 shillings under a condition that when he died, and there was still some of that money, he had to pass it on to Zipra, and she was able to use those funds to purchase a home. Right? So first of all, we just want to honor that history at this conference. But then, we do want to kind of ask ourselves, that was more than 350 years ago. And unfortunately, when we look at kind of racial gaps nationally and in Boston in terms of home ownership, they're gaping still. Sad fact. I know we've heard a lot of upliftment, so just bring you down for a second. Before we bring you back up, a lot of people hoped that the landmark Federal Fair Housing Act in 1968 would do a lot of work in terms of reducing certain gaps, including the black-white gap in homeownership. Sad fact, the black-white gap in homeownership in 1960, when we were still in the throes of Jim Crow, was narrower than the black-white homeownership gap in 2026. Let that settle in for a second, right? So, we can be depressed for a moment, but what it suggests is we need to roll up our sleeves and do the work. And it's a privilege to talk to Chrystal, given the work you've done kind of in this space, right? So, what models does MassHousing or organizations outside of MassHousing, whether in the nonprofit or governmental sector or even private sector, are promising in terms of developing programs to increase home ownership in communities of color?
Well, thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. Somehow this feels like a Saturday. You know what I mean? It's like kind of chill, you know what I mean? So I love that vibe. I love a Saturday vibe. And to be here amongst old friends and new ones in the fight. I would first say that the story about Zipper, I was like floored by, right? Because you don't hear about that kind of stuff, right? They don't let you know that, it's deep in your DNA, right? And just the idea of passing on intergenerational wealth, right? Like, I love that part of the story too, not just the home ownership part. So that's cool. There's a lot of reasons why we have a racial home ownership gap, and they're all intentional, right? So the great thing that we know is that this country knows how to make homeowners. And they also know how to keep certain people from taking advantage of the systems that they've developed. And so given that, we're assured that if it was a thing that the country wanted, it could do. Because, it created us, and so it can do things to advance that. A lot of the reason that the racial homeownership gap exists is as much about the opportunity for economics, right? What kind of jobs you get, what kind of access to capital you get, all of that kind of stuff, as it is about your ability as a person of color to access the established kind of housing finance systems. So there's one thing, it's like you don't have enough money because as a person of color, you're not enabled to take advantage of certain things. And then even if you do, statistics will say that regardless of your income, as a person of color, you are more likely to be denied a mortgage it doesn't really have as much to do with your income as we would like to think. So the first thing that, the easiest low-hanging fruit thing that we do is when you think about Zipporah, right? Her dad had some money, and Zipporah passed it on. Dad passed it on. Well, my dad didn't have any money. I don't know about you, if your dad had any money, and so we have to create a system in which, what do they call it, the bank of mom and dad? Like, it doesn't necessarily exist for people of color. And so that's sort of how we got down payment assistance. And so that is like a big thing that people will talk about. That is a way, sometimes people say there are programs like in Washington, the state of Washington, that they have what they call the Covenant Project, in which the state did extensive research about how many households of color were discriminated against, and the state legislature created a program in which, as a person of color, you could get access to down payment assistance. People refer to that as a reparations project. I totally don't like the term reparations. I don't clearly know how $100,000 is going to repair my relationship with this country around things, but it's a down payment. And so we have a robust down payment assistance program. We kind of scale it the lower income you are, the more access you can get to it in terms of the amount, but also in terms of how much you have to pay. If you're a higher income, it's a 2% mortgage. Lower income, it's a 0% non-deferring mortgage, and it works. I got my first mortgage through MassHousing. I had a 0% kind of down payment assistance mortgage that was due upon sale or refinance, and we've been able to kind of scale that across the Commonwealth. When we started down payment assistance programs, not a lot of people weren't using them, but today, in 2025, 94% of the folks who got a first mortgage from us also got down payment assistance, as opposed to 5 years ago where that was 54%. And so the higher prices go, the more people need to have access to that. There's also the idea of low-cost mortgages and that kind of thing. We're able to do that through the way we access capital in capital markets, and so there are things like that in terms of on the buyer side. But really, you can have mortgages, low-cost mortgages, and down payment assistance, and homebuyer education, and different kinds of things. But if there's no house to buy, there's no house to buy. And so you also need supply side programs as well. MassHousing has a homeownership, an affordable homeownership supply side program we call Commonwealth Builder. Really is just a straight subsidy to developers to basically write down the cost of building a unit so that you can sell it at affordable levels. And so those are some of the kinds of programs that we have available that people are looking at.
So just on the housing finance, the down payment side, you indicated that there had been this upsurge in the number of percentage of people who are getting mortgages, MassHousing, with down payment system, like 54% to 94% or something like that. So, two questions. One is any of that the product of doing community programs to get the word out about the availability? So when we're talking about, on the side where we have existing programs, but perhaps we have low knowledge of the existence of those programs, what kind of exciting things have you seen in that field in terms of increasing awareness?
Sure. One of the things I will say is that homeownership is like a very personal thing, right? And particularly with people of color, who may not necessarily have access to traditional banking systems. And it's a big purchase. Like, you may not even know anybody who's bought a home before, and so you don't know who you're supposed to talk to and where to go. So there's lots of community-based home buyer education programs, but really things that we have tried to do is educate realtors. And what does it mean to be a first-time home buyer, and what kind of programs are out there to help people become first-time home buyers and help take them through the process of how beneficial it can be for them as well. We also have long have done our work with mortgage companies as opposed to only traditional banks, right? And so that can specialize, and we get a lot of actual business through that kind of channel, helping people understand how to access that and to be able to give people real individualized kind of service, in the sense of, you go to a traditional bank, you may not, something appears on your credit score, if it requires any explanation, and you're a person of color, one could argue that that's likely to end up in a pile, so they don't have to deal with that. In mortgage banks, it's a little different. They pay a little more attention to that, and because we also have what we call relationship managers who go around and meet with all of our lenders to make sure that they understand what's going on. They can help answer questions. What do you do when a particular anomaly comes up in your background? And so we do a lot of things to not just make people homeowners, but to keep homeowners.
Awesome. I like you're thinking about at different points of intervention and dealing with a realtor, right? As a person who's a potential source of information, our initiative just got a grant from the National Association of Realtors to work with them on a program to educate their brokers about the importance of estate planning. And at least it might not be the time that somebody's going to do an estate plan while they're trying to go through closing, but just planting the idea so that sometime after post-purchase, at least that idea is in their mind, right? So that's, I think that's really important work. I mentioned earlier that for heirs property owners, one of the problems has been that because heirs property owners tend to lack clear title, they've had virtually no opportunity to use their property to get financing as collateral. There's some really nascent attempts by a couple of organizations. Christopher Smith at Jacksonville Lisk is kind of working in Florida on something. The Center for New York City Neighborhoods is working on potential financing model for heirs property owners, despite the fact they have a lack of clear title. But this is just very much in the beginning stage, which is exciting. Are there other new models that you know of that various stakeholders, let me shout out, we have a couple folks in the room from Freddie Mac, want to raise your hands, and I know Freddie was looking at some of this. So can you think of some interesting new models that are being considered that might be beneficial?
I will say on a smaller scale, one of the things when we did our homeownership program, what happens is you get a long-term deed restriction around that, which tells you who you can sell to, how much you can sell it for over a period of time. And because we thought about our program primarily about a wealth building opportunity as opposed to affordable homeownership is often thought about as a neighborhood stabilization kind of opportunity. We looked very hard at what were the provisions and the affordable deed restriction that really hindered the ability to do wealth building, particularly in the city of Boston, where we were seeing double-digit increases year over year in the value of the house, right? And so, and when you restrict that, you're basically, denying particularly people of color the opportunity to take advantage of that value. And so one of the things that the deed said, the deed rider, the deed restriction said in the city of Boston was that if you were going to leave your house to an heir, the heir had to be income eligible. And we took a hard stance, was like, well, then you can't use our money, because that's not really what we're in business for. And because philosophically, it was just wrong to us to say that, you buy this house, you do the things that's right, you use the equity to help send your kid to college and blah, blah, blah. The young person, the kid, the heir, whatever, isn't income eligible and they can't get access to the house that you've invested in all this time. We thought that that was wrong. So we worked with the city of Boston to actually take that out of their deed restriction so that we can make sure that, that initial investment goes to you. So that's just a small thing that we've been trying to do, not kind of wholesale the problem, but it's just like those little things that people don't pay attention to also matter.
Awesome. So the next topic that I want to talk to you about is the issue of racially restrictive covenants. So I'm going to turn into Professor Mitchell for a sec. Right? And you're my first year property class. So first of all, how many people know about racially restrictive covenants? Can you raise your hand? Okay, let me limit it to the students in the room. So if you're a student, you can be a law student or a graduate student in another field. Can you raise your hand? You're just like my students, you don't want to acknowledge. It's going to be subject to the cold call. I won't cold call you. Don't worry. But let me just ask for the students out there, where were racially restrictive covenants prevalent geographically in this country? Are you a student? Okay. So, students. It's an opportunity to shine.
Yes.
Can I go? Yes.
Like in the north, like northern parts of the country, where people were migrating to after Jim Crow South, and there was an issue of integration and things like that.
Yeah, that's great. They were certainly in the north. When I typically have taught property, most of the students, when we get to that section, they're like, oh, I know where those were. Mississippi, Alabama, Texas, right? And what's been good is that there's been an effort to map racially restrictive covenants by a variety. And the University of Minnesota has been doing that, out in Seattle. I think Richmond, Virginia was doing that. So what's become, and we have a new entrant to that, it's in Boston. We'll talk about that just in a second. And what these mapping studies have revealed is it was widespread. It was in red states and blue states, and including some pretty well-known blue states that consider themselves super progressive, right? And so, I always say I have a personal connection with racially restrictive covenants. I'm from San Francisco. My parents went through my childhood, tried to buy a home, and ultimately it was a house that had a racially restrictive covenant, and the property owner association came to my parents after they bought the home and offered them something like $25,000 above the sales price if we would move in, right? So they could maintain the all-white community. Does anybody know what year were racially restrictive covenants deemed unconstitutional?
1917.
Who said that? Awesome. Okay, so usually, this is like Professor Mitchell again, this is like, there's usually cited the Shelley versus Kramer case from the, 1948 or something, that And what Shelley said is you could not use the courts because that was state action to enforce. So a lot of people think, oh, they ended in the 1940s. No, what Shelley said is you just couldn't use courts, but they could still be privately enforced. So it wasn't until 1972 in a case Jones versus Alfred E. Meyer that said you couldn't. So that's when my parents tried to buy this house in the mid-70s. It was after they were ruled unconstitutional, but then the homeowners association tried to induce us not to move there. So we now know that they're existing outside the South. I think you have a project with MassHousing where you might be partnering with Justin Steele and MIT on something. Do you want to talk about that project?
Sure. I'll give you a little background. So when I came to MassHousing in 2018, the state had not done an affordable homeownership round in like 10 years. And that was because, after the Great Recession, they weren't even able to kind of sell affordable homeownership. So they stopped doing the round, funding rounds to make those projects happen. And the advocates were like, we got to start doing this again. And so we started to have conversations. We created this group, the Racial Equity Advisory Council, that was practitioners and professors and government officials to really think about, well, if we were going to get money, because of course we didn't have any then. I'm a big fan of, don't wait for the money. Have your plan ready so when the money shows up. Which is why I ended up with $500 million. Because everybody was looking for something to do, and I always had something for them to do. What would we do when money showed up? What were the different kinds of things that we could do? And we came up with a bunch of strategies, not all monetary. Some was just better marketing and how can we have a comprehensive website so people knew what kind of state programs there were. But one of them was to think about, kind of supply side stuff, demand side stuff, what other kinds of things we could do. And ultimately, we wanted to think about, so that began our journey, MassHousing's kind of, that journey into narrowing the racial homeownership gap and what would that look like in Massachusetts and on and on. And so every now and then we still get together, and one thing we decided, we had heard about these projects, and so we decided that we were going to see if we could do our own kind of program in terms of figuring out what is the basis, trying to create a basis for what was for a program that could target folks who had been discriminated against historically. It was very interesting because we were in a board meeting and we were talking about that we were going to look into this, and one of our board members were like, oh, they don't do that here anymore. And we have a board member, we had a board member at the time who was an attorney, a land use attorney, and she was like, oh yes they do. They totally exist. And so we decided that we were going to, we had talked to folks in Minnesota, the Mapping Prejudice Project, and because we knew the folks in Washington State who had done all this research in the legislature, we started to do that. We partnered with MIT, and Justin Steele is our lead researcher, and we picked 3 counties and went through over 20,000 deeds. I want to say it was 400,000 pages.
Just before you get to the punchline, before this project, often in the literature about racially restrictive covenants, they said that they first The first ones were developed in the late 1800s. Sometimes there's one in Los Angeles in 1902 that is cited as the first recorded
You
one.
already know the answer to this question.
I'm just saying.
Okay.
That was like generally what some of the knowledge. Right.
Yeah. So, part of what Professor Mitchell is alluding to is they went through these three counties, and the earliest racially restricted covenant they found was in 1828. And so we really think they're really doing a lot of research to figure out, like, is this the birthplace of racially restrictive covenants, which, you know, to the professor's point, is also kind of, you know, big abolitionist movement, right? And so, which is traditional with our country, in which our ideals don't always match our practices. And so that became kind of challenging. And we found racially restrictive covenants that were not just about black people. It was Greeks and Jews. And, you know, and some of them were really violent, in which it was like, you know, if a person of color or whatever Irish was on this land, not only can you not sell it to them, but you have to forcibly remove them from the land. It was like really, really kind of violent, and they still exist today. Now, they're illegal, but they still exist. And so what we're hoping to do is to go through all of the counties. We're in partnership with the Secretary of State, which oversees all of the Registry of Deeds, oversees 2/3 of them, and hoping to work with the Secretary of State to go through those deeds so that we can develop kind of a case statement with the premise that because they were registered deeds, that the government, the state, was part of the discrimination, the harm, and therefore the state can have do some recourse if it decides to do so. But the first thing is to actually build the kind of cause. In the meantime, we do what everybody else does, is we use proxies, right? And so the proxy we use the most is place, because of historic racial programs, racial profiling programs. People of color usually live in a particular place. And so we use place as a proxy. In Massachusetts, I want to say it's like 3/4 of people of color live in communities we call gateway cities, and the city of Boston. And so a lot of the programs we have are targeted toward gateway cities and the city of Boston in order to kind of make sure that we're most likely to get to the people and the communities that we want to be part of. In fact, we know that over 50% of folks of color who buy their first home do so in gateway cities or Boston. And so, you know, there are folks who will say, well, you really should be doing programs and targeting programs in communities of opportunity, like Newton. And you know, I'm just a big person that's like, but people don't live in Newton, and like people of color live here, so why don't we, you know, go where the people are and figure out how to make that work for them.
One note about those covenants, part of the reason it was, sometimes you see in the literature, the Los Angeles covenant, is that you can, you know, it's a printed deed that you can research. The deeds that MIT under Justin's leadership were handwritten, and they're using AI, and including those ones from like the earlier part of the 1800s. But, you know, they were in deep, deep red parts of the state of Massachusetts. You know, this place called Brookline, you know. That was a joke. You guys would have to.
You had to be here.
The one that you referred to, he showed one from Natick.
Oh, yeah?
Where the owner was this described himself as a radical abolitionist, and it was his deed that said not only are you not permitted to sell to Native Americans and Black Americans, but if you discover them on your property, it basically said by any means necessary, eradicate them. So I don't know how you, like, during the day, you're a radical abolitionist, but in this other part of your brain, you're completely cool with eradicating people of color. So when it is very instructive, these various mapping projects. And there's been some developments on the policy front. There's been some local municipalities, Madison, Wisconsin, where my wife and I owned a home that had racially restricted covenant.
Is this like part of your history then?
Yeah.
You only buy houses?
I only buy houses, right. So our Madison deed said the only way we were permitted to be in our home is if we were domestic servants.
Oh, okay. Does that mean you had to do the dishes every night?
It's more like the impact on seeing that in my deed and how I respond. I went through very, like, the 7 stages.
Yeah.
I went through an anger stage where I made it absolutely clear that I was the boss. I mean, I just had to get the anger out, so most of the contractors in the house was Madison were white, and I was out there like, no, you got to do this. It was very performative. And I got it out of my system. But so Madison has a program where you could do basically a deed amendment where you specifically reference that language is unenforceable, that you personally are against it, right? So, I mean, it's a modest thing, but it gives people an opportunity to disclaim that language if there's a prospective homeowner. Like, I know when I saw that in mine, I was pissed. But if I had seen something that, that there had been an amendment. Right. So we're seeing there's a Uniform Act that the Uniform Law Commission has developed in 7 or 8 states so far have enacted it that basically does the same thing. But it seems like the most robust use of that kind of mapping has been in the state of Washington.
Yeah.
So in terms of concrete ideas about how you could use this really incredible research to change policies, is MassHousing talking about?
Well, right now, the legislature already has a bill that is floating around in which you could do something similar to what you're describing happens in Wisconsin. If you discover that your deed has these racially restrictive covenants in it, you can go and request from the Registry of Deeds that they do something about it. And so there's already a policy around that. I'm just more interested in using it. The other thing about the Washington thing that we're all watching, right, is because everybody's like, okay, we're all just sitting around waiting for them to get sued, right? Because even they are, right? They knew it was coming. And so they had that first challenge against their language, and the court struck down that challenge because their language and the basis of their language is so strong that that they couldn't really get at it. And so, of course, they'll keep coming. But for us, we're looking to do things like that, right? In which we can, and for me, honestly, there's a great kind of social justice thing about it, but really it's just an economic thing, right? It's just like how much trapped equity are we losing? Our economy is losing because of this cognitive dissonance that we live in, right? In which, we say people of color should have we say to ourselves, we have individual rights, all people are created equal except those people. And so, but that creates kind of economic things for our global economy, and the better people of color do, I think the better the country does. Not just because of kind of racial things and how it gets at our history, but because there's just more money in the system, right? And in a capitalist system, more money is a good thing for most people.
Great. So the issues we've talked about up to this point implicate home ownership, right? But yesterday we had panels and really robust, great discussion about some of the issues renters face, right? So like this traditional model we've had in this country that, you know, implies that you start off living with your parents who are homeowners and you know, for a short time you become a renter, and then you get your first time home, your starter home, and then you sell that and leverage it into a more, you know, elegant home. That model seems to be significantly broken in this country, right? And there's led to incredible frustration as people have been stymied in pursuing their home ownership journey. And so, in terms of renters, is MassHousing doing any work that implicates, for example, long-term renters, or some of the things that we talked about yesterday were alternative tenures where homeownership just might not be possible?
Yeah, I'm from New York, and so the idea of owning a home just like didn't occur to me until I moved here, because everybody rented. You know, my grandparents owned a house, but that was kind of it. We actually run a bunch of programs that support folks who are renters, live in rent communities, that kind of thing. Our borrowers who own rental properties do that. I think though that, and you guys may have talked about this, we've got to really think about what assets are, right? And so part of the challenge we have as Americans is the government, like it can only do one thing, right? It's like it can't hold different kinds of ideas in its head at the same time. And because the country was built around individual land rights and ownership, there's a whole economic system around that, right? And so, I mean, we subsidize homeowners through the mortgage deduction, right? It's like we encourage everybody to be a homeowner. And then there are folks in which they don't own homes. And so what do we think of as assets other than that? And how do we help people build assets other than that? One of the things that I have found incredibly frustrating, one of the things that I found incredibly frustrating when we talk about affordable home ownership, there's always this idea that people should move, like, you know, they shouldn't be there forever. And I'm just like, but why not? Where are they gonna move to? Like, what's wrong with that? It's like, you know, my favorite story is the lunch lady, who, when I worked at Urban Edge, there was this woman, she's a lunch lady, she lives in affordable housing, she's got 3 kids, she raised her kids, they go to college, they own homes, and now we have to tell the lunch lady that the house she lives in is too big, and like she's got too many bedrooms, and blah, blah. After, you know, 30 years of living there, why do we not see this as a good thing? As her investment in our future was making sure that her kids had a place to be, and now this is her home and her community, and we've got to figure out how to help her or people like her have assets and be able to keep their homes without them being subject to certain things, because we need the lunch lady. Like, I'm not going to the middle school and help them children eat lunch. I'm not doing it. But somebody's got to do it, right? And so we don't have a society that necessarily honors all kinds of work. And we've got to be able to think about that, because we need all kinds of workers. I do want to say the other thing that gets on my nerve is when the business community talks about affordable housing and subsidies and blah, blah, blah. And, you know, and I gently, if you could believe gentle, me, Tony, and I gently explain to them that subsidized housing is really helping them, because they don't pay their people living wages. and they don't want to pay taxes, and somebody got to live somewhere, right? And so don't get mad about it. You can either pay them more or pay more taxes or shut up. Those are your options.
I thought you were going down the road of pointing out to them that with all the subsidies they get, you thought they liked subsidies. But
oh no, they deserve them now.
So the last thing is I really do want to allow our attendees to engage with you. You know, there has been, our initiative's done this, some of my work and growing work over the course of, you know, really the last 5 to 10 years. There's been this growing awareness about so-called heirs property. You heard some of that this morning, tangled title. You know, and 10 years ago, if I was in a room, there might be 10% of the folks in the room if I mentioned those terms. There seems to have been an uptick in the awareness of these issues. We've talked about some manifestations of the issues, but one with, you know, is the lack of clear title, which then renders people ineligible for a commercial loan, governmental programs at the local, county, state, and federal level, and some of the programs are specifically designed to help the type of people who own those homes, right? But then they're boxed out. Is MassHousing familiar with heirs property, tangled title, or?
Only to the extent that when an issue like that comes up with a prospective home buyer, we have places that we can refer people to. But for the most part, because we basically buy single-family mortgages and sell them on the secondary market. And so we really can't get involved because the secondary market won't, like, we have no place to, like, send them off to keep our liquidity running. And so we have not been experiencing that much at all, so.
Okay, great. All right, so I think at this point, I think we have Abby, what's it, till like 1:05, am I right?
I'm sorry?
I think we have till 1:05 with Chrystal. So
1:25.
1:25. Okay, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Todd Kaplan, Greater Boston Legal Services. So I work with a lot of homeowners as opposed to tenants because I'm the consumer unit, so somehow I got permission to do that. But the people that I see who are in trouble are house rich and cash poor, and that they're trying to hold on to their affordable housing, which is that's the home that their parents bought, they're living in, or their elders, and they are holding on to it with their by the fingernails. Yeah. And so one of the things that, you know, not everybody, I should give credit where credit's due. The problem here is that a lot of them just can't keep up with repairs, they can't keep up with taxes, so many things. Boston, I should give credit, is actually does a lot with, you know, just throwing little loans on the back end so that people can do those repairs. But Boston's kind of an outlier in terms of they have the money, they have the people to do that. So I guess in terms of preserving affordable housing for, these are a lot of people or persons of color, let's just be clear about what the issue is. They don't have access to that family wealth or the friend or the neighbor or whatever that can loan them money. So is this something that MassHousing could think about in terms of just kind of like soft seconds, where it's just a loan that oftentimes there's huge amounts of equity. They can't get loans. They can't access capital. They can't. The whole market shuts them out. So I was just thinking about, like, you all could bond, you could, or just be the guarantor on loans or whatever. I'm just trying to think creatively about preserving affordable housing and whether MassHousing has a role.
I would say that's a great question. It is the next frontier for us as we think about narrowing the racial homeownership gap, because it's not just about new homes, it's preserving what we have and creating different strategies to actually kind of do that. To do that kind of thing at scale, we have to work with the legislature, but really trying to figure out ways that we can pilot things is kind of what we're thinking about in terms of our next level stuff. I will say one thing that MassHousing has done recently, has been a part of, is the state created the first state climate bank, and it is meant to be focused on the preservation and production of affordable housing. And so one of the Climate Bank's first programs is a program that is about helping existing homeowners with a very low cost mortgage do upgrades to their property, as well as providing concierge services to help homeowners think about what kinds of programs they can access in order to do the things that they can do. And so really, really that's starting to take off, and really trying to use that as a model for what we might do around this preservation strategy. These are not loans, but these aren't loans. These have to be balance sheet loans, right? And so these are not loans that we can bond for. These are not loans that we can sell on the secondary market. Like, these are, you know, high risk kind of loans. And so it's the kind of thing, in my opinion, that if the government doesn't get with us as part of figuring out how to do this, this is not a thing in which we can do on our own.
Chrystal, I want to say thank you very much. It's a pleasure seeing you. My name is Melvin Avio Jr., and you've dealt with me through Urban Edge as well as other associations through my, and I appreciate Angela Newby, appreciate Tony Richard, and all the rest of them. I know I mentioned your dear heart. But I asked this question because I've watched what MassHousing has done, and I've done a lot of stuff with Tom Callahan at MAHA and everything else, as well as Professor Mitchell and other things. I realized that the CDCs have a job, and they have a community activist who's supposed to go out and speak about these programs that is offered out in their communities. A lot of times those things are not done, or it's only limited to the projects that they actually own, the building that they're actually building and working with. And I actually are part of ULI, and the reason why I'm bringing this up is because with ULI, I teach urban land planning, and I'm here with Neil, who I've done classes here at BC, but I've also done local schools like New Bedford, Bedford, Mass, and other places. City of Boston does not do the ULI program, which teaches kids urban land planning. I'm only bringing this up because I would love for a fact to figure out how to take the MassHousing model, also bring it down into the school system, because I realize that these young men and women come home, they don't even know about home ownership. And if we can somehow get this information to them, they can talk to their parents. Then in turn it can go on further, because I realize that you do have a website on Instagram, you have a website on Facebook, but TikTok is also where a lot of people are, and I'd love for you to go ahead and start doing a lot of stuff through TikTok to also get to these young men and women. So has it been a thought to kind of bring this down to the granular level? Because what we're talking about today, a lot of these kids don't even know about home ownership. A lot of them don't know about estate planning. But if we kind of drop the seeds early, we'll then grow the grass later on. And then we can reap the harvest. So have you thought about that?
Have I thought about reaping the harvest?
Well, yeah, I know you thought about the harvest, but how...
Or have I thought about TikTok?
Have you thought about how to plant the seeds lower so that we can grow this and also get the CDCs to push? Because we know the CDCs are run by a neighbor works, which is a congressionally run program. They have metrics they have to make. And I wanted to say one other quick thing. This man brought up the fact of the CDCs actually have money to do rehab in their communities. No one knows that. Oh, yes, they do. They have a small, minor budget. They can actually lend out money. What happens, they allocate and roll that money into the development piece. So that's what they say they use that money for, the development of their projects to beautify their projects. I know this for a fact.
I ran a CDC. I'm not going to argue with you about that, but right, like Matt was like, what money are you talking about, right, Matt? What you talking about? Anyway, we, advertising, marketing, that kind of thing is a big deal for us because where people get information is so varied now. We want to make sure that people know that we're a choice for them. One of the ways that we get young people interested not just in mortgages and homeownership, but in the field itself, is we run an organized internship program. This is not at all what you're talking about, but it is kind of how you get the word out, so to speak. And so every year we have college students. They come, we internally have folks from different departments. If they're looking for an intern for the summer, they have to submit what they're going to have the intern do. It has to be evaluated. You have to go through training on how to be a good supervisor. As a young person, you have to apply for the positions that exist and really try to get people to understand what mortgage finance is. It's like this is a career. You can do this. Like, it's a real thing. What asset management is and what that means for these kind of properties, for affordable properties. And I would say every year about 20% of our interns described that they were raised in affordable housing. They didn't know all these things could happen. They were kind of really interested in doing it. We've been doing it now for 3 or 4 years, and more you find out about the program through the social media and through word of mouth. And so we have not thought a lot about what that means to go into the schools in terms of getting people to understand that, but that's the path that we've taken in terms of trying to get information out to young people.
Thank you.
I need an easy question, Matthew.
Chrystal, we both grew up in New York.
We did.
And
not at the same time, though.
Not at the same time. And it's true that most people rent in New York. But the other thing that many people do in New York is that they live in co-op housing. All right, huge amounts of cooperative housing in New York. Massachusetts is not anywhere near there, but there is much more cooperative housing in Massachusetts than people realize. We think Mass Association of Housing Cooperatives, of which I am the president, believes there are at least 150 housing cooperatives in the state, probably housing 40 to 50,000 households. Small, okay. One of the really interesting things about co-ops is that they are a beautiful hybrid of ownership and renting. They basically offer the very best of both kinds of tenure. And I think the state has been very absent from supporting, financing, funding co-op housing. And I kind of include MassHousing in that. A couple of years ago, when you were revising the rates for the Commonwealth Builders Program, which is a home ownership production program geared mostly to the gateway cities and to the city of Boston, I attended a briefing, and I asked, will co-op housing be eligible for under Commonwealth Builders? There was, I would say, 30 seconds of absolute silence.
That's because I wasn't there, because I would have said no real quick.
And the answer that finally came back was, it depends. And what I understood that to be is, it depends about whether it is shared equity, limited equity. Is that not correct?
We've never financed any co-op housing, yeah.
Right. Anyway, so I'm saying that in terms of providing a form of housing that is affordable, even without subsidy, and provides opportunities to build wealth, co-op housing is really being overlooked very seriously. So I'm glad I had a chance to do my speech.
Thank you.
Let me take the opportunity. I mentioned some of our funders for the work we do with the initiative, or whether it's the policy work, research, or community engagement. But let me also thank the organizations that sponsored this conference, right? And one of the organizations is the Massachusetts Association of Housing Cooperatives. The other is the American Farmland Trust. Thank you. And then NeighborWorks America. So specifically, those were the organizations that sponsored this conference. I mentioned in terms of our day in and day out work, some of our big sponsors, but also I think I mentioned the National Association of Realtors and Boston College, I should say, as well. All right, is there additional?
I do want to just for the people in the room, for the 6 of you in the room who will know about Commonwealth Builder. Commonwealth Builder, another big home ownership production program is Community Land Trust, right? Commonwealth Builder doesn't actually finance those either, because the point of Commonwealth Builder was really around wealth building in a particular kind of way. And the objection to the Community Land Trust is the general 99-year kind of land hold, right? And so it was so we've had kind of butting heads with land trusts around Commonwealth Builder as well, previous iterations. We recently got through the most recent housing bond bill. The program is different and will allow for that. But the thing about land trusts and co-ops and that kind of thing is that, like I was saying before, the government can't do more than one thing at a time. And I've been very resistant to the idea of when people talk about home ownership opportunities, particularly for people of color. If we create a program for co-ops or a land trust or whatever, then the government says, well, we did our thing for people of color, right? Well, you can have that face, but I'm just telling you what happens. Well, we already have that. And I've been very much about people of color are not monolithic. They don't need one program. People got to have lots of variety. And so Commonwealth Builder was the program that we had, and so wanted to really protect that. And so, land trusts, Tony will tell you, I'm a fan, can do all the things that I can do, but I just don't want that to be the thing where people start saying, that's the thing for people of color, because all people of color, are shut out of the system, period. And so want to make sure that we continue to make sure the system is accessible as possible to as many people of color as possible.
So with that point, we kind of started off with Zipporah Atkins, and I had some very specific questions for you. But just, as opposed to just like responding to a question from me or the audience, just in terms of where we are at, in terms of housing in this country, no matter what tenure form, no matter whether we're dealing with it in the Commonwealth or other parts of this country, what kind of opportunities or concerns, keep you up at night or don't keep you up at night that you're thinking about, as we kind of going forward the next, period of time in this country?
Chris will tell you, I think a lot about foundational housing finance system, because at the end of the day, it became really stark clear to me during COVID, right? It's like those people who own their homes, right? You never left your house. I never left my house, right? I was under strict lockdown. I never left my house. And I looked up one day and my house was worth 30% more. I didn't go anywhere. I didn't do anything. You know what I'm saying? I went to the grocery store regularly and my house was worth 30% more. And we were debating programs on the government level around kind of rent subsidies. And oh my God, those landlords are terrible. They're trying to evict people. Oh my God, the residents are terrible. They won't pay their rent. And the reality is that I kind of, my wealth increased just by sitting home. And we had all these conversations and nobody told the mortgage companies, the mortgage holders, the mortgage investors that they had to take a haircut. I mean, at what time? We have a global pandemic. It's a global shutdown to the economic system and we still had to let those people make their money. We got to do something about a housing finance system that allows for more people to participate and more people to win. And I don't quite know what that looks like yet, but that's what keeps me up at night. Because I don't know about you. Your kids are still young. I don't want my kid to live with me forever. I love him. He's an amazing human being, but I love him more when he lives around the corner.
We need a microphone here.
Hello, thank you for coming to discuss your experience. And my question is more so about your experience and your advice. So I am someone who is just now learning more about housing policy. I'm in my first year of my MPP, my Master's of Public Policy program, and I want to know your advice as someone who is looking for kind of trying to establish a path for themselves.
That's a great question. My advice to people in your position usually is that it's okay that you don't quite have clarity around where you want to be, right? Because you gotta learn all you can learn, like learn what you're interested in, right? But also let life happen to you too, right? And so that you're able to take advantage of opportunity as it presents itself. I'm also just much more a practitioner, and so like people would ask me about, well, what is your policy? And I was just like, I don't even know what policy is. I just like, it's the rules of the game by which I get to win, right? And so the nice thing about, the fun I had about making policy was that it meant that I could win. I could write rules in which I could win. But understanding what those rules are and how policy gets to happen has all kinds of nuance to it that no one teaches you. And you as a person of color and a woman, no one's going to teach you. And so you've got to do some practice, right? You got to get out there and practice a little. And they say all the time, internships matter, but they do matter. And so if you want to do housing policy, I would advise that you go and intern with someone who builds housing, someone who finances housing, so you understand really the impact of what that policy is to that level of practitioners. Because having lived experience, you can, always go and, you know, speak with advocates, people who understand that, but understanding how, like, housing actually gets built and actually kind of functions is really important for how to put policy into practice.
Thank you.
So I don't personally feel like an obligation that we just have to soldier.
Oh, no, I don't either.
So, you know, let me just, unless you have some concluding thoughts.
I do not.
If there is any, we'll kind of give one last opportunity for a last question or two. But if we're not, like, one of the beauties of this conference is the conversation we all kind of have with each other. Is that a question?
Yeah,
Oh,
sorry.
yeah.
I was debating whether I should just ask this later.
Sure.
Thank you. Or, but it's very quick. Chrystal, you referenced that there were changes in the Affordable Homes Act that would allow for support of co-ops and CLTs, just in passing. And
Oh, no, it's a change to the Commonwealth Builder Program.
Yeah.
That would allow the program to support CLTs. I didn't even think about co-op, but...
Oh, okay, well,
Yeah.
no offense, not, but CLTs is what I focused on anyway. So, do you mean permanent affordability is now going to be one of the things that Commonwealth Builder can fund?
Sure.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, that's news to us.
Yeah.
Great, I would be happy to talk more about that
Yeah.
offline. Thanks.
Great. But you're glad you asked your question, huh? Okay, so we're just going to end a little bit earlier. It's going to give opportunities just for us to mingle. And then, Abby? Yeah, the next panel starts at, is it 1:30? 1:30. Yeah, okay.
Oh, that's a good time.
Good, so we have a nice little expanded break.
Thank you.
Nice to
Is this thing on? Yeah. Well, we're getting the afternoon of the second day, so God bless you all for still being here with good energy. So I'm going to try it again. This is what I always do in my class. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. All right, it's kind of like call and response, right? We need to get a little energy going. So I'm Chris Herbert. I'm the Managing Director of the Joint Center for Housing Studies at Harvard. And we're here, our panel is called How Could Social Housing Boost the Affordable Housing Supply? So I want to just give a little preamble, and then we'll have the panel introduce themselves. Our structure is going to be much more of a conversation the whole time than individual presentations. But first question is, how many people here are aware that there's a social housing movement going on in the United States? All right, so we got a fair number. How many people here know what the hell social housing is? We got one person. I want to talk to you afterwards. I can use a little help.
I might know because I did a Google search.
So I started becoming aware of this about 5 or 6 years ago. Suddenly I started seeing one thing after another appearing, mostly from kind of smaller organizations talking about social housing in the United States. And I was like, huh, that's interesting. You know, I kind of knew that term. That sounds very European. You know, and so I started reading some of those things, and then there was another one, and then there was another one, and then there was like, next thing you know, there's like 2 or 3 being released every, few weeks, it seemed like. And I'm like, what is going on here? So, as an academic, I did the one thing that I can do to really understand something. I decided to teach a class on it. Because that gives me the opportunity to say, I gotta go out and create a syllabus, and I gotta get a bunch of people in my class who are thoughtful, energetic students who we can have a conversation with every day. So I've done that for the last 2 years. But I would say, just to preface this, is that where is this coming from? And I would say that this movement has its roots in the fact that going back over the last 20 years, the nature of the housing affordability crisis in the United States has changed in one fundamental way, or more than one fundamental way. But the fundamental way is that it is no longer a problem with the poor. If you went back to 2000 and looked at who was cost burdened, it was mostly people with very low incomes. And if we look at the rise in the share of people who are cost burdened, who are renters, it went from about 39% to 50%. The share of people making, let's say, less than $15,000 a year, it went from 79% to 83%. When you're already screwed, it's hard for life to get worse, right? And so what did change among that group is it went from a lot of people paying more than 30% of their income on housing to a lot more people paying more than 50% of their income on housing. So the problem got worse, but the actual magnitude didn't get worse. But it got way worse, or much more prevalent, about people making $30,000 to $45,000 a year, making $45,000 to $75,000 a year. And so suddenly we now have a yippie movement in San Francisco, where we have people working at good jobs who are out there advocating for housing because they can't find a place they can afford. And so what I would say is that the breadth of the problem, meaning how many people are affected by it, and the scale of the problem, meaning how bad the problem is for people, got a whole lot worse. And so suddenly, when you have a problem that isn't just a problem with the poor, it's starting to engender a broader movement. As part of this conversation then, folks were trying to say, okay, we don't seem to have solved this problem here in this country. Is there any place that has? And a lot of people were drawn to looking at European models, and particularly in Vienna. And Vienna, I will say, gets an A+ on marketing. And though they started with a biennial about B&E, social housing, and red housing in Vienna, they started creating housing tourism plans, so they invited people and policymakers to come to Vienna and see their system. A lot of folks from California and the policy world have gone, and as a result, you see California legislature is full of bills around social housing. And I would say the term social housing has cachet, one, because it evokes these systems in Europe where the scale of assistance in places like Vienna are about 40% of the housing stock is in social housing, some sort of protected class, compared to 4 or 5% in the United States. So it's the scale, the system is about 8 times bigger than here. And so they call it social housing, so gee, that seems like it's a good name for it. The other reason, of course, is that public housing is, for a long time, has been a bad phrase. Public housing connotes failure. Now, we can have a whole session about why that's not true, and I would argue that Michael Stegman, who was Assistant Secretary at HUD, once said, everybody thinks that public housing is a failure, except for the million people who live there who call it home, and the other X million people who are on the waiting list trying to get in. And so it turns out that good, decent, affordable housing has a lot of backers, even if it perhaps has not been well managed. So that's the kind of background of the movement for social housing, where I think it came from, the fact that it's burgeoning. And what we want to do on this panel, I think, is to explore this concept of what do we mean by social housing? And we have a bunch of different perspectives on that. How might it fill the need in the United States? And I also want to talk about what will it take for this to come to fruition. So talk a little bit about, to the extent that we have a movement, if we're going to get this to actually happen, we're going to need a pretty big and successful movement. So what will it take to do that? So with that, that's my preamble. I want to go down the line and have the panelists introduce themselves. They'll do a better job than I can, and then we'll start in our conversation.
Hi, my name is Andrea Park. I am an attorney at the Massachusetts Law Reform Institute. I'm the director of community-driven advocacy. I'm a longtime housing attorney in legal aid. Done a lot of eviction defense. I did a lot of work during the Great Recession, defending homeowners against foreclosure, trying to get creative about buying their homes back, and that's when I started working with community organizing movements very, very closely and learned a lot about the ways in which attorneys can bring their expertise and knowledge to support power building at the grassroots level. And so that has been the thrust of my work ever since then, and I think now I do a lot of policy work. I'm very, very deep in the dirty, dirty weeds of lawmaking in the State House, so really excited to have this conversation.
Hi, I'm Danielle Summer-Kieta. I wear a lot of housing hats, but I'm policy director for Homes for All Massachusetts, which is a coalition of housing justice organizations throughout the state working to make housing more affordable and accessible for, quality housing more affordable and accessible for everyone. I also do some work on fair housing, mostly in the city of Boston, on affirmatively furthering fair housing. And in my spare time, I do housing advocacy and support across Massachusetts.
Hey everybody, Caroline Nagy, she, her. I work for Americans for Financial Reform, which is a DC-based economic justice think tank, basically. Prior to joining AFR, I've done pretty much everything around housing at the state level in New York State. So homelessness, foreclosure prevention, evictions, community land trusts. I worked at the Center for New York City Neighborhoods for 6 years, which, when we did a lot of, and so like my background working in New York City was like investor purchases of property and climate change and insurance. And both of those things are keeping me still very busy at AFR.
And good afternoon. I am David Abramowitz, a longtime real estate and affordable housing attorney at a private law firm, Goulston & Storrs, here in Boston. And a number of different things in the affordable housing world. Some people blame me as the author of the original model community land trust ground lease, as well as other limited equity and long-term affordability efforts over the years.
Great. So as you see, we've got a great breadth of experience on the panel. It's good to have a guy with gray hair too, David, to kind of bring...
Have at least hair.
The Joint Center did an event last spring, a year ago now, about social housing, and it was called Re-envisioning Social Housing, in that the idea is that there's actually not that much new under the sun, but there's a lot of times we call it old wine in new bottles. But it's a question of how do you present it, how do you put it together. And so I think having people with long experience in our housing programs too is helpful to think about how do we get it right this time if we're going to try to revamp or re-engage with this topic. So let's start with the question of what is social housing, or maybe what does social housing mean to me? And Danielle, I think the tenants' right movement has been at the genesis of this. So I'd like to start with you. What's your view of what social housing is?
So social housing is a public option for housing that is permanently affordable. It's protected from the private market. It's under democratic community control. It's socially owned, permanently affordable, permanently decommodified, and socially financed, produced, and maintained. And that can look, there's different iterations, right? That can be nonprofits, it can be CLTs, it could be cooperatives, it could be like perks or other limited equity housing cooperatives. It can be rental or home ownership. But it really does need to serve a variety of economic levels, particularly at low and working class households. And I would say, ideally, it's dynamically meeting several social needs. So we often think about housing in a much more siloed way, but in reality, people have dynamic lives. So social housing should meet environmental needs, be supportive of food access, potentially in green space as well. It is a model of creating community and foundational to how we underpin elements that we uplift socially.
So there's a lot in there, so we're going to come back to that. I just want to push on one piece of this, is given the conversation we just had with Chrystal at lunch. So you're saying it does include home ownership, but is it Crystal's view of home ownership, or is it a different view of home ownership? I would say that Crystal's view of home ownership is that it's primarily and essentially about wealth building.
All right.
She's not here.
I know. I would say it either way.
Crystal's strong enough. You can say whatever.
And I stand by what I believe. In so many ways, the idea of housing, the way that we look at housing, we've built this narrative around it over about a century, rather, right? This idea that home ownership is this way to build generational wealth, and you're pulling yourself up by your bootstraps, and it's going to create stable housing, and it's also an investment, and there's all these emotional and financial ties that we have created in home ownership, right? And that's likely not a really sustainable model. Not everybody can be a homeowner. They're not all going to be a homeowner at the same time. We are not creating new land. And when we have, it's questionable, I would say, right? So we need to think about housing and homes differently. Your house is not an investment, right? It is foundational to your functioning and well-being. And because of that, we need to think about it less as where are the dollars and how I'm going to increase the equity I have from this thing that is literally like foundational need. Because if you lose your home, you lose the equity. If you sell your home, you've liquidated the equity, and then you need something to be over your head, right? So you have to then pour it back in. There are plenty of other things that we can use to create generational wealth, to think about this kind of financing, but we really need to move away from what is an unsustainable thought.
You didn't quite answer my question though, because I was responding to the fact that you put on your list
Right.
that this included home ownership.
Right, so I think it can. I think the model that I'm thinking about is much more like a CLT, where you're essentially in a partnership there, right? So the CLT owns the land underneath your home, and they're capping its valuation, and you own the house, and that can grow, right? There's an opportunity for the investment that you make to grow over time. It's just not going to grow exponentially, right? So it's not that 30% like she was talking about. It doesn't mean that people don't create wealth from that, but it does create stable communities. So, for example, there's a long-standing community land trust in the Dorchester-Roxbury neighborhood of Boston called the Dudley Neighborhood Initiative. Part of the Dudley Street Neighborhood Initiative. Yes, thank you. Yes, but the land trust itself is called DNI. In that system, what they have found is that families that live on the land trust are able to build the wealth that you're talking about. And as families decide, I'm ready to move on and maybe I want to make this economic change, they buy market rate housing within the same community. So it's created stability, intergenerational stability. And then the affordable home is then available to the next generation. That's sustainable. The model that we have outside of that is not as sustainable. My house, right, that I live in, it was built, I think, in 1900. It's currently deed restricted, but it won't be forever, right? They're not going to, so like right now, it's sustained, but in 30 years, it won't be, right? Then it's market rate. We're not building new affordable units, though.
All right. I do want to bring other people in the conversation.
Yeah.
So the point I wanted to, so you started out, going back to the question, we're defining social housing. You threw a lot of things on the table. I just wanted to dig into the homeownership part because deeds, fee simple, ownership of homeownership is not decommodified, it's not permanently affordable. So you're talking about a version of homeownership that is shared equity to some extent. I would call that partially decommodified, by the way, because it's still commodified, you're going to benefit from it to some extent. But you put a lot of things on the table. Andy, I want to go, and then we'll go down the line. So Andy, you want to emphasize things that Danielle said, bring in new things, take issue with any things?
So the question is, what does social housing mean to me?
Yes.
I think that social housing is an opportunity, and it really is going to be defined by what we put into it. I think it's kind of open for us to define. So I think in a lot of ways, I think the reason that you keep hearing so much about it is that I think people are hungry for this opportunity to think about housing a little bit differently, right? So we heard a lot in the last 2 days about different types of markets and what is, what Daniel's talking about, the traditional, 30-year fixed home loan mortgage. Like that was, really sold, particularly in light of Chrystal's conversation, to everybody, including to African Americans coming back from the war, as the way to build wealth and the way you're going to be able to reach equal status in society. And I think in a lot of ways, that was a lie, right? I mean, they really set people up to fail, and I think the Great Recession showed, really put the truth to that lie about how this was going to be the way out, because that system is not the same for everybody. It's rigged. So I think social housing presents, I think that, the principles that Daniel put forward into what we would like to see social housing become. I think that there's not clarity on what the roots are. I mean, I think you put forward one sort of historical perspective as to where this came from. I think there's another more narrow one that says social housing is just when the government is providing some funds, right? Or if there's some sort of limitations on what can be bought or sold, and you can't just kind of flip it to the highest bidder. But I think that flexibility gives us an opportunity and also can be a trap in some ways for what we want to see. So I think some of these principles that we're talking about really present the opportunity for us to say, let's build a different system. Let's think about this differently as far as what sort of housing do we see people living in the future, because this model is not sustainable. but I think that also makes it hard to translate into nuts and bolts policy.
Caroline, you've been chomping at the bit there.
I have so many things to say all the time. Okay, yeah, so first of all, thank you everyone for being here, and of course for organizing this, having the panel. I think, there's a couple things I'd like to talk about. I mean, the decommodification aspect of social housing is, to me, the most important part because, this is property that cannot be brought back onto the market and subject to the need to make profits for investors, for example. And I think beyond that, and obviously, so that, includes a lot of different structures, but it doesn't include, it's not enough, I think the other aspect is sort of the self-determination aspect, right? Because, we all, live in a democracy, in theory, so we should be able, our elected officials, especially at the city municipal level, should be working with the federal government to make housing that meets our needs. And of course, that is not what happens. A large part of that is kind of the property tax maximization Hunger Games that you see localities kind of, sort of fight each other. At the same time, self-determination alone isn't enough. Because I don't think anybody here would call an Upper East Side cooperative building where the lowest price units go for $2 million social housing, even though it is cooperatively owned by those folks. And there, again, it's a, and this is a reason why you often have community representatives, a tripartite board structure with community land trusts because, in cases of the luxury co-op units I was talking about, just because everyone owns it in common doesn't mean that they all don't want to make a lot of money and sort of maximize their value.
So Carolyn, I'm not sure, people in this room may all be familiar with tripartite board structures, but I just want to say briefly what that is.
You don't think about it all the time? Okay, sorry, yeah, that was really wonky. Okay, tripartite board structure. For a community land trust, you have, in the ideal sort of classic version, you have the governors of the land that the housing is built on. Is going to be comprised of residents and people who actually live in the house. And then, one-third, right? And then you have local government and stakeholders and then sort of community, neighbors, other sort of institutions. Because, the idea is that, you want folks sort of representing the interests of the community and for the community to have continued affordability. This is really why, the Center for New York City Neighborhoods, Habitat, and some other groups started Interborough Community Land Trust in New York City because what was happening there was that you were getting these, the financing together to do, for example, a Habitat single-family home that, they would do the sweat equity, give it to the family, everything is great. If you were given a single-family home in New York City, would you keep it and as sort of affordable housing, or would you immediately sell it for $1 million and pay the $20,000 penalty that you agreed to?
This may be the wrong group to ask.
I would, but it's rational. If you think about it, and that's when they were okay, it's not enough just to get folks in homes. We need to have this in a community land trust so that we can keep these subsidies going so we don't just sort of give someone a windfall.
Okay. So have you finished with your definition of social housing? Or?
I don't know if I actually succeeded. I think something about definitely permanent affordability and democracy.
Okay. You want to stop there?
Sure, I'll stop.
Okay. So David, how do you view this? You've been around the block a few times, right?
Boy, that's a euphemism. So the beauty of going last on something like this is everybody said everything that needs to be said, but I get to say it my way. And what's interesting to me also, speaking of having been around, so there was an era where we all advocated for permanently affordable housing. And then it was rebranded as forever housing. And I'm sure other people in this room will remember a couple of different titles. When I think of social housing, I like to start with, I think, what the ideal is, and then work backwards as to the mix and match. So for me, there are 3 elements to make something truly social housing. One is it is permanently affordable in perpetuity. Now, typically for legal reasons, that may mean 99 years, but in my lifetime, that's permanent. Second, and affordable in the sense that the cost of living that you pay for living there in whatever form is as close to just the cost of owning as possible. It's disconnected from what the market might set as the rental value or the home ownership value. The second is the element people have talked about. It is democratically controlled in some way by the residents who are there. And then the third, which some people touched on but not everybody, is I think it's essential for it to be social, for there to be some external community control that works against the tendency of individual control to cash out. And so, as you said, a condominium can be democratic, but doesn't have the other two elements. The co-op my daughter lives in Brooklyn is ostensibly democratic. They elect the board and all that stuff, but it doesn't have either of the other two elements. Public housing should be permanently controlled, and by and large it is. I mean, the units that have remained are permanently affordable, and they are publicly controlled, which is that community control element. Although, again, you have to sort of define what you mean by the community. Is it the nearby community? Is it the stakeholders, the people affected by the housing? Or is it just the broader governmental? But every time we talk about social housing, all the models we may mention, limited equity co-ops, community land trust, mutual housing has been mentioned, which is a model adapted from the Vienna and European models. Any of the other models we talked about, resident control but not co-op, to be truly social housing have to have all those elements. Now, a couple of comments I've made. So I think Professor Alexander mentioned yesterday that she grew up in Mitchell-Lama housing, which is a model that has sustained itself over 50 years, has some mixed results. This is a New York housing program that was built as a housing development program, which basically imposed permanent affordability, a degree of democratic control, and is now under stress, both because in order to have social housing, you need social capital. If you're keeping ownership costs as low as possible, you may not be putting away the money you need every 15 or 20 or whatever years it is to revitalize the housing because systems wear out. So every one of these models has inherent tensions that can't be completely disconnected from the capitalist economy that we live in, where money chases the highest return, not the social return. So I would say until we actually build if Chrystal were sitting here, I would say, we need more of a social public capital system if you want to have social housing and affordability. So I'll stop there.
David, that was a terrific summation, I would say. I think Danielle started us off with, I think a lot of the key elements, but I think what you introduced too is but I think of them as concentric circles around the heart. And the heart is, and we can use different terms, permanent affordability, decommodification, or the like, but it's essentially, the way I would define it is housing that's managed at cost. And that cost does not include profit. And importantly, it doesn't include profit on the land. And so that managing to cost means that you're operating the housing for a social purpose, not for a financial purpose. So I think you're framing, and I think it's really important, that kind of resident control and distinguishing it from community control. And Mitchell-Lama is a really great example of that. So Mitchell-Lama, very successful co-op program producing hundreds of thousands of housing units in New York City that are deeply affordable now because they've been operating at cost. And when they were built a long time ago, and with cheap debt, the rent you need to charge on those things is pretty darn low. As David said, there are issues of making sure the rent isn't too darn low because you got to make sure you're paying for maintenance and reserves. But it doesn't have community control. And so there's a great book from Jonathan's last name about comparing two Mitchell-Lamas in New York. Because when the loan is paid off, the residents have the option to say, hey, let's go market rate. And to your point, Carolyn, it's like if you turn it out and say, hey, I'm sitting on an apartment in lower Manhattan that's worth $1 million a unit, Yeah, I think I'll go market rate, because they don't have a board that represents the broader community. And so I think that piece of Mitchell-Lama makes it, while it looks like social housing in some respects, cost rent, it's not necessarily social housing in the sense that it doesn't have that community control. David?
And just a data point, since I was curious to look it up. As an example, a 239-unit Mitchell-Lama co-op in Brooklyn, the buy-in price, and if you're familiar with how a co-op is, a corporation owns the whole building. If you want to be an owner in there, you get a share of stock in the corporation, and you get a lease to your unit that's essentially in perpetuity. So if I'm leaving in this co-op, I can sell my share of stock for between $19,000 and $23,000 for a 2-bedroom unit in New York. And the monthly maintenance I'll pay is about $1,000. So it's not going to hit the lowest income of the low, but that is, that is exceptionally affordable 40 or 50 years after this was built.
So, so I think those key elements are important. As Danielle pointed out, it can be green, it can be engaging with the broader community, providing community services. It can be making sure that it's providing living wages for the people who are building it. There's a lot of other aspects that people also bring into a social housing definition that I think there's less agreement about. I think that the fundamental agreement is around permanently decommodified, and it's about this degree of control. Does that seem fair? I'm seeing that. So I'm not losing any of my panelists. I did have a question on here about looking at other models from other countries, but maybe we'll skip that and dig into issue of resident control. So there's different phrases that are used: resident control, community control, democratic control. And we've touched upon it already, I think, with David's distinction, but I just want to say to people, what does that mean to you? So there's a lot of different ways people can be involved in determining what happens with the housing unit. What aspects of that are so important here, and which of those maybe don't fall under the umbrella of this? Who wants to start?
Actually, I can talk about resident-owned communities, because that's an example of social housing where there are risks of cashing out. So manufactured home communities. When I grew up in rural Ohio, they were called trailer parks. But yeah, in case you're not familiar with the manufactured home communities phrase, those are kind of the worst of both worlds, because you might actually own the manufactured home, but you don't own the land that the home sits on. And it's also incredibly expensive, and many times just actually almost literally impossible to move the homes. And so what we saw in this space was a lot of private equity companies just seeing this situation and just the dollar signs lighting up in their eyes. You had someone very, famously, an investor, compare it to operating a restaurant where your customers are chained to your tables, right? So, anyways, I'm kind of going into a lot of this detail because I think, what's wild is that at this point, about 1 in 8 manufactured home residents has a private equity landlord, because it's been so rough and so punitive. And New York State actually was able to get some of this investor purchasing to cool off by passing lot rent reform. But resident-owned communities, I'm getting to it, is is an idea of let's actually help work with these communities, organize and finance to purchase. It is so much better than private equity ownership, just this very extractive kind of take advantage of folks. But that is a case where you don't have an external thing.
So I think what you're getting at there really has to do with land ownership determining the land rents, right? So let me be more specific. So when I think about resident control, so I could be thinking about setting rents. I could be thinking about making decisions about who we're hiring for maintenance. Decisions about what are our eviction rules. Decisions about what are our operating reserves. Decisions about what's the programming in the community space. So which of those things do we think residents ought to control? Which of those are they good at controlling, and which of those are problematic, right? Because I'll tell you, most people when they rent an apartment, they don't necessarily want to be asked, who do you want to hire to pick up the trash? And yet there's a lot of times when we're thinking about for low-income folks, like, why are you asking us about this? And so, like,
Can I just expand on what Carolyn was starting to talk about with resident-owned communities? I mean, I can get even more detailed. I worked, one of my big cases that I figured because it took a lot of time was I became a receiver for a manufactured home park in Western Massachusetts. And that was our goal, right? We had a very delinquent owner who really thought he could cash out because it was going to build a casino. He was trying to find a private equity buyer, didn't really pan out, and abandoned the park, right? So when we got involved, nobody was emptying the septic tank because they didn't have any money, because nobody was paying rent, because nobody was collecting the rent. So that was our first task, was we need to find somebody who can help us get some money and come empty the septic tank. And during this like multi-year process, we were able to get them this financing. We used a couple of different, amazing organizations that work on resident-owned communities, purchase, and they created a cooperative ownership. And the stuff that you're describing is really hard, right? And I think it's exactly right that and I think this is one of the hardest parts of defining social housing in a way that really makes sense as a policy, but I think every community and every place where you're going to build is not going to be similarly situated, right? Like the community control that people want is not going to look the same in this kind of a co-op or in rental loan housing as it does in this manufactured housing community. So they were all fighting with each other. They wanted to evict each other for different reasons. Some of them were very legitimate, and we're like, who decides? And we had to spend a lot of resources on getting people training. We needed to write bylaws. We needed to figure out how to do an election. How do we set these rents? These are hard things. And for people who are living kind of paycheck to paycheck and they have not had their septic system emptied in a while, this is not what they want to spend time talking about, right? So I think it's very difficult, and I don't think we should paper over that and assume that everybody is like, yay, I'm ready to go to a board meeting and just kind of make big decisions, because people are, their lives are hard, they're busy, and I think that we have to make sure that we're coming with technical assistance and really making sure that we're getting meaningful input from people about what it is that they do want to make decisions over. And I'll just add one more thing, which is, I think some of the worst ways we see in this is like the way the condos work, right? Like the condo boards can be terribly abusive, and this is a type of community control over people in your building, but it's not great.
David?
Yeah, I think of this a little bit like when I say we live in a democracy and somebody else says, oh no, we live in a constitutional republic, like they're correcting us or something. I live here in Newton. We just had an election for mayor and council. I think 22% of eligible voters turned out. Now, I still think Newton's a democracy, but I didn't turn out to vote so that I would have to sit around and think about the police and the fire and tax policy. I turned out because I wanted to pick representatives who would do that hard work. And I don't think we should expect any more from residents in a building or in a manufactured home park of that. You need that element where people have a choice in who represents them and who makes those decisions. And most buildings of any size are actually managed by a third-party manager. So by and large, what you're doing is you're picking the representatives who will have oversight over those managers that are chosen and make sure that they operate respectfully and all. What I do think is important is that, and I'm probably going to sound like the guy who sees the worst of it, because as a lawyer, that's what you see what goes wrong and all. So decades ago, there were a number of HUD subsidized properties that were eligible to prepay their mortgages and be taken to market. And there was a program devised that would let the owners, or would force the owners to put those on the market, and resident groups could buy them. And there was one we worked on, and there was a group of literally little old ladies who were the driving force in getting control of these 500 units of affordable housing and keeping it permanently affordable. And the day after the deal closed, a guy in the building sort of started asserting his control over things, and with his friends.
Is it always the guy? Is that what you're like?
Yes, I didn't say that.
I did say that. And it was a guy, and he could care less all the hard work they did, and he got control of the building, and for a couple of years, he sort of ran it like his fiefdom and all. So if you want democratic control, you have to set up the conditions for democratic control. You have to have training and support for people who, aren't in the business of this. And so, again, when we build these models, we have to think about what can go wrong and build in the sources of money and support for them to go wrong. Ultimately, by the way, that turned around. It's a well-managed property right now. But essentially, it's a delegation of power from residents there to a small group of people who will do oversight.
So just to put a pin in a couple of things, so I'm hearing both Andrea and David talking about the importance of training and the importance of clear rules and regulations to be able to guide people. Danielle, this is kind of your business. So what are we missing from this conversation so far?
I just want to uplift like the need that that it's not performative, right?
What is that? What do you mean by that?
Meaning like, many places have resident boards. Public housing often has resident boards. They don't have a lot of say or control about what's happening in the housing. So it is important that the oversight that's happening with the training, with this sort of like more of a collective understanding does allow people to have a say in like how things are developed and managed and operated. I think often, because in part we're talking about housing our lowest income peoples, and there's often this way that we are very dismissive of poor people, right? Like, you should just take what we're gonna give you. We wanna sort of police essentially what is their access to what should be their rights. So ensuring this can happen through like tenant unions and other organizing that happens, that kind of training can definitely happen in those spaces. But there does need to be a mechanism that assures accountability for, or to rather, those low income households, really to all of the households that would be in these structures.
Yeah, go ahead, Carol.
I was going to say, if you think about who was excluded in the original United States Constitution, women, non-white people, people of color, and then tenants, renters. It was and I think the idea that people who don't own land should get to participate democratically in the place that they live is not a notion that we really inherited when we inherited what is essentially like a feudal system. We literally have the word lord, landlord, which is just so archaic. But I think, or even for example, when we talk about multifamily housing, rental housing, it's called commercial real estate. And both of these are are just examples of how we do not see poor folks who don't own land as having some, the same standing, and that's obviously not good.
So, I'm going to be a little provocative. So, we have an apartment building. It's well managed. Trash is collected on time. Nobody has any questions with the process for vetting residents and the like. Why do we need resident voice? Is it only in the case of poor people, or is it, why do we need resident voice, even when things are going well? David, do you want to jump in on that? Is that what you're grabbing your mic? They don't have to. Sorry.
Well, I'm sure they'll, let me put it, in my take, if your only goal is permanent affordability, if that's what you think is the social housing aspect, then you're probably indifferent to that. If you think of housing as a place where people have dignity and agency and a say, and the thing that people like about homeownership is I get to, paint it pink and screw my neighbors if they don't like it, unless I live in a homeownership association. That is an element people like no matter what income level they're at. And so I think if you want to realize the sort of emotional and social goals of social housing, you want that voice. my element is oftentimes it's, to use the word performative, it's the appearance of input without the ability. I mean, I think there was, one of you sent to me, there was a study on, might have been the Mitchell-Lama study in terms of, were the management companies truly accountable to the resident boards? And the answer typically was, no, not really, it's a big fight. So I think it's important, but clearly public partners who fund these things often think that it's an afterthought as to whether there's any resident control.
I don't know if you want to jump in on that, Ingrid, but...
I mean, I can say something, I don't know if this is helpful, but I think the question of why do people want this control really gets at a bigger philosophical question about why we think social housing is important, which is, I think what Danielle's describing sounds to me a little bit like something that we talk about a lot, which is, for a very, very long time, housing for poor people, while technically provided for, in large part by the government, has been sort of starved, right? Like it's always the first to be subject to austerity, and we have this idea that we're going to do what we can to make sure that you are not on the street, but that's really all we can do. And that really puts some sense of blame on people for being poor, right? And so then we know that this creates these cycles where people cannot then make themselves not poor because they are struggling to keep up. I think, in other countries, no, I don't even want to talk about other countries, but where they don't, like Vienna has done a really good job of talking about the social housing they have, it's not just for poor people, right? I mean, there's places where most of the people live in public housing, and it's a much more cooperative existence, just overall, right? And so I think that can go to a broader value that we can assign to the way we're going to build our housing, which is we should be a little bit more communal, right? We should have a little bit more of a sense of community, and we can decide to build our housing that way. This is the only developed country where we have this much zoning and resources developed to having a single family lot, not just a home, but like a lot, with a lot of land around your house and a fence where you don't have to even see where your neighbors live. And that really speaks a lot. Our built environment speaks a lot to the way that we don't want to have this. So I think if that were to become a social goal of ours, it would be obvious why we would want some input into the way we're living in our community.
This is. I'm glad you guys brought this all up because I forgot. In my view, one of the key elements of social housing, that as it's arising, is that it really is mixed income, and it isn't just housing for the poor. It's housing for the community. And my way I think about it, social respects a broader social purpose for housing. And I think you hit the nail on the head. Is that it's not just about housing, a roof over your head. It's about community. And that this notion of engaging people in the process is about building community. And that building community also means it's a broader community, both in terms of race, of income, of sex, of culture, and that we're trying to find a way to kind of knit us together as a country, and housing seems to be a good way to do it. And so having this resident control, I think, is an important piece of it. It does raise an important question, though, in terms of thinking about resident voice. To David's example, so if we are going to create these diverse communities, we're going to have to be really mindful of how to create some equality in coming and bringing that voice to the table, or you're going to have that guy who's going to dominate the board. And I'm sorry, guys, it's almost always a guy. But so I wanted to build on that, I guess, if I could. And I do want to open it up to you all for questions. You all have been very patient today sitting there, so we'll leave plenty of time for conversation. As I said at the outset, this started with a few papers out of some really lefty tenant groups, and then suddenly, Center for American Progress and some other folks are starting to talk about this, and it's getting some legs. And so one of the things in the class I teach about is trying to think about this as a political movement. How do you get political support for this? And I think one of the challenges that we've had in housing is that we've siloed our interests to the point that we then silo the political support for us. And this is a movement that's trying to say, no, if it's going to be a broad swath of incomes, then we're going to have a broad swath of people support it. So can we do that? Do we have the ability to build this broad coalition? Carolyn?
Yeah, so I think, unfortunately, one of the ways that social change happens is that things get so bad that the system becomes untenable. And I think we're almost there with housing. I'm an elder millennial, and it is extremely bleak out there. People aren't even, I think people want to become homeowners, not just not to build wealth, but like just to have a sense of what they're going to be paying next year in rent. The housing, I mean, and I think it's almost like, if you have access to capital in the form of a down payment, you can have stable housing costs. And like, that is worth so much more, and have a pet, and paint your walls, but like, really, I mean, it's just like renting is, dealing with landlords, dealing with, poor housing conditions, all of these things are very real and very much affecting people like my age and people younger than me. We are seeing a huge movement. I mean, I would say the first strength I saw of the tenant movement was when the New York State Democrats, we saw a wave of primary challenges where, this was before the pandemic, where the exact issue was like rent and rent stabilization and rents in New York City. And these insurgent primary candidates, who almost all won, were able to successfully make receiving real estate money like a no-go. And that was incredibly effective because you just shut off a lot of cash. I mean, obviously they're still going to do bad things with their money, but at least not give them to Democratic candidates. The tenant union movement, and we haven't really talked about tenant unions too much, and the tenant unions had like a really fascinating history with like Co-op City and some of the Mitchell-Lama programs. But people don't like. The last thing people want to do is get together with their neighbors and fight their landlord. And so I would say, the fight is being brought to them, and it is desperation. If you look at every indicator, who's buying homes, how much are people paying in rent, can they afford those rents, how many more folks are now living on the streets, things are very, very bad, and I think that is a part of the dark. And this is actually, in some ways, a reaction to a lot of policy decisions made in the 80s that have exacerbated wealth inequality, that took the federal government out of directly financing, creating this ridiculous, LIHTC, low-income housing tax credit is a whole other can of worms. But, and I think, it's just like the conditions are just like legitimately so bad that people are now fighting.
Danielle, how do you see the state of the movement and the opportunities that brought in that?
Yeah, I mean, I think I probably echo you. Like, we're not quite there, but we're getting close. Close to a change. Like the LIHTC, the low-income tax credit to build affordable housing. It's like 40 years old this year, right? And so for over 40 years, we haven't invested in public housing. And what we've seen, to your opening points, is like we've gone from, the people who are cost burdened in terms of their housing is like, low income or extremely low income, to like the middle, whatever is left of the middle class, right? Increasingly, people are stressed in Massachusetts, right? It's something like 50, or no, maybe that's a Boston number, but it's overwhelming, like over 50% of people are like cost burdened on their housing, which means they're spending more than 30% of their income. There's a significant portion of those people who are severely cost burdened. They're spending more than 50% of their income. That is not sustainable, and it keeps perpetuating, right? At a point, there will be no way for people to do this. And there will have to be some kind of change.
So you guys are hopeful. So you're hopeful because things are so bad. That David, did you?
I don't know if this is hopeful, unhopeful, whatever. No, as a practicing lawyer and all, I'm not the expert on starting social movements. I guess what I would say to reflect, we're having a conversation, a referendum on rent control in Massachusetts as a blunt instrument way to deal with the crisis because government leaders, for a variety of reasons, have not offered a positive alternative, have not invested in social housing, not done. And it's been over multiple administrations in multiple areas, on top of, as was highlighted, the beginning of disinvestment at the federal level, starting under Ronald Reagan, in permanently affordable housing and social housing in the form of whether it was more public housing or any other types of housing. And so we have built millions of units of new housing or renovated using the low-income housing tax credit, but it is chasing the problem as opposed to getting ahead of it. And as the conversation at lunchtime was talking about, if your model, for example, of home ownership is only about wealth building, then the first person you help will have a windfall, and the next person you'll have to help again, and you'll have to help again. To me, it's actually fundamentally the least efficient way to run a housing program is to let the winner of the lottery, who happens to get the home ownership help, walk away with that and say that that builds wealth. It builds windfalls and not wealth. Whereas, the Community Land Trust for decades has shown that you can combine stabilizing people's housing costs who were locked into renting, have them build some wealth in the appreciation of the home, and have people able to then move out into the private market. Fundamentally different model, very hard to sell to policymakers. End of rant.
Can I answer that question? Yeah, I mean, I think, I don't have anything different to say other than things are bad, but I think that, we've been seeing this for a long time, right? You mentioned Reagan and the end of, the investment in housing based on, from the federal government side, and then, it feels as though from what we have been doing on the ground, just going to the state legislature and talking about what an urgent crisis this is. It's been a decade of how urgent an emergency this is, and to see things not happen over and over again is very hard. And I think just to your question about can we build a political movement out of this, I hope that this is the vehicle that does unite, this kind of tenant front or whatever it looks like. I think it's an interesting strategic question whether or not this is something we kind of work on more locally. Right now, we're definitely shifting a lot of our policy considerations to the state for obvious reasons, but I think, the state is also very cautious, right? Like in periods of retrenchment, state governments also feel a little bit worried, and they feel a little bit, that our state government is not the boldest. So I think, one of the things that Chrystal said that I really wanted to raise my hand about is government needs to be able to do more than one thing at a time. And we also need them to be able to do something a little bit differently and a little bit more proactively, and I don't have any illusion that our state legislature is going to be visionary and get out front on this, but I think that, are we building a national tenant movement? Are we building some local successes that we can, I think we're doing both depending on where we are, but I do think that, we've been sounding the alarm on so many different fronts for so long, and it does feel like a very slow and massive train wreck. I mean, we saw the Great Recession, and it really felt like we had an opportunity to reset and kind of went on as business as usual. And then we saw COVID. We saw some amazing government programs come out and really stabilize renters, and then we just went right back to doing what we were doing. So it's disappointing, but it does feel as though conditions are really heading towards in only one direction. And as our housing stock gets older and as the disinvestment, kind of spreads, it does feel like something will happen.
So I just want to put my spin on this question, which is I do think that we're at a moment, and the reason why we're having this conversation is because the problem has gotten broad enough, and our approaches, LIHTC and vouchers, are not big enough that it's leaving us to say, what else, what should we be doing? I think the challenge is, though, from my point of view, is that we talk a lot here, we've been talking down home ownership. I get it, on the one hand. 2/3 of Americans own their home, half of them own their homes free and clear. The 2/3 of Americans that own their home gained trillions of dollars in wealth over the last few years, and they locked in the mortgage at 3%. So we're saying Americans aren't doing well. 2/3 of Americans are doing pretty damn well. And 2/3 of Americans are voters. And so you can't win an election when you get 1/3 of the voters. And half of renters are cost burden. So I think the real challenge for the movement is how do you define this problem in a way that I, middle-class person, see myself in the solution. And I think we're getting there because the breadth of the problem is getting bigger, but I think to Danielle's point, that's why I think it is important that there be some homeownership-like options as part of this system, because it's not a one-size-fits-all problem, and we all have to see this solution as meeting our needs. So I think we're getting there. The other thing I would say, though, is, and this is a challenge for a lot of folks in the movement, which is it's about public ownership, it's about community ownership, and in this country, if you don't include the private sector as a stakeholder, you're going to have a hard time getting this thing to pass. And the reason why the LIHTC program is so bloody successful and bulletproof is because there's a lot of people who profit from it. Now that's a problem, because the people making profit of that mean we're not making housing as affordable as it could be. But are there ways in which we define the solution so that it does include the private sector as part of it, right? And so they can do things, like they can build housing, they can collect the trash and they do those kind of things. But the question is, if we're going to build a coalition, we're going to have to define this in a way that it brings in a lot of the big tent, and it also has to be a way that says the private sector has a role to play in delivering this. And I'm not going to say that's easy, but I think that's the kind of thing that I'm wrestling with personally. I look at things like the 236 program that was built hundreds of thousands of housing units from 68 to 73. Now David will tell us that a lot of that housing went bad for various reasons. But the private sector was all behind that, and the LIHTC program was all behind that. I tell you, I have conversations about social housing with people in the affordable housing world, and the first question I get is, what's so bad about LIHTC? And the worry is that it's an either-or problem, and that if we're saying we need social housing, then we don't need LIHTC. We need everything, and I'm not going to take LIHTC on directly because that's a fool's errand, but I think we need to be doing more as well. So, I don't know, I just threw a lot out there. I'm the moderator, right? So I'm going to have here. But anybody in the panel want to take issue with anything I said? Or?
Oh, go ahead. Okay, so I think in a practical terms of sort of launching social housing, we do need to think about these social factors and the emotional ties that we have created in terms of home ownership. And to that end, community land trusts are like a natural step, right? Because they do allow for this home ownership piece. People can see themselves in this, and it's not so foreign, right? When we look at models across the world, socially, their orientation to the citizens and residents is fundamentally different. And that's why you can't just take a Vienna model or Milan or any of them and plunk it here. It's not going to work. We are so emotionally tied to homeownership, right? And to the idea of rugged individualism. We do need to move away from that in so many ways. Who's it, Thoreau, who says no man is an island? And then we need to think about our collective well-being. Sure, Ireland, they're all of these people are citizenry, this all makes our society function well, and so we need to do that. Right, yeah. It's a lot of pieces, right? We can't solve it all at once. But if we take these sort of stepping stones, we could get there. The private equity or private market piece of that, it is tricky, right? I think we've had places where we've had private investment in the development of what is sort of, I guess, naturally affordable housing or accessible housing at periods of time, and that has been tremendously successful. And at the end of the day, there are no private entities that are not functioning to make profit. Even nonprofits need to make some profit. And as such, it is in opposition to the idea that we need to house all of the people who live here.
I would put a gloss on that. So, again, going back, the Section 8 program started under Richard Nixon was a builder program in which people made profit but also created a lot of housing that did last for decades. Private profit-seeking people will go where you let them make a profit, but the profit doesn't have to be in raising rents. You can design a system where they make the profit by a fee for building, they make the profit by a federal tax credit, make a profit some other way and allow that. And the LIHTC program sort of goes in that direction but doesn't do it well enough. So again, as the comment I made earlier, we don't have enough decommodified capital for the need we have. So in this system, we're going to have a mixed thing, but we haven't designed the thing that will get the builder to build, create the housing, keep it affordable, and then let it get into the social control that we need. Right. But we can figure that out. There's a lot of smart people in this room.
I said I was going to open it up to the floor, so I want to live up to that. I do want to put a pin in. I think CLTs, I do think co-ops have to be an important part of this as well, and it's part of the spectrum. So I think that is, I think that's the way to kind of square the circle there. So let's open it up. So I see Steve Meacham here. Oh, right over there, sorry.
She has the microphone.
She has, I didn't see her, I saw Steve's hand. Yes, ma'am, please introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Takia Jordan. I've done a lot of different types of housing work and I have a lot of strong opinions, so forgive me.
Love it.
I just want to say, one of the, and I do have a question, but I first want to say what, okay. I think the first thing that I completely agree with is that our mental models around housing are so antiquated that they are undermining our ability to find success now. One of the things I've always worked with teams on, different zonings and developments, and one of the things I start out with is that if we are going to be, let's say, mathematicians about housing, we have to acknowledge that there is enough housing for all of the people in this country. Some people have 5 homes, some have none, right? So there's an issue with the distribution of resources. And if we can hone in on that, we can solve more problems. We have to get away from the way we think about what housing is. So I really agree with that, as well as the idea about cost stability being the primary concern for the average person that wants to be housed. They want to know that my cost today won't be much different than my cost 5 years from now. That way I can plan forward and invest in my family. So those are things I agree with. I think one of the big challenges I see with conversations like the one we were having with Chrystal Kornegay earlier is that we often focus, when we start talking about shared equity or different types of collective ownership models, we focus a lot on single-family home ownership as the core model, and we often get into a debate around who deserves to get, this, whether it's a windfall or equity, blah, blah, blah. For me, it has nothing to do with that. This is about retaining and protecting public subsidy. And I find that when you talk to politicians and other legislators and policymakers about preserving the public dollar, you get a lot further with looking at different ownership models than you do starting from the position of home ownership. So just one note there. But my question is really about resident control. I am a New Yorker, very familiar with the co-op model. My mom lives in one. Her maintenance is way higher than $1,000. So I don't know how affordable it is anymore. But one of the things she complains about, and I have experienced, is that resident control can become exclusionary, especially where the resident boards have some part in the process to move in or to buy. I mean, you see the horror stories in movies about like the co-op board grilling the potential family, right? But it's real. And so just wanting to hear from you all if you've had experience with resident boards having challenges like this, and if so, what solutions you're familiar with.
I would say, one issue that we've seen in New York City is co-op discrimination against parents with young children. It's just as illegal as any other type of discrimination under New York City's human rights law. Nonetheless, this is something that we hear all the time from housing counselors, especially as co-ops are kind of the only thing that folks can afford. Then there's additionally sometimes national origin discrimination as well. And the truth is that we don't have a great handle or a lot of great ways to redress that because things happen behind closed doors. Reasons given are different than reasons known to be true, for example.
All right, so Steve's got the mic. If you want to get the mic to some folks over there, and then Pat McCoy. And we'll try to, if we do this quick, we'll try to get as many voices in the room as we can. Steve.
I want to just bring us back for a minute.
Can you introduce yourself for folks?
Steve Meacham, I'm a tenant organizer in Boston and the nearby suburbs. I want to bring us back to the question of tenant organizing for a minute because I think that all the lofty goals that we've talked about yesterday and today are going to be impossible without a form of tenant organizing that's actually building a movement. And it's not going to be a quiet thing. If we imagine what it's going to take to change the nature of income inequality in the United States, it's going to need a lot of direct union organizing, for instance. The same thing is true in housing. We need lots and lots of canvassing, knocking on doors, fashioning tenant associations and buildings, coming to agreement on what their demands are, and engaging in struggle. And the people that go through that, the people that begin to engage in struggle, it transforms them, as I think a lot of us have seen. And that transformation of the people who are in the struggle is what it's going to take to accomplish all of these objectives. And so, I don't know, I just wanted to put that out there.
Thank you, Steve. Neil.
Hi, Neil McCullough with Boston College and the Carroll School of Management and Corcoran Center. The first thing, the name of the panel was how could social housing boost the affordable housing supply? And I would argue that the first order of business is not saying the word social housing in America, right? So I think there's even before the era that we're in, there's such a pushback on anything thinking that it is not free market, that there's a way to thoughtfully present the idea of social housing without casting it as social housing. So that's number one. The second thing is, I'm so happy that you talked about low-income housing tax credit, because I think programs like the low-income housing tax credit and the rental assistance demonstration project, right, which has been operating over the last 10 years now, a little bit more, has been transforming public housing and is really, I would say, a part of the evolution towards a social housing model where you're engaging the private sector in some cases where the public housing authorities are doing their own work, but it's a way of engaging the private sector thoughtfully to deliver quality housing. Right? The most important thing is that we evolve towards quality housing for more people. And so I think there's a real opportunity to recast this movement. And I would argue that waiting on the feds to do something like this is a fool's errand, right? So if there's a thoughtful place like Massachusetts or Minnesota or Oregon where there's a capacity to have a quasi-public organization work across markets rather than municipal markets, then I think that there's a good opportunity to have something emerge from that.
Neil, do you have a better name?
Sorry?
Do you have a better name yourself? I'm open. I've been looking for a better name. But
You must have thought about this, right? So,
you have responses?
Just a quick addition to what Neil said. So, we could have a long conversation about the redevelopment of public housing, but a lot of public housing developments in the Boston area have essentially excess land. And so if you take, as an example, and this may be controversial to some, but in Charlestown there's the Bunker Hill Public Housing Development, built 45 years ago, 1,100 units. It's now being redeveloped to add about 2,000 additional market rate units on the land in a mixed income community that'll take 15 years to build. But the asset, the public asset that's being contributed is not a chunk of Hope 6 money from Washington that won't be there anymore. It's trying to find value, unlock value in the land while keeping it permanently affordable. So there are models that fit what you're saying, Neil.
Caroline?
Yeah, I was indicating I wanted to say something. Yes, I would, I think, yeah, thanks for pointing out, the supply question, obviously, there's so many good programs, CLTs, community opportunity to purchase, tenant opportunity to purchase, but we know we need a ton of money, and there's no one solution, it's kind of all of the solutions. And I would just like to plug getting pensions back in the business of building affordable housing. So Co-op City, the largest co-op in the U.S., was built by insurance companies' union pension funds as a way of providing, good housing for members. And today, unions tend to invest pension funds and private equity firms that do kind of the opposite of that for housing. So we can debate that, but and so I think trying to get back, and I just want to put. They told me to plug our report, "Investing for the Common Good: How Workers' Pensions Can Help Solve the Housing Crisis." So look it up.
Good job. Quickly, I would say two things. One is like Montgomery County, the Housing Opportunities Commission was on the front page of the New York Times saying, the magazine, that this is public housing, just don't call it that. And what they call it, they're a public housing agency, they call it mixed income public development. They purposely do not call it social housing. So I think there are folks who are branding it elsewhere. And in terms of the question about supply, what I would say is that there's two things. One is that I think the movement is really about a both end. And so the way it has a chance to add to the supply is saying, keep doing the stuff we're doing, keep doing light tech, keep doing rad, but that ain't enough, and so we got to find other ways to expand the pie to do more. So it's about a bigger pie. And we didn't get a chance to talk about too is that I think there's a piece of this which is building the supply of affordable housing, which doesn't necessarily mean building new. It may mean converting a lot of existing housing into a form of ownership that's maximizing affordability. And that's a way to do it more efficiently and affordably at the same time that you've got to add into the supply. So I have Pat McCoy, and then I'll bounce back over this way.
Hi, I'm Pat McCoy, and I teach here at Boston College Law School. Chris, I was really intrigued by your question of how do we build majority support for social housing, or whatever we call it. And it occurred to me there's a segment of homeowners who very likely will want to join that movement, and that is older Americans who are approaching retirement, who want to downsize, might want to pull some of that equity out to live on because they didn't save enough in their 401k plans, and are looking for smaller properties that are more affordable than their current house. So I'm wondering if you see potential there in terms of political mobilization.
Does anybody in the panel want to answer that too? I don't want to hog the microphone.
If you have an answer specifically, go ahead.
I don't know if I think first of all, I think it's an incredibly important demographic because older folks vote. And I think there is a potential there, and people don't tend to want to move, but there's a small organization I'll point out which is called Frolic, based in Seattle. And Seattle did a big upzoning where you can build up to 6 or 10 units on a single family plot. And so now you have people who are sitting on this house and they're saying, but I could turn this into a lot more house, but I'm not a developer. So Frolic comes in, helps find people who will live in that, and they're creating limited equity co-ops on that site. So the original homeowner gets a smaller housing unit, they get the benefit of profit from developing it, but what they're producing are limited equity co-ops on that site. So it's a small example, but it's one. Andy, do you want to add?
I absolutely think that there is an opportunity there, whether or not they're homeowners or people who have been renting for a long time, but I think our senior population are the fastest growing people entering homelessness in the United States, right? And one just thing that just has come up in a couple of the comments that I just wanted to put out there, I was going to ask a question for Carolyn, but I think thinking about just going back to those mental models, like the single family home and you have to buy and you have to put a mortgage, and I mean that goes on the flip side too, right? So I definitely agree that we're not going to wait for the federal government to decide they're going to pass a big budget to do social housing, but I do think that I don't think that any of us are here because we're interested in creating another kind of bureaucratic, tax credit program for the purpose of finding a place that is more like, let's not have a senior housing complex, program, but we want something a little bit different, right? And there was this, kind of intentional communities that we're hearing more about, people who are women in their 60s who are divorced, who just kind of want to live near each other, they're, all these little tiny home communities. I think that is what people are a little bit hungry for, right? As having some choice over what the way it is that they're going to live and creating a community in the meantime. I think, to the question about where does private corporation, where does, private money fit into this, one thing that we haven't talked about that I raised just as a thought experiment, because I don't know anything about this, but is demographics, right? So I think another mental model we're stuck in, I'm interested by this point that we probably have enough housing in the United States across the country, but people are not living, I mean, my husband's from Iowa, they're like begging him to come back, like, we'll give you some money, we'll give you whatever you want, and people are not going there, right? So younger people we're going to the cities, right? And so I think rethinking, I think that thinking about social housing, how are we going to build housing in the future, doesn't happen in a vacuum, right? We are no longer building this 100 houses on a cul-de-sac wherever, and put it wherever in the United States. It doesn't look like that anymore. So I think that's part of where we can kind of leverage where is private development going. I think there's a whole other question about whether anyone's going to have a job anymore, but that's maybe part of the question about where does that private money come in as well.
Is it Matt?
Yeah, I want to also point out that social housing is not inimical to wealth building. And I want to talk about David's example in Brooklyn. The one-bedroom apartment in Brooklyn, the Metro apartment that is renting for $239 a month, did you say?
No, $1,000 a month is the maintenance.
1,000 a month?
239 units in the.
Oh, okay, 1,000 a month.
Yeah.
That apartment is probably renting for $3,000 a month lower than market rents in that area. Now, if somebody has lived in that apartment for 30 years and they have been getting this kind of a discount in the market, the amount that if they saved and invested half of what they are saving, they would be very wealthy. And so I think that we need to start quantifying and debunking this notion that social housing eliminates wealth building. And so I think that's a very important thing. A few years ago, when the city of Boston was under real assault about the deed restrictions and the income restrictions on their home ownership, affordable home ownership, I had suggested, well, there are many folks who have gotten affordable homes through the city. Has anybody actually looked at how many of those people have been able to sell their deed-restricted homes and buy an unrestricted homes? I think there are probably many of them.
Yeah, the Urban Institute did some good work following up on shared equity home ownership, land trusts and the like, and found that there were a significant portion of people who moved out after 7 years or so and kind of got onto a traditional home ownership. So it is a platform. This woman, did you have your hand up there? And there's one over here. Get fellow back there and we'll come out.
Sure, I'll try to go quickly. Jason Minter with Habitat for Humanity International. I was kind of responding to David's comment earlier about it was kind of like the inefficiency of that windfall, of that wealth building opportunity. And I think I'm at this moment in my career where I've been in affordable housing and light-tech development for about 12 years. And in that time, you see, for example, in Houston after Hurricane Harvey, we were building substantially. So we through LIHTC, we gained $85 million. We built 350 homes. That was really exciting work. And in that process, the developer, the nonprofit developer makes a lot of money. The architect makes a lot of money. The contractor makes a lot of money. The city and the county got their cut through their CDBG funds. And the families that moved in, while they were very reasonably housed, and housed better than they were before, and housed better than their neighbors, is a situation where it's very likely that the children and the grandchildren, the people that we housed, are ultimately going to be seeking, the same type of subsidy, 15, 20 years from now. So it really took me to this place where now in my career, I feel like kind of this tribal pull to make opportunities for affordable housing where wealth is created for communities who have been excluded from that wealth creation in the past, specifically Black communities, Hispanic communities, etc. So I feel myself drawn to wealth building opportunities where they can get that windfall, because I see the existing models and I'm like, are we really getting ahead? So I just wanted to ask the panel to kind of meditate on just that dynamic as practitioners.
Sure. I would pick up on the comment Matt made in a couple of dimensions. One is there's additionally a Lincoln Institute of Land Policy study from I think 2019 on the the amount of cash down equity someone put into a shared equity home, and then what they were able to take out of it a few years later and move into the private market, which measured that, it was something like a $2,000 investment yielded $14,000 5 years later, which if I could invest at that rate, I would be extremely happy. And what it didn't count was, we're talking about generating a population that is locked into rental, where rent is constantly going up and people are falling behind. And now there's an opportunity to move into a form of ownership, which is stabilize their costs and allow them to save outside. And it didn't count the outside savings. I was told just before this that that study is being updated because it really was right after the sort of Great Recession and before COVID and all. So I think it depends on your model. If you think about what people are not getting because they're not buying a house in Wellesley, Massachusetts, and that's going up at 10% a year, you're taking something away. If you think about where people are starting and giving them a step on the ladder towards wealth building, you're giving them a boost, and that's how I think of it. Maybe incorrectly, but that's how I think of it.
I would challenge you to think about like what that means, like this idea of how we're going to create generational wealth through homeownership, because traditionally that has not served particularly Black and brown people well. And so I think one of the potentials of social housing is a shift, right? So what we're saying is like, housing is not the investment that creates the generational wealth. It is an anchor that helps stabilize a home and a family, that allows you to have perhaps the freeing up of additional resources or this other way that can pivot into a different kind of wealth building. I would, hot take or not, like, I mean, capitalism doesn't really work well for Black people, right? So like, do we need to keep trying to invest in a system that like particularly was designed to use us as commodities?
Back here, then we'll get you in, I will put a word.
Thank you. This is a very interesting conversation. Janelle Bird, Chichester with the National Fair Housing Alliance. And I'd like to ask the panel of the models that you're thinking about, and I know, Chris, you mentioned repeatedly mixed income. I'm thinking about the demographic mix, and which of these models, or what have you seen about these models that can help protect against rebuilding racial segregation and income segregation in some instances. And so I'm concerned about that component of the models and what you're thinking about that element of it.
Does anyone on the panel want to take a stab at that, or?
What element of the model?
So whether or not we're going to recreate racial and economic segregation, or how we're going to protect against it.
Or perpetuate it.
Perpetuate it.
It's happening now, even in the co-op models that we're talking about. For example, you know, in New York City, even in the luxury model, they use basically the racial wealth gap to cut people out because they make you qualify for 50% financing or something like that, even though a mortgage would never, you wouldn't have to qualify for that amount. So there are all these ways that the impact of some of these can be very harmful in terms of trying to achieve a goal of greater racial and ethnic and economic integration in housing, which I think is important.
So I would just say, I guess, two things. One is, I think, first of all, we have to think about this system with the fact that this is a tendency that's going to emerge, and we better design a system that is pushing back against those, right? And so one big part of the reason why public housing was so segregated, because it plugged into residential segregation. So there were Black neighborhoods that got public housing and white neighborhoods that got public housing, and we defined those that way. So we got to make sure if we create a program of social housing, we're very conscious about where it's being built and who has access to that housing. And we better not recreate segregation through it. So I think it's partly that, you know, if we don't want to have systems that are racist, we got to realize the system is racist, and we better think about it hard when we allocate money, when we locate projects, and when we think about the management of it. I mean, that's kind of a nebulous answer in some ways, but I think your point is well taken, which is, you know, we will recreate the system given the structure of our society if we don't push against it.
Can I just add, I also think that that is really, to me, I worry about that too, and I think it has a lot to do with the scale, which is why I thought about, is this a local test we're doing in a couple of cities, or is this like a national program we're really going to push? Because I do think that the scarcity and the competition for it does have a lot to do with where, like I said before, where does it go? Where are we going to put these social housing? How are we going to decide which city, where does it fit in that model? And I think, but I also want to put in a plug for saying that the support, not just training people to be good stewards of the housing that they're controlling, but really this ongoing support for people to make sure that those boards are transparent, that we really are not perpetuating that. I think that that's something that's seen as kind of a soft thing that gets left once it's built, and I think that that's important.
I have one more question. I have no time for it. I got a stop sign. Could you just throw a question out there, comment quick? Just throw it out there, and then we can come down and answer it.
Okay, awesome. And that was a super wonderful lead-in to my question, which essentially follows yours. I'm Margot. I work for the Lincoln Institute of Land Policy, and my question really is almost the flip of the question before, which is, as we build more housing that is mixed income, earlier panelists have talked about people feeling unwelcome and issues with integration within purposeful integration projects. What success stories have you seen and what strategies have you seen that help create that home and community space in
So do you have a short answer, or we can go so have her come on down? Come on down, or you got a short answer? I do have to come on down, Megan. Before Megan comes out, first, will you join me in thanking the panel? I want to leave you all with just a little bit of hope. I think the fact that we're having this conversation seems that there are new ideas being put on the table, and that there is a kind of a laboratory happening. And I think that, stay tuned, in 5 or 10 years, I think there's hope to see that we'll need to see some of these things flowering. So thank you all.
Okay, so we're going to get started. This is our last panel. It's just amazing how quickly we've gone through. It's been an amazing couple days. So once again, I'm Thomas Mitchell, in case you didn't know that. And we are fortunate to have this, our last panel, and just 3 awesome people kind of dealing with kind of movement building and housing issues and land issues. So there is a little bit of a through line that all of our panelists have spent time at one point or another at the NAACP Legal Defense Fund, LDF. But you guys can see the bios, but Mariana Engelman-Lotto has done tremendous amounts in terms of civil rights, environmental justice, both working in the civil rights sector, working in law schools, and also working at the EPA in the last administration, including on a variety of environmental initiatives and environmental justice. Right. So, and then David Wheaton is, he's done a few things in his career in terms of the housing. Was in Texas, where he was, I think, the advocacy director at Texas Housers, right, and doing a lot of work with communities, developing, ideas and policies and advocacy around those issues. And now is at LDF, right, as doing heading some policy work, right. And then Brianna Sturgey, I just ran into in the fall in New York when I was a speaker for the Center for New York City Neighborhoods fall conference, and just like we've been doing at this conference out in the hallway with some coffee, struck up a conversation. So Brianna is a Root Tilden Scholar at NYU Law School, And she is going to work for the Center for New York City Neighborhoods. Did I hear that you told my wife that you got an Equal Justice Works Fellowship? Or not?
Yeah.
I shouldn't have asked that question without knowing the answer. That could have gone south. Glad it did. Congratulations. Oh, man. It's late. And so, one of the things that is not mentioned in the bio, which was what we talked about a lot in New York, was as an undergraduate, was it Barnum?
Yeah, Barnum.
Oh, thank God. That Brianna did a thesis that was kind of interrogating and problematizing the use of eminent domain in New York City for the expansion of what, instead of Harlem, was called Manhattanville, right, is how they branded it, right, which ended up displacing a lot of, like, black and brown folks. And not only did she write this thesis, but it kind of went viral, maybe in a way that her university didn't fully love. But I really appreciated that, and I was like, okay, like, I want you to come to our conference, and so I'm glad that this has worked out. All right, so we have a little bit of a structure here where each of the panelists is going to do an 8-minute presentation, and then we're going to have a couple of rounds of Q&A among the panel, and then we're going to open it up to broader Q&A to all you wonderful people. So I think our order, Marianne, are you going first? I think, David, you're going second, Brianna third, and then I'm going to do a little 8-minute. Okay. So I want to turn it over to Marianne.
Okay, great. And I'm going to speak fast because I have 2 points I want to make in my 8 minutes. First, that change comes from the ground up. That's my theory of change. I hope it sticks with you. And we heard a little bit about that in the question and answer in the last panel about the need for organizing. But the role of the lawyers in systemic reform efforts is to support communities asserting their own vision for their own future. That's fundamental to environmental justice, and this panel is about environmental justice, at least in part. And so that's the first thing I want to talk about. Second, I'll discuss the effort to enforce civil rights in the environmental and environmental justice context as illustrative of this principle. And I gotta say that there were a lot of different examples, like this has been the through line in my career, increasingly, and so when we're talking about how does a lawyer play a role and how do you make systemic change, there are lots of really good examples. So I was trying to think about which one to use, but I want to talk about civil rights because I think it's important that it not be erased and that we talk about it. And how through collaborative efforts at the local, state, and national level, stakeholders, not only the communities that were at the center of this, but also the lawyers and the scientists and epidemiologists and others, came together to enforce civil rights, though clearly there's much more work to be done. Okay, you can all leave now, I'm done. No. Okay, so let me start with my theory of change as, and this is well described in this book, From the Ground Up, if you haven't read it, by Luke Cole and Sheila Foster, and also in my own writing. The idea is that change happens when people realize they have agency. And then together, people come together into communities, and they exercise their own power. And when they exercise their own power and they develop their own strategies and they develop their own goals, then the partners like lawyers and scientists can take those goals and through collaborative efforts can start to implement. And together they can develop structural change. And so our job as lawyers is to assist those individuals exercising their agency, those communities developing their platforms and their proposals, and then assist as they develop those goals for community change. And we can be in partnership with other technical assistance providers like scientists. There are many roles for lawyers. counseling, bringing litigation, assisting with public education. And in turn, each of those, including litigation, have a number of functions. And I know this is sort of level setting, but that's what I thought, since I'm going first, that's what I thought I'd do. Of course, litigation can lead to judicial decisions, which sometimes we like, sometimes we don't, but maybe some remedies we want. It can lead to settlements, but also equally important, it can create the space. For example, through NEPA or procedural laws, it can create the space for more democratic engagement. It can also be part of a coordinated strategy to create public education, to create leverage for settlement, to create community benefits agreements, a whole bunch of things. All should be in support of communities that are exercising their right to have control over their future. I want to just go back before I go on to my illustrative example to, oops, I keep going the wrong way, to the history, if this works. If it doesn't, I'll tell you about it. Nope, it didn't work. Okay, that's okay. What you were going to see, and you can look for it online, is a video of the sort of foundational moment in the environmental justice movement where people from Warren County, North Carolina were protesting for 6 weeks every day in 1982 to stop PCB-laden dirt from being put into their community. PCBs are neurotoxin. And they lay their bodies down on the street to stop big bulldozers and trucks from bringing this PCB-laden earth into their community. Children, and it's largely an African-American community, but they had partners in the Lumbee tribe and also students and others. And the video, what I like about, there are a lot of things I like about the video, but it also shows all the different origins of the EJ movement. You can clearly see the civil rights strategies. You can see the singing. You can see the protest signs. You can see laying down nonviolent civil disobedience. But the EJ movement also took from the environmental movement, the indigenous rights movement, the migrant farmers movement. So all of that comes together in the EJ movement. The protest received national attention. And from that national attention, all these different groups that in their own communities were thinking, why I think it's racism, or I think it's something else, but why is it that we're being dumped on? And when they saw that video, I've heard so many people say they realized we have to do something. So, and that we're part of a national, oops, I keep doing it wrong, we're part of this national effort. So Warren County led to a seminal study that brought scientists in as partners. They engaged people, and there was the first People of Color Environmental Summit. And out of that, in 1991, you got principles of environmental justice. And the reason I wanted to share these principles before talking about civil rights is that they demand the right to partnership, to engagement, to self-determination. So when we think about what do we do in this movement as lawyers, we have to respect these principles of environmental justice and the right to participate as equal partners. Okay, oops, sorry. Okay, I'm going to use the illustrative example of Title VI. It's a whole other topic to really justify why environmental justice and the distribution of environmental benefits and burdens is a civil rights issue. But I just wanted to throw up this Hulk map. This happens to be Baltimore, but to reflect the land use and how our land use in this country was developed at a time of segregation and redlining. And unlike in other areas of civil rights, it has never been, there's no Supreme Court case that says you have to redo all the zoning that's based on that unconstitutional behavior. And indeed, as this shows, scientists have showed there's a relationship between redlining and environmental hazards today. I keep doing the same thing. So civil rights, civil rights law, Title VI of the Civil Rights Act is one of the laws that that we use, as well as the Fair Housing Act. And I'm going to try to be within 30 seconds, Megan. But Title VI was passed in 1964. There were regulations that were promulgated at the same time as the law, but EPA was not around. And in the environmental sector, it was basically not used. And so what we have, and this is really the illustrative example, what we have is leading up to 2001, we had communities coming together in an alliance, civil rights groups, environmental groups, activists on the local level, developing a platform. I sued EPA for unreasonable delay in not doing a good job in civil rights enforcement. People were engaging in comments. And then coming into the Biden administration, there were all kinds of efforts to really get some meaningful civil rights enforcement. And there were policy reforms. So these are some of the policy reforms: some transparency, an online docket, new staffing, using affirmative authority, new guidance. Did it do enough? No, totally didn't. And there's a whole conversation to be had about how this administration is subverting civil rights enforcement in this area. But I wanted to use it as an example of how people came together over time, used all these different strategies, had partners to actually make a difference.
That's great. So I actually didn't know you were going to talk about Title VI. That's great, because I want to talk about Title VI as well in the housing context. So, again, my name is David Wheaton. You see him pronouns. I'm a policy counsel at the NAACP Legal Defense Fund. And I'm going to actually talk about a case study from when I was actually at Texas Housers as an advocacy director there. And I know somebody in the room already mentioned Hurricane Harvey, but while I was in Texas, Hurricane Harvey had hit. In a few years, or about a year after that, Congress appropriated two types of funds. So they appropriated CDBG, DR funds, disaster recovery funds, which a lot of jurisdictions used to rebuild their communities. They also did something for the first time. They did CDBG mitigation funds. How can communities mitigate disasters that may happen? Houston, we know has had some disasters before. So how can communities better build back, more resilient, so their communities won't be as affected if there is another disaster that could happen? And so we were really excited, right? DR funds were coming through, and we were going to get these mitigation funds. So everybody was really, really excited in the community. We could really, try to build up. And then Texas happened, right? So the federal government gave Texas the responsibility to distribute these funds. And an office called the General Land Office, or GLOBE, at the time was, the commissioner was one of the Bushes. I can't remember. I think it was, one of the Bushes. Well, one of the Bush's sons. But was the commissioner at the time. And so one of the issues that we quickly found was that when the General Land Office started to distribute these funds, and they put out a plan, we saw that Houston, Texas, where we know most of the damage happened, was going to get $0 of the $3.4 billion. Corpus Christi, majority brown jurisdiction, Hispanic jurisdiction, where also lots of damage was sustained during Hurricane Harvey, was going to get $0 in funds. Port Arthur, Texas, majority black area, was going to get $0 in funds. Beaumont, Texas, another majority black area, was going to get $0 in funds. And community groups were outraged. We were outraged. And so we quickly thought about how can we quickly go about making a change, right? How do we use litigation, advocacy, community engagement, media, social media? How can we galvanize folks to understand that this is going to be a huge, huge problem? Again, these communities needed these mitigation funds. And so at Texas Housers, we worked with some community partners on the ground, and they called one group called the Northeast Action Collective, another group called West Street Recovery, and those are community groups that were on the ground. And we said, okay, hey, what are we going to do? As a lawyer, I said, let's sue them, right? But through trying to take what the community wanted first, they said, no, we need something quick. We know that a lawsuit can go on for years and years and years, and the state's going to get this money now, they're going to spend it. And so what we did was we filed a Title VI complaint with HUD. And then we also, though, as attorneys, again, took what the community wanted. So we actually did a really big messaging campaign on the ground. We did letter writing campaigns. We did a social media campaign to really galvanize the community about how wrong this was. And so it got to a point where there were some communities that were going to get these funds. They were in more, wider jurisdictions that were saying, hey, we see this isn't really fair. Like, why are we getting, there was actually one community that got $30 million to build a road between a new Home Depot that they were building and a community that was going to be built, right? That wasn't the mitigation funds that the federal government really thought should be, done using these funds. And so we used academic research to show, and GIS mapping to show that these funds were going into more wider, more rural jurisdictions, and that Black and brown communities were being fully left out. We ended up filing a Title VI complaint on that with HUD, both on Title VI and a fair housing argument as well. We were able to win that Title VI complaint and win the fair housing complaint, but also we were able to try to get the communities, even before we were able to get that determination from HUD, we were able to try to get communities in those more wider, more rural jurisdictions to try to claw back some of those funds to give to Houston and other areas. And so I just, this is, my time is up, but just a quick way of how, again, as attorneys, we listen to the community. We were able to, one, we were able to win, but then also we were able to try to get some of the money into the hands of these communities that desperately needed.
Yes, so as was discussed earlier, I wrote my thesis about Columbia University's expansion into West Harlem via their Manhattanville project. And so my purpose in writing this research was to understand how Columbia toggles between its identity as a nonprofit educational institution that promotes inclusivity, progressive ideals, and then also how it acts as one of the cities, actually the largest land developers, and mirrors corporate land acquisition practices. And so my position as a student was to never speak for the community or on their behalf. I wanted to leverage my status as a student, someone that the university could not easily ignore, to elevate the voices and the concerns that the community had been expressing about this expansion project since 2004 when it was publicly announced. And what inspired this research was actually, I'm from Chicago, and so when I came to New York, I'm in Harlem all the time, getting my hair done, getting food, like that's my place to be. And Harlem did not look how I imagined Harlem to look. And so that kind of got me into researching why that was, and I stumbled upon this expansion project. I started attending community board meetings and talking to residents and understanding what was happening, and because I wanted to see what was going on the ground and help create a fuller picture with that, especially with the legal background and their controversial use of eminent domain to acquire the remaining land sites that refused to sell to the university. And so in doing this research, I pieced together the legal, economic, financial strategies Columbia deployed to realize this expansion project. So one of the facts that I thought was so controversial was prior to even publicly announcing this and the court cases brought against them, Columbia had already owned and controlled about 60% of the project area before publicly announcing it. And so they were engaging in this facade with the community of, we're going to start, like it appeared they were going to start this expansion project, and not that they had already bought the buildings. And then they later used those same buildings to determine blight, to acquire them from eminent domain, and while they were the landowner, so they were responsible for the condition of these buildings. And so it went up on appeal, and the district court actually ruled in favor of the landowners, but then it went on appeal and overturned it, and they kind of ignored some of this substantial evidence. And I also investigated in my research Columbia's $170 million community benefits agreement, and it's historic because that at the time was one of the largest community benefits agreements that had been agreed upon. And so it was entered in 2009 between the community board and the university, and some of the key provisions in there was a $76 million benefit fund for scholarships and different services. There was a $20 million fund for affordable housing to be paid out in installments in accordance with the construction phases. There was also a $30 million commitment to build kindergarten through 5th grade school through Teachers College, and also in-kind benefits, which were, they're supposed to allow residents access to Columbia University's facilities, to specifically the new buildings that were going up, like an art gallery, the science center, an atrium that was built that hosts community events and public engagement. And so also a key point in this community benefits agreement is that it's set to expire in 2045. And so that in and of itself speaks to the relationship that Columbia has with West Harlem residents, and also speaks to their commitment to that relationship in the future. And so just to put a bit of the CBA into perspective, so in 2018, the Columbia Daily Spectator, which is a student-run journalist organization, revealed that only 1%, which was $100,000 of the $20 million fund for affordable housing, had been spent. Fast forward to, as of 2021, Columbia has only paid out $10 million of that commitment to the West Harlem Development Corporation, which was an entity that was created in charge of administering the CBA. And then also, even fast forward to today, according to Columbia's own financial reporting on its website in October 2025, they have not released the remaining $10 million. Again, set to expire in 2045. The CBA also pledged $20 million in the in-kind benefits agreements that I just mentioned. And as of West Harlem Development Corporation's, their 2021 financial audit, the organization has only administered less than $400,000 because it is evaluated by fair market value of the services used. And also, many residents do not even know that they have access to the facility. And as I'm sure a lot of people in New York in this room know, Columbia's in the news every other day for some horrific thing. And as they've closed their doors and shut down campus, even to their own students, and not protecting them, imagine what that's also doing to the community at the same time. And so the stakeholders I was involved with when my thesis went viral was student groups and coalitions that were invested in this issue, CB9 and their Land Use and Housing Committee, which is comprised of long-term residents, engaged on these issues and directly impacted, local activists and neighborhood groups, and also the university and President of Columbia. So in 2020, when my thesis went viral, in collaboration with these folks, we led social media and educational campaigns to talk about what was happening, the CBA agreement, and put pressure on the university and hold their feet to the fire to their mission statement and all the things that Columbia has branded themselves as a progressive, liberal institution that educates the next generation of fighters and leaders. And so that actually led to talks of a meeting with the university, but they didn't want to meet with the community board. They only wanted to meet with the students. And we felt, again, uncomfortable speaking on their behalf because they have voices. The things that they have been complaining and issuing, it was not new to any of us, and they were perfectly capable of expressing their lived experiences and being experts of the issue themselves. And so that unfortunately failed talks, that halted talks because Columbia refused to come to the table with them. But that did not stop our direct advocacy in 2021. Sorry, I'm going to try to speed it up. In 2021, I was invited to be a collaborator for Undesign the Red Line, where I hosted a reading group expressing this issue and exploring Columbia's history with West Harlem. Also hosted a panel with, again, nonprofits, lawyers, and the now president of Community Board 9, Victor Edwards, who I'm still very close with to this day. I think he's watching. Hi. And so to them to talk about this issue, 2022 organized a walking tour in the area about these issues, again, with these same individuals. 2023, I started law school, so I was fighting for my life, and I had to take a step back from direct advocacy, but I still remain in close contact with the president of CB9, and he still keeps me updated about the issues and ongoing struggles for accountability in regards to this expansion project.
Awesome. So I need the clicker. Thank you. I'm gonna try to. You said a good bar, because I think I can do slightly better, but we'll see. All right, so just in terms of the theme of this panel, that I wanted to talk a little bit about some of my work and some of the, what I call like the heirs property movement. The one jumping off point's a little different. Sometimes when we think about this work as working as lawyers with like community groups, you're already at the point where you're a professional, there's kind of a well-established group, and then you interact. And some of my, I'm going to take, and some of what I'm going to talk about is I'm taking it back to an earlier developmental stage. So this is, so part of this goes back to when I was doing my LLM and my thesis I did at the University of Wisconsin. I got to know about heirs property work because I was doing field research in several poor rural counties in the South and Appalachia. And that's how, by just kind of being out there, I think Brian Stevenson, one of the things he advocates for is proximity. And so I went to the sites, I spent time with people in the communities and community groups, and that's the only way I ever heard. I never heard about heirs property, but because as I was on the ground, I think it might have been the picture in the top right. This was in North Carolina. I was at a meeting where there was a discussion of the settlement of the black farmers, civil rights, the Pickford case. And I was there kind of being an observer. Somebody mentioned I was an attorney, and it was during a coffee break, like 3 families descended upon me and started talking about their, and they were really stressed about their heirs' property. And I was like, what, are you talking about heir rights? Like, what are you talking about? And then through those discussions, I was like, oh, they're discussing, this is tenancy and common property, but what they were telling me was totally different from what was in any first-year casebook, treatise, and it was through that process of, I told the families I'd try to help out, that I actually found out what they were saying was true, right? When they sent me some like judicial opinions. So the point is, it's kind of, building a relationship, being proximate. We talked about community land trust, by the way. This is the first community land trust in this country, is the new communities outside Albany, Georgia. That's Charles Sherrod. This is Shirley Sherrod and Charles Sherrod. So those names don't mean anything to you. Google, or I'll talk to you about them, who they are later. Part of what I did was I decided to develop scholarship to highlight these issues, to give a different picture about how partition law works in disadvantaged communities that are disproportionately, but not exclusively, people of color. But I also felt a need that when I was hearing from these families about their chronic lack of access to affordable legal services, even as a grad student, I was like, can I do something to help? And I ended up working with a center called the Land Tenure Center, which was doing some good work, and we built a summer externship program where we placed law students around the country where the issue was communities' lack of access to affordable legal services was undermining their property rights. And once again, believing in this notion of being proximate, I didn't want them to be in Boston and New York or Madison or LA and doing work for some community that was over there somewhere. I wanted them to live and work in the communities that they were trying to help. And so we did a variety of things. In one of our sites, we did kind of a whole community legal education program. One of the students who ended up doing this ended up playing a substantial role when this ended up being a moment when there was an opportunity to actually reform partition law. It was that had led to the loss of billions of dollars of property that black and brown and some poor whites owned as well. The one of the students who had done the externship was actually a Northeastern law student. Got interested, decided to move to Alabama, got a fellowship with the Southern Poverty Law Center, and when this moment came to to try to reform this law, I ended up reaching out to these various community-based organizations, public interest, legal aid, that had been in the trenches for decades, operating with, the deck stacked against them, and brought them into the process of drafting this Uniform Act. They ended up forming, so it wasn't kind of like there was a pre-existing community, they were operating separately, but they formed a coalition called the Heirs Property Preservation Coalition, and we ended up doing a division of labor. This is the Uniform Law Commission, which has been around since 1892. It's a very elite organization that develops model state statutes. The demographics, when we did this drafting between 2007 and 2010, just look at the picture, it was 85% white men, average age 60. It's gotten better in one way. It's probably like today, 78% white men, average age now 66 or something. And so basically, we were all outside. I was an outsider to this process. I was only the second African American ever picked to be the principal drafter of the Uniform Act, and there'd been about 440, and they were outsiders. But we basically did a division of labor because what I told them was that if it's me alone, basically I'm totally outnumbered. I got a small amount of political capital, and I can only pick 3 issues and I'll fight to the death on those, but I gotta play let's make a deal on everything else. But if you're at the table, so I kind of educated them about how the uniform law process worked, and it actually worked out quite well in terms of we shared responsibility on advocating for that. Has led, so I'm not going to show you this map, but somebody earlier said it's now the law in 24 states, the District of Columbia, and the U.S. Virgin Islands. And we have bills in like 3 or 4 states currently. I can tell you the South Carolina story. We talked about South Carolina earlier this morning. All right, so one of the things kind of going forward is that, in terms of the work of our initiative, that's part of the reason we have a community engagement team. It has 3 purposes. One, if we come up with proposals, we're trying to ground truth them, right? Second, we are just trying to serve communities. But the third is we're trying to be proximate and find out, are there issues that are under-recognized that by being proximate we can learn and then try to work together to address. And then these are just a couple of other, this is one of the projects we're doing in Tulsa, Oklahoma, including North Tulsa, where the Black Wall Street Greenwood was. We have a project with the University of Tulsa on that. And then just the last thing is that one of the great developments, and I've mentioned it earlier, is that as this field has developed, we have, there's a number of stakeholders now that are participating, including a group of attorneys who were kind of individually working, but not cohesively, and they formed something called the Heirs Property Practitioners Network. I don't know, you guys up to 230, 350, something like that?
230 lawyers licensed in 30 states.
Yeah, so it was awesome. And then we're, all trying to work together in a more coordinated way, and I will now stop. Okay, so the kind of the run of show is I have a general question for the panelists. And then we're going to do a little round robin among ourselves of questions we're going to pose to each other, and then we're going to open it to all of you. All right, so just in terms of, so David, you kind of talked about a specific example, and Brianna, you talked about a specific example, and I guess I did too, of where you have folks who have, technical legal experience working with communities or movements, and it sounds wonderful the way we've all talked about it, but sometimes it can be difficult. Sometimes there's stressors on both ends. So it can be a very powerful mechanism, but also there can be friction, there can be sometimes downsides to that. So can we, from your example, it all sounded all good.
Yeah.
Can you talk about some of the stressors? Was there any friction? Challenges?
Yeah, definitely friction, definitely challenges. I think communities especially those that have been marginalized and those without a voice, they have a particular way sometimes of how they think something should go. And I think as somebody who considers myself like a movement lawyer, I want to always be conscious of that, conscious into the space that I'm coming into their community and trying to help them, but it is their community, and wanting to ensure that their voices are heard and their voices are put first. But also letting them know, hey, we can't sue everybody. At first they wanted to sue the state of Texas, and let's go all out against the GLOW, and and so it's more of, okay, yes, we maybe can do that, but let's think about how we can possibly do this, and try to put it in a place where, one, we are setting ourselves up possibly for the best result for if there's litigation, if there's policy, but then also ensuring that whatever result that may come from that is the result that the community actually wants. And so, yes, so while there was definitely some friction on that, I think that friction died down very quickly, because once we explained to them, okay, we may not sue the state of Texas, we may do this type of complaint, right, and things like that. They were like, oh yes, that makes sense, that's what we want. And so just kind of explaining to them and making sure that we're both on the same page, I think worked out for us.
Yeah, as someone, in my last year of law school and about to enter the field, this is a question that I'm contemplating and I struggle with when trying to do housing justice work, is how to use my legal background, my legal expertise to help elevate movements and not overpower them and overtake them, because I feel like, at least in law school, it's like such a bubble where you think the law is going to solve everything, like we are the end-all be-all, things don't move without us. And I think if anything, this current administration has shown us the law is not going to save us by itself, and that your rights are here one day and gone tomorrow, and that there needs to be a stronger emphasis on collaboration with community members and activists and people on the ground doing this work. And the example I give about Columbia, I entered into that space as a student, so it was less of this tension. But even within the community, there was not a consensus about this redevelopment. Some people were like, this is amazing, like this is what we've been wanting, and there was a lot of benefits that some residents were seeing. Like, for example, they talked about how some bus stops were starting to pop up along the area that were closer to walk to than what they had been used to. And so because of Columbia's expansion and the name that Columbia brings, and the investment that Columbia's name brings into certain areas, and then some residents were like, this is terrible, we don't want this, we want to keep all of these things in the mom and pop shops, and the concern about them being closed down and being moved. So even within that community, there was a differing set of expectations and wants and demands, but in interrogating that and talking to people, it was understanding that, at least for me, I came away walking from that there was an investment, but investment without protection is predatory, and everyone was feeling the effects of that. And I think everyone could agree that they wanted certain protections. People didn't want to be priced out of their neighborhood. They didn't want their local mom and pop shops to go out of business or be moved. And I think everyone could agree on that, and everyone just had a different opinion about what the investment brings.
Sure, I'm going to give a different example I talked about. So quite a number of years ago, I was working in two communities, not proximate, but two communities in Alabama. And I got a call from Senator Booker's office that he wanted to learn more about environmental justice. And I asked the communities, I asked my clients whether they'd like a visit from Senator Booker. And they said yes. So, working with the communities, we organized site visits. We went down to Alabama and Louisiana. He'd already been to North Carolina, actually, to another set of clients I have. But he was very moved to take a leadership role on environmental justice, and he went back home, worked with his staff, and developed what we call the Booker Bill, an environmental justice bill that was introduced in Congress. But before it was introduced, he wanted to check on whether this bill represented what communities wanted, to his credit. And there's a little bit of skepticism, to say the least, because there are a lot of environmental justice issues in New Jersey, and it wasn't clear that he had played a leading role in those. And the larger organized DJ world had not asked him to take a leadership role. So I helped to organize a meeting. I was a lawyer. I was working with a guy named Nicky Sheets, who's an EJ, he's a lawyer also, but he's an EJ activist in New Jersey. We organized this call with a lot of the leading EJ voices from across the country. We get on the call with Senator Booker's staffer, and he says Senator Booker wants to introduce this bill, and he wants to have a meeting, like a big send-off for the bill. Do you want to come to a meeting in D.C. and do you want to review the bill? And he gets a bit of a talking to, right? And the EJ leaders said, nothing about us without us. This was not our priority. Maybe we want to do stuff at the local level. And so I needed to take my lead from them. I mean, I had organized the site visits in Alabama, but that was checking in with my clients, and they were quite concerned. They said, you didn't come to my community. He did go to communities in Alabama and Louisiana, but many of them, New Mexico and other places, he hadn't gone to their community. They're like, where did you get these ideas from? So there was a lot of tension in that room. Where did the idea come from? Why should it be a priority? Why should they give up what they're doing to go to Washington to do the send-off? And to his credit, the staffer said, Senator Booker doesn't want to do anything that you don't want him to do. And he took a step back, and he said, why don't y'all think about it? And they said, okay, we will. And they did think about it, and we had a 1.5 long process reviewing the draft. They decided they thought it was a good idea to go ahead once they had sort of asserted that nothing about us without us. And we had a really extensive process, and ultimately he introduced a bill that they were behind, and that then led to what's called the EJ for All Act that Congressman McKeechin and Grijalva took the lead on, and has been reintroduced and will have a future as well. And parts of the Booker bill and the EJ for All Act passed the House, but they also were attached to an energy bill that included nuclear power, and the EJ movement was against it, so that actually came out ultimately. But it's the beginning of a beautiful relationship.
Yes, I'm going to actually answer my question too. Some of you have mentioned something where there's not consensus within the community. So in some of my work, I've experienced that sometimes. In this coalition we tried to form, there had been an organization that had been kind of the incumbent organization for a while, though they weren't doing as much, and they seemed to be more concerned with who's going to get the credit, and it was like, in their view, they should get all the credit. And that was negotiating with that was, sometimes delicate. Sometimes some of the groups we work with didn't understand some of the constraints, right? And I remember in a drafting meeting, I think it was out in Arizona, we actually had gotten a big win within the scope of what was possible. And they were like, wanted to push for more. And I was like, we need to take the win and move on before they reconsider like what we just won, because what we won was big. But it was kind of like just full-throated, not totally understanding the context of what we were working in, understandably, right? One other issue I thought that in this meeting that we had done all in this stealth way about behind the scenes, coming up with this division of labor between what the coalition would do and what I would do, I was feeling really good about myself about that until the Uniform Law Commission, very elite. All these commissioners are appointed by governors. They meet in 4- to 5-star resorts. And at one of our early meetings, the commissioners were totally ignoring the grassroots groups. Like, this was the first time they'd ever had grassroots participation in the Uniform Law Commission, which we hadn't totally counted on. To the credit of the group, they got together, they were realizing they were not being heard, and they went to the Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights Under Law and got a pro bono partner who was a real estate partner at a large law firm, ILHPR. So then he started coming to the meetings, and it just totally changed the dynamics. He didn't do all the talking, but it kind of legitimized them in the view of the Uniform Law Commissioners. And I'll just say one good thing is, even though there was an initial resistance from this Uniform Law Commission to this kind of frankly, they looked at who's this riffraff in the room. They ultimately saw that the act was a lot better, and that by their input, they were then motivated when we tried to get it enacted into law in states across the country. And then they changed their process. They set up a scholarship to enable groups to be able to attend where there was a barrier in terms of just how expensive it was. And now they've made their drafting meetings available virtually. So it's brought down those barriers to entry. Anyway, yeah. So we're going to just start the round robin. All the work is going to be done by my co-panelists here in terms of questions I've asked them to come up with. We're going to be in this. They're going to ask questions. We're going to have a 1-minute response, and then we're going to open it up to all of you.
So this touches upon a bit about what I just talked about, but lawyers often hold specialized knowledge and institutional access that communities may not. So my question is for everyone, how do you avoid or address the dynamic where legal expertise unintentionally concentrates powers in the hands of advocates rather than the communities most affected?
Yeah, so for me, when I do policy advocacy or when I do litigation, our client, our community group that we're working with usually is going to get some of the final say of what we're going to accept. And so ensuring that, not only I may have some type of legal expertise or I may have some type of policy expertise, but whatever is going to happen, whatever the ultimate goal is or whatever is going to be done by whatever action, I want them to have their footprints all over it. And so, I think it's just constant communication with your client or with the community group and just ensuring, okay, we're going to do this first, then we're going to do this step, then next, and then each step you're communicating with them. And so even though you may hold the expertise or you may hold, like the policy expertise or the legal expertise, you're still explaining it to them at a way and a level that they can understand. And then again, ultimately, it is your decision, it's your goal. If we're going to accept this, if we're not going to accept this, we're going to make we're going to make some suggestions to you. But ultimately, again, this is your community that we're trying to represent, or this is your case that we're bringing.
I'm going to say 3 things. One is ditto. Excellent, and listening skills, honoring the expertise of the community, communication, absolutely. My second answer is we have ethical obligations as lawyers, and working with communities is in some ways very consistent with our ethical obligations. In New York, where I practice, Rule 1.2 is the allocation of authority between clients and lawyers, right? Lawyers must abide by clients' decisions on dispositive issues, and we have to consult with our clients on other issues, on the way in which we do things. And lawyers, Rule 1.4 is communication. Lawyers shall explain. We have to explain in a way that's effective. We have to engage communities. So all of what we just talked about is consistent with our ethical obligations and taking them very seriously. If you have someone in a law firm, they have a corporate lawyer or a corporate in-house counsel they're working with, you can bet they have to explain what they're doing and they have to listen to what they say. And then the third thing I would just add is, as someone who's also an educator, I teach at NYU, although we've never run into each other, which is unbelievable. I think education, our legal education, has to do more along these lines, right? When people come to law school, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but they often think, like, I'm going to be a litigator, and I'm going to learn how to write a brief. And in my clinical work, I try to talk about listening. And some students are really engaged with that, and some students are like, well, yeah, what about brief writing, right? But as educators, we really have to engage on what are the skills we need to practice with real clients, and it includes those kinds of skills.
Yeah, I'll just add that point from the law school perspective. As someone interested in public interest work and wanting to do housing justice work, law schools, a lot of time, at least at NYU, it's very easy to end up at a corporate law firm, even unintentionally. Like, it's just, how I describe it to a lot of students applying is it's a conveyor belt to ending up in corporate. And to step off that conveyor belt, you really have to be intentional and know, like, the communities you want to work with and the type of work that you want to do. And a lot of skills they teach in law school, like you said, brief writing and speaking to the judge and speaking to the legal community and people who already understand these complicated, complex terms. And when you go into PI work, this is jargon to them. They don't, like a lot of people don't have that expertise or that background knowledge. And so taking the time to really break that down instead of just telling them, oh, this is a violation of Title IX and blah, 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 like really saying it in words and ways that people can understand in everyday language so that they are empowered to understand what's going on in this situation and even advocate for themselves using the correct language and terminology. And so I find that sometimes that's a break between the corporate students and the PI students and the law school dynamic, but then even within the PI community, it takes that additional effort to do that and to meet people where they are instead of just explaining things purely from a legal perspective. You have to break things down for people, and I find that that's still a tension.
Yeah, so I say with me, I'm a little bit differently situated that these community groups were not my clients. So in my work, we were like allies. But I think what I try to emphasize a lot is showing respect and community building. That's why I like going to where they are. That shows a certain amount of kind of respect. When I came up with proposals and it was my thesis, but because I thought my thesis was policy relevant, I did what we do in academia. I work what we call workshop our papers. That means you send it to other academics, you get their feedback. But I also send it to these community-based groups and legal aid groups, and I asked them two questions. And what I said is it legally accurate based upon your organic, work in the trenches for many days, right? Many years, because a lot of this, there's no case law, there's nothing written on this, right? It's so, am I accurate? And B, did I write it in a way that is accessible and that could be used in your communities, right? Because I just didn't want it to just be purely for academic consumption. And I think then the other thing was just in terms of not trying to be extractive, right? And a lot of academics, even when they're dealing with poor communities, they go in, they extract, they get their publications, they're never seen from again, right? And that's why, when I stumbled across this issue, it's like, I just kind of thought, is there some way else I can help? And that was like by developing that externship program, and it built goodwill that I just think was just, it was able to be utilized when we were trying to do reform. And then many of the folks I've worked with, we've had now a long-term relationship. It wasn't just a one-shot. We're now working on other things together.
I guess I'll have the next one. So what are some policy or legal solutions that can take place at the state and local level that can help put guardrails on what is happening at the federal level when it comes to erasure of civil rights for marginalized communities?
For me, I feel like in this moment, as we're seeing the court returning a lot of issues to the states, it's really big to advance education and to teach people about what their rights are, what this means, recent decisions, and how they can exercise their rights. And just referencing my question that I asked just before this one, my legal theory of change is that lawyers provide a lot of first aid in terms of we should be, at least in social movements, be providing frontline defenses to free up organizers and activists to be able to concentrate their energies and their focuses on the movement building and to build power and to advocate for themselves, and even hosting trainings where there's a lot of, last year I did a lot of work in housing court defending people through New York's Right to Counsel program with Legal Aid Society. And a lot of motions that we made were just procedural motions. You did not serve this correctly, or we did not get notice of service. And those are very simple things, always frontline defenses, the first things that you raise. And there was a way you could teach tenants to raise those defenses. And so I think that there's space for that in terms of collaboration between lawyers and community organizers. And then also at least from the housing perspective, CLTs I think are an amazing model that have been talked about a lot here. Tenant organizations, forming them, talking to your neighbors, supporting TOPA and COPA that are trying to be passed in many different states. Just talking to people about their civil rights and what it means, and so that people are, instead of just being reactive, can be proactive about these issues, and knowing that these changes are happening at the federal level and they're coming for your rights at the state level as well.
Thanks. There are so many. So I'm going to list out a few, and I want to say that the federal government is abdicating its responsibility, and it's also in light of something we also have to keep our eye on, which is the transformation of the courts and the hostility of the courts towards civil rights. Having said that, the courts aren't quite as hostile as the Trump administration likes to make out. And so one role that AGs can play, and are doing a great job, at least in some states of doing, is explaining the state of the law. So, for example, in environmental justice, which is some of what we're talking about, the Trump administration calls environmental justice illegal environmental justice. It's not illegal. I don't even know what that means. It's unconstitutionally vague if it actually is given import. So the AGs have done a great job of putting out guidance on civil rights and DEIA and environmental justice to say, here's what the law is, and the law is still the law in some of your states, that you need to pay attention to it. So I think clarifying and providing guidance. The AGs are also providing some legal support for their states. They're suing where the federal government's abdication is illegal, and that's important. I think there are things policymakers can do. That language access is legal, right? And you can still provide language access. Having public engagement is legal, and you can still provide public engagement and even strengthen your laws on language access and public engagement. Giving grants is legal, and you can target grants where they are needed most. Support for community solutions and cumulative impacts analysis. And also, when we were in the Biden administration at the Office of General Counsel, we did 3 documents that were called Legal Tools to Advance Environmental Justice, the Cumulative Impacts Addendum to Legal Tools, and there was one other addendum which I'm not thinking about. But they're still available online, or if they disappear overnight, I have them. And they're still true. They still, they were a deep analysis of the either requirement to advance environmental justice or take into account cumulative impacts, or the areas of discretion under the Civil Rights Law or the Clean Water Act or the Clean Air Act or NEPA to consider cumulative impacts or to advance environmental justice. Those things are still out there. So states can base policy on it, they can base decisions on it, they can do cumulative impacts analysis in their Clean Water Act or Clean Air Act or other kinds of permitting or other kinds of activities. So there's a lot we can do at the local and the state level in our zoning, etc. So much we can do. We don't have to wait around for the federal government. I'll just say one other thing, which is for environmental justice, there's already been this iterative quality over time of the growth of the environmental justice movement, the use of civil rights at the federal level, and then at the state level when the federal government pulls back. And then the states sort of, and I'll give one example of that, is the use of mapping tools to be able to identify and index where are there overburdened communities. And in 2014 or thereabouts, Cal Enviro Screen went live. That was a California mapping tool. EJ Screen went live. Then Trump one comes in, other states go live. Biden administration comes in, expands mapping tools, and now it's back in the states. So we're learning from one another.
Yeah, so I would say just my one tweak on that is that we're now seeing this time where there's been this massive federal retrenchment, rollback. There's this realization that a lot of protections people assumed that were federal are not there anymore. And then now the response is, in some states, is to let's try to instantiate those protections in state law. Actually, our initiative is working on such a project. But if you kind of map out, and I've been saying since the early 2000s among a group of kind of social justice, civil rights folks that, and I was part of something called the Closing the Racial Wealth Gap initiative. That was in the early 2000s. Right, very committed, strong civil rights, strong social justice, but almost all the proposals were federal policy solutions. And back then I said, if we look at the right, they have a federal policy, machine of developing proposals, and they have a state machine. For example, the American Legislative Exchange Council, ALEC, that has just been this incredibly successful organization developing right-wing model statutes, stand your ground, all kinds of stuff, high percentage of enactments, and progressives don't have any such thing. And so my point was that we always should have been balanced. If you look at state budgets in the aggregate, I think if you aggregate the state budgets, they're like something like 60% or 2/3 of the federal budget. They're not insignificant. There's a lot of work that can be done at the local and state level. We shouldn't just have a realization during a period of retrenchment, even if we have a more, normal government going forward at the federal level. There should be this appreciation that we should be making advancements at the local, the state, and the federal, and not just prioritizing the federal.
Yeah. Okay, so the question I want to ask is, despite good intentions and programs at the local, state, and federal levels to advance environmental justice, and I'll add other social goals, there remains significant racial and economic disparities in the case of environmental justice and exposure to pollution and where facilities are located, polluting facilities, living in proximity to polluting sources. So as we look to the future, there's a way in which community groups say, well, all that didn't work anyway. So as we look to the future, what policies or programs can make a difference?
Yeah, I think for me this was a tough one, but I think my theory of change is always that communities, stronger communities is what is going to build back whatever is going to be lost, right? So whatever we lose possibly from the federal retrenchment and what's going on at the federal level, when we create stronger and better communities, it's going to uplift whatever we may possibly lose. Some of the programs and some of the things that I am thinking about, and still especially at the state and local level, I know, one is how do we better codify our civil rights protections at that state and local level. So codifying disparate impact. I know there's some things that are going on at Massachusetts. We're trying to do things in Maryland. How do we codify things that we can use both in the environmental justice lane, in the housing justice lane, and all plethoras of social justice movements? How can we start to really entrench and codify some of the language that we may lose at that federal level into state law? And then the second thing is we have to be imaginative. We can't be afraid of, we go too far here, something, somebody may do something like that. It's like, unfortunately, some of the folks on the right are going to do it anyway. And so we have to try to be as imaginative as possible and to really ensure that our communities are better off. So that's some of my theory of change.
Yeah, just on the point about imagination, I also think, though, in this conversation, the past matters, and history and data matters. And so when we're talking about environmental justice, it's impossible to have it without discussing redlining and discriminatory practices like urban renewal that sequestered Black and brown communities into undesirable areas, which were then zoned for industrial and pollutant uses. So in order to look to the future, we also have to address these past harms and learn from our mistakes to make policies that don't repeat history and that are holistic and that they're not short-sighted. I think a great example of this in New York is the Climate Act, the Climate Leadership and Protection Act. So the Climate Act actually charged the Climate Justice Working Group with the development of a criteria to identify disadvantaged communities to ensure that they're at the front lines for investment that from overburdened communities that benefit from the state's transition into cleaner, greener sources of energy. The CLCPA actually is an ambitious initiative. So by 2040, New York State is aiming to achieve 100% zero emission electricity, and by 2050, reduce emissions by at least 85% below 1999 levels. In 2024, I worked as an intern at the New York Green Bank, which is a subdivision of the New York State Energy Department, and their mission is to transform clean energy financing by targeting investments of sustainable infrastructure in disadvantaged communities. And they have a $250 million community decarbonization fund to finance greenhouse gas reducing projects that benefit these historically disadvantaged communities. And so they've provided millions of dollars for loans to build new schools and to build supportive housing with clean energy focuses. And also in New York, local law 97, which mandates 40% reduction in greenhouse gases in buildings over 25,000 square feet, with a goal of being net zero by 2050. And so I think New York is doing some really cool policy initiatives to address environmental justice. But again, I think also the Climate Act is addressing and reckoning with this history of redlining and urban renewal that has created these communities that have been so overburdened with these pollutant uses.
Yeah, I'm not going to say anything terribly profound except for my fundamental starting point in life and a lot of things is life isn't a struggle. There's always going to be struggle. And, you know, you're not going to get to some nirvana. So you just fundamentally have to accept we're going to struggle because there's going to be problems, but you got to push through. As bad as things are now, for some of us in our communities, they were actually worse at different points in history. And then just in terms of, second I think about it, is we kind of need all hands on deck. We need to be as inclusive as possible. We need to be multiracial, multi-sectoral. I mean, part of this conference is the vision is when we've looked at attendees, we've been trying to be intentionally as inclusive, involving people from many different kind of walks of life and sector and areas of expertise, thinking that we could build community. Maybe there's not some immediate agenda that's going to pay off in 5 years, but just by being together, being active, being in conversation, it just seems to me that the hope that good things will happen will be increased, right? As hokey as that sounds, though as I've indicated, I've actually seen collaborations come from these conferences and folks getting together who didn't know each other and actually working together. So I'll just end it on that. I think we now have 10-15 minutes in Q&A with the stars of the conference, you guys. And so we'll just take some questions.
Thank you so much for this panel on power. Really important in this moment. My name is Fran Miller. I, as Thomas said, co-founded and co-managed the Heirs Property Practitioner Network, but I also, with another hat, work at Vermont Law School at the Center for Agriculture and Food Systems, and also I'm just a longtime activist and organizer. And so I really have two questions. One is, in this moment, encroaching fascism, yes, it's a struggle, but it does seem particular. And this might be more personal than y'all want to answer, and that's fine, but as movement lawyers, how are you dealing with that? And how are you dealing with that in community work? And then my second separate question is, on the state issue, David, your question, yes, we can do things at the state levels where that's possible, but are we leaving behind Alabama and Mississippi and places where state legislators are really hostile to these kinds of questions? So those are my two.
I'll start, in part because I want to give a shameless plug before I answer your question, which is, you can Google this, the EJ state-by-state database, speaking of Vermont, Vermont helped to support this. But as we talk about these, mapping tools, cumulative impacts laws, and EJ advisory groups, and all the different sets of tools to advance environmental justice at the state level, they're categorized and cataloged in this mapping tool and database, which is called the EJ State by State. You can look at different models. It's not an ALEC, but it is you don't have to do the research yourself. It's done for you, and we're in the process of updating it, and it's a collaborative effort, including with Vermont, so thanks. In terms of how I'm dealing with this, so I just came out of 4 years of the Biden administration, and pretty much everything I did has been destroyed, right? So a lot of people come to me and say, like, you must be destroyed. And my answer to that is no more than anyone else. Like, our world is falling apart. We're going to authoritarianism, right? Like, so what? So the stuff I did is taken apart. That, bombs are taking boats out of the water, and there's a war, and, climate change is being reversed, and equity is being undermined. So, I think we all, as human beings, have to figure out how we survive in this environment, and not only survive, how we push back, right? How we do something about this. So, so I think a couple of quick answers. For me, I'm a little bit of a workaholic, and I like working, and I think it keeps my mind off of like how crazy things are. When you feel like you grab whatever it is, if you're a painter, paint. If you're a lawyer, whatever, like, just do your thing in the world to make the world a better place. And by doing so, you show your humanity, and you move the world in a better direction. And to me, like, working on stuff is really helpful. Seeing other colleagues, being in community with them. So that's one thing. The second is, this is not a sprint. I wish it were a sprint. It's a marathon. And we need to take care of one another, and we need to take care of ourselves. And that's not a small thing. I mean, I think being in community is important with that. Having some joy, finding joy, and just recognize that this is really tough, and it's okay. I play piano. It's okay to take some time to play piano, right? Like, if that's sort of what helps you to get through and to feel a sense of life, see your grandchild, see your child, whatever it is, exercise, whatever it is, take care of yourself in the meantime, because we're going to need that, and we're going to need to do it together.
So, ditto to everything, especially the finding joy part. I would say on the state part, LDF does a lot of its work in the South, and so one, I think it is okay to lose. It is okay to try and to push, and it's okay to then lose. But I think one of the this doesn't have to do with environmental justice or housing justice, but for years now, we've been trying to get a needs-based scholarship in Georgia. Georgia ranks 49th in college affordability for folks who are going to college, and that has a disproportionate impact on Black and brown folks. But this summer, the governor, we've been trying this for years to get some type of needs-based scholarship. The governor this summer said, I want to do it. And so, now there's $325 million in the budget for a needs-based scholarship fund, in a place where, we would not be able, you would think we would not be able to win. So, again, always try to keep pushing, keep trying, but yeah, I think, organized, but there can be some state and local wins in places that you may not think.
I'll say, as a law student, I really struggled. I started law school in 2023, and then when Trump got elected, like, all my reasons for coming to law school came crashing down around me. I thought I was coming to law school to be a movement lawyer, go to court, argue at the Supreme Court, all the things, all the law school students want to do. And then when Trump got elected, I had to, like, sit with myself and say, why am I here? Like, I wanted to come to law school not to make money, but to enact change and to help people. And I come from a family and a single mother that instilled that in me very early on, and sacrificed a lot for me to be where I am today. And that's what I wanted to do. And she helped people, and I grew up helping people, and so I wanted to do that. And so I sat with that, and then I started to lean more into for example, like community land trusts, and started to find community and started to find these different ways where a new world was possible and something more radical than what we lived in was possible. And then to the point of descending fascism and how we combat that, I think back to Derek Bell and a piece he wrote. The name of his writing is escaping me, but he talks about like there's joy in the struggle, and as a black person in America, you have to accept you're forever going to struggle. This country at its core is never going to fully recognize our humanity and dignity and equality, and that we're going to struggle forever. Some people find that despairing, but some people can also find joy in movement building and community and the people and the folks that you find along the way. And so, and talks about like imagining a new future. You cannot create a better world if you can't imagine it. And so people didn't think slavery would ever end, and it did. People thought Jim Crow would never end, and it did. And so we're in another moment where we think this will never end, and it will. And it takes people coming together and finding community and getting organized and fighting and losing and fighting and losing until you win something. And you just have to keep trying, and I am really trying to hold heavy onto that light. And as I enter into this legal field in this moment, and a lot of law students and people around me feel the same way, but I think that there's an opportunity for a radical reimagining of our society and of the system that we exist in housing. And it takes moments like this for people to get there, and conferences like this and people having these conversations to really unite and create movement to progress for a better future.
Yeah, I think I just said that, you know, in terms of looking at the broad sweep of history and seeing what other communities and people outside of this country, in this country, have endured. And I'm not sure that the current moment is worse than some of those moments, but if there weren't people there, brick by brick, doing the work, maybe being despondent but not giving up, well, then we wouldn't have gotten to that next. And so I just try to remind them, I mean, I'm not going to share it personally, but, you know, there were a lot of, despite like what my life might look like now to you all, like there were earlier periods of my life that looked very dark. It seemed like there was no hope. And I just was like, just one step at a time. I mean, just don't know where it's leading to, and, you know, by the grace of God and things, you know. And so I try to remember that in my own life, right, just kind of getting through. And then the only other thing I kind of think about is part of the vulnerability we're in right now is it's not just what the other side's doing, is how we were doing things or not doing things. There was a lot of elitism. And so it's not just about let's get back to this magical period of time a few years ago. It's about doing things differently, right? And some of what we talked about, not being elitist, recognizing that there's a lot of people with talents of different backgrounds, educational levels, and trying to build community and be inclusive and, you know, develop a more like loving sense. And, you know, so that's what I think sometimes it's like, no, let's just get back to, I'm like, no, let's like, but as Marianne said, this is not a sprint, it's going to be a marathon. And part of it is things we didn't do right, and hopefully we can be better. I think we could take, if there's any final question or not, it's great because we're standing in the way of the reception. Okay, listen, I want to thank David, Marianne, Brianna, you were awesome. So thank you. It sounds like you're doing some of that too.
I feel exactly I know you were saying, I just really wanted to.
Okay, so as you guys are
Because I know I'm not
getting up, I know some people are going to be leaving us, some people are going to be joining us at the reception. At the reception is upstairs, one floor in our faculty lounge. And I say this to the Zoom folks too, if you're still there. I just want to, once again, I want to thank the staff, just the staff of our initiative, the law school staff. So our AV person was Scott Toomey and his team. They did an awesome job. Want to just really, I just love the panelists and the speakers, and it's just a really diverse, interesting group of people. So you guys did a fantastic job. And then I just, once again, I want to thank all of you, right? So once again, I just had, moments of joy when I was just, doing whatever I was doing, and I looked up and I just saw a cluster of 5 or 6 people, in that corner or outside, engaged in energetic discussion. Sometimes I heard, hey, let's try to meet again or find a way to talk about whatever y'all were talking about. I don't even know what y'all were talking about. And so that's the kind of energy that we just love, and I'm glad that kind of bringing you all together. It's seeing that you guys were in real time building community. Just want to note on next year, so we have some obvious expertise in this heirs property world, and it'd be kind of foolish for us to just give that up. So we are, about half of our work is that, and that also is reflected in our conferences. But we're going to get into a cycle, so next year the conference is going to have some theme that's relevant to heirs property, not limited, but relevant. And then the next year we kind of do the non-heirs property, like this year was primarily non-heirs property. So that's just a note on our conference for next year. We're going to kind of do this rotation. 1 year, heirs property, the next year or something, probably not. I know that some people have asked me, consistent with how you all seem to enjoy meeting each other, is there going to be a contact list, or I don't know what the answer is to that. If people want to stay in touch, no, I guess not. So we have, guess not that. We're not going to do that, but we do at some point. We record the conference and we make that available to attendees. So we are going to do that. So if folks want to make connections, you guys should need to talk to each other. Hopefully some of that has happened already. Okay, so once again, the reception is 1 floor up in our faculty lounge. Do they know how to? Yeah, so if you just, for those staying, just go out that door, make a left, and there's a staircase, and just go up, and it's on that floor. Okay, so I just want to thank you again, and for those who travel, safe travels. It was great.